because we could not be trusted. The Emperor needed a weapon that would never obey its own desires before those of the Imperium. He needed a weapon that would never bite the hand that feeds. The World Eaters were not that weapon. We've all drawn blades purely for the sake of shedding blood. And we've all felt the exaltation of winning a war that never even needed to happen. We are not the tame, reliable pets the Emperor wanted. The wolves obey when we would not. The wolves can be trusted when we never could. They have a discipline we lack, because their passions are not aflame with the butcher's nails buzzing in the back of their skulls. The wolves will always come to heel when called. In that regard, it is a mystery why they call themselves wolves. They are tamed, collared by the Emperor, obeying his every whim. But a wolf does not behave that way. Only a dog does. That is why we are the World Eaters, and why the War Hounds no longer.
Excerpt from Captain Khorne of the World Eaters, 8th Assault Company, from his unpublished treatise on the 18 Legions. The World Eaters are one of the most infamous Traitor Legions of Chaos Space Marines, who now dwell within the twisted warp rift known as the Eye of Terror, located in the Segmentum Obscurus section of the Imperium of Man. Their journey from one of the Emperor's chosen warriors to the blood-soaked disciples of Khorne is a chilling tale of betrayal, violence, and madness, and a story that is a grim reminder of the devastating, corrupting power of chaos. The Legion was originally designated as the 12th Legion of the first founding of Space Marines, and they bore the name War Hounds, renowned for their ruthless efficiency and tenacity in battle. They were forged to be the Imperium's most brutal of shock troops. Even in the earliest of days, the Legion was displaying its ferocity in battle, which bordered on monstrous, long before Chaos ever deemed it worthy to touch their ranks. Yet it was not only their feral nature that set them apart, but also the shadow of their fate, the moment that they would abandon the Emperor of Mankind to serve Horus, and eventually the god of blood and war, Khorne. The World Eater's transformation can be traced back to their primarch, Angron, whose tragic and bloody upbringing forever shaped the destiny of his legion. Discovered on the world of Nuceria, Angron was enslaved as a gladiator and had his rage amplified by the torturous cybernetic implants known as the Butcher's Nails. These implants rewired his mind, forcing him into a state of constant uncontrollable fury, a curse that would later define his entire legion, and their doctrine of unrelenting violence. Angron's nigh indomitable will drove him to lead a rebellion against his masters, rallying his fellow slave gladiators in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet their triumph would be short-lived, as they were pursued by the might of Nuceria's highly advanced armies. Angron and his warriors would eventually find themselves cornered in the mountains, facing truly overwhelming odds, as they prepared to sell their lives dearly, costing their enemies as much as humanly possible, almost quite literally digging their own graves and making a solemn promise to fight together to the bitter end. It was in this pivotal moment that the Emperor arrived, having observed his son's struggles from orbit, and offered Angron a place amongst the stars as one of his generals, seeing as the Emperor sought to recruit the Primarch to the Great Crusade. Angron, however, refused, unwilling to abandon his battlekin to their ultimate fate. As the Nucerian forces closed in, the Emperor, unwilling to lose a son of such potential, teleported Angron aboard his vessel, leaving the Primarch's loyal followers to be slaughtered to the last. This act was seen as pragmatic and necessary by the Emperor, would eventually inspire Angron to commit an unforgivable betrayal, as it in of itself was what he viewed as an unforgivable betrayal, a betrayal that would poison his relationship with the greater Imperium forevermore. Though Angron was forced to serve the Emperor, his fury would only deepen, and the seeds of his eventual fall were sown. The Butcher's Nails, a relic of the past, would eventually be replicated and installed across his legion as a whole, eroding what little was left of their humanity and binding them to their Primarch's brutal philosophy. When the time came, Angron was ready to join Horus in rebellion, plunging the 12th into the abyss of chaos. As the Horus Heresy would unfold, the World Eaters pledged themselves to the blood god Khorne, whose domain included war and murder, leading the already savage legion to be further corrupted, leaving their only purpose to be the spilling of blood in Khorne's name. Unity amongst the World Eaters would eventually dissolve in the face of their unquenchable bloodlust, and the Legion would then splinter into countless innumerable warbands, each roaming the stars as a storm of death and terror made manifest. The World Eaters' reputation as unparalleled assault troops was at least in part born from Angron's own ethos and their brutal campaigns for annihilation. Every battle they fought etched the infamy of the World Eaters deeper into the records of galactic history. To this day, their warbands scour the stars, leaving behind trails of bloody slaughter that serve as dark offerings to their unholy patron. From the broken chains of Nuceria to the unrelenting carnage of the 41st millennium, the World Eaters' story is one of wrath unleashed and humanity forsaken. A reminder of what transpires when loyalty is replaced by bloodlust and brotherhood gives way to betrayal. The saga of the World Eaters is truly a sad one that continues to this day. The greatest change in the War Hounds would come upon Angron's assuming of command, and eventually, in order to better relate to their father, the Butcher's nails were replicated. These cybernetic implants, which had once enslaved him, also did factually amplify his physical strength, aggression, and combat prowess. And eventually, the Mechanicum, along with some of the World Eaters' tech adapts, would reverse engineer the technology and improve it, removing the aspect of it that eventually kills its wearer. And while the implants were overall crude imitations of Angron's own, they did in fact succeed in magnifying the raw fury and power each individual legionary was able to bear down on their opponent. As a result, they would be implanted across the entirety of the Legion, and the results of this were undeniable. Enhanced by their implants, the World Eaters became the Imperium's deadliest premier shock troops, capable of tearing through enemy lines with a ferocity that could only be matched by the Blood Angels in their darkest days. Yet the price for such ferocity became clear. The implants not only heightened aggression, they also eroded each legionary's self-control. On the blood-soaked fields of Gehenna, this curse would reach its zenith as the World Eaters butchered the planet's entire population in a single night, unable or unwilling to temper their unleashed wrath. The massacre in Gehenna seems to have been a bridge too far, as the Emperor could not ignore it. So Angron faced his father's rebuke, and he was ordered to cease the implantation of the Butcher's nails into his warriors. However, at this point, Angron decided to defy his command. His obsession with ensuring his legion's dominance at the time would override any sense of restraint or obedience. This defiance would later be one of the seeds of distrust planted, which would inevitably widen the chasm between the Emperor and his blood-soaked son. When the Horus Heresy would eventually erupt, the World Eaters were at its vanguard, their savagery unleashed upon the battlefields of the Imperium. Eventually, during the climactic Siege of Terra, they would take the lead in the assault of the Imperial Palace. With no regard for their own lives, the World Eaters stormed the breach. Their unending, unstoppable violence was unmatched amongst the traitor forces. By this time, the Butcher's nails had fully corrupted their minds, and only a scant few could contain the rage and think clearly for any sort of time. Any vestiges of discipline or honor had essentially been consumed by bloodlust. At the height of the siege, Angron himself would devolve into a berserk, blood-soaked monster, a shadow of himself, the once proud gladiator who sought freedom on Nuceria gone, as he had been elevated to the rank of Demon Prince by Khorne, the god of war's very own demon primarch. Angron would embody his will, and his presence on the battlefield would become a whirlwind of nigh unstoppable death and destruction. It was said that the World Eaters were the last of the traitor forces to ever abandon Terra, their berserk fury defying even the retreat orders by Horus's forces as the War Master prepared for his final confrontation with the Emperor. The defeat on Terra marked the beginning for the Legion's final unraveling. Retreating to the Eye of Terror, the World Eaters would eventually turn their unrestrained violence inwards. The Butcher's nails had stopped them from having any form of cohesion or reason as a legion, leading to a bitter internecine war, shattering the legion itself and splintering the once great 12th into countless war bands. This bloody fracturing, however, seemed to amuse their patron, Khorne. Angron's ascension to demonhood was also a clear sign of the blood god's favor, even as the legion itself ceased to to exist as a unified force. On rare occasions, Angron would gather the scattered warbands under his banner, but these were fleeting moments of unity, driven by the promise of a greater slaughter. From the Battle of Skalathrax, where the Legion's fracturing was cemented, to the present day, the World Eaters have remained a terror upon the galaxy. Their warriors, including the infamous Khorne berserkers, are amongst the deadliest close combat fighters the galaxy has ever known. They are like a storm of blood and destruction as they roam the galaxy in disparate warbands of Chaos Space Marines, fighting for the sole purpose of spilling blood and taking skulls in the name of Khorne. Today, their story stands more as a warning than anything else of the insurmountable price of unbridled fury and the corruption of power unimaginable. Once heralded as a War Hounds, the Emperor's savage yet loyal shock troops, the 12th Legion now serves only as a symbol of betrayal and bloodlust, forever bound to the blood god's dark will. Whether on the battlefields of the Imperium or in the twisted depths of the warp, the World Eaters now embody the terrifying extremes of violence and the ruin it leaves in its wake. In its inception, the Legion adhered to the Terran pattern of organization, a standardized framework developed by the Imperial Officio Militaris at the dawn of the Great Crusade, and even then, the Legion exhibited a preference for direct assault tactics, specializing in brutal close quarters combat within deadly environments normally classified as zone mortalis, battlegrounds where the enemy had nowhere to run, were their preference. This panache for aggressive tactics only intensified under Angron's leadership. While the basic organizational structure of the Legion was preserved, it was streamlined significantly to align with the Primarch's military philosophy. The emphasis was on mass infantry formations, hybrids of tactical and close-quarter assault units, supported by heavy assault contingents, including Terminator-clad veterans and fast-moving units such as land speeder squadrons. This structure complemented Angron's preference for a swift and overwhelming offensive, where strategic objectives were secondary to raw destruction and slaughter. While undeniably effective, this approach came at a steep cost, in particular in casualties being disproportionately high within the legions. There is also Angron's disdain for pomp and hierarchy, being reflected in the legion's rank structure. Titles were rather sparse, and authority was earned through battlefield prowess and leadership rather than ceremonial honors. It was said that Angron forbade his warriors from addressing him as Lord, preferring a simple functional chain of command. Yet beneath the simplicity lay a volatile culture of violence. Discipline within the legions was harsh and often brutal, as authority was backed up by force, and officers were expected to enforce their orders through personal combat if necessary. Disobedience on the battlefield was punished by summary execution, often at the hands of the very commanding officer in charge of said individual. Conflict within ranks was resolved through trials by combat, a practice Angron not only condoned but greatly encouraged. These trials could escalate to challenges for leadership, exclusively fought to the death. This system forged a legion where strength and survival were paramount, but it also fostered an environment where tempers flared and violence simmered constantly beneath the surface. Another particular point in their history was Angron's arrival and the implementation therein of the butcher's nails, as the implants would forever become the defining characteristic of the World Eaters. These crude imitations of Angron's own cybernetics did have one advantage. They would not kill their wearer over time, like Angron's were, and once the enhancements were installed, they were installed into every single neophyte, amplifying their aggression and obliterating almost any form of self-control they had. These implants transformed structured legionaries into unparalleled melee combatants, but this came at a terrible cost, as many succumb to uncontrollable bloodlust, rendering them a liability to even their allies. However, this was not a rule, as there are still many World Eaters who are able to resist the call of the nails, to the point that some of them even start gardens and farms for entertainment. As the Horus Heresy would unfold, this psychosurgical dependency deepened further still. New recruits were hastily inducted and subjected to implants without hesitation. The result of this was a legion driven by carnage for its own sake, not allowing them to adapt to their transformed bodies before receiving the implant. By the time the betrayal at Isstvan III would occur, the World Eaters were barely recognizable as the disciplined warriors they had once been, and Isstvan III would mark a significant turning point for the Legion. At this event, Angron's forces participated in the culling of loyalist elements from their own ranks. In particular, mostly those who had originally been War Hounds and fought on Terra alongside the Emperor's original legions. Of the estimate 150,000 World Eaters active at the time, well over 35,000 of them were killed during this campaign. The staggering loss included casualties on both sides of the conflict, as loyalists fought tooth and nail against their traitorous brethren in a bitter yet bloody, undeniable purge. Amongst the survivors of the conflict, many would fall to madness in the heat of battle, their minds entirely consumed by the feedback of the butcher's nails. These berserk warriors had to be forcibly restrained and removed from the battlefield, then placed in containment. Despite these losses, the World Eaters remained a rather formidable force, bolstered by a fleet of at least 60 capital-class vessels, surrounded and supported by the Legio Audax Titan Legion, also known as the Ember Wolves. By this stage, the World Eaters had become a double-edged sword, even for the traitors and their allies. The insatiable bloodlust and preference for all-out infantry assaults, supported by fast-moving armor, made them devastatingly effective yet unstable companions. Their battles often would devolve into carnage for its own sake, commonly ignoring strategic goals entirely. The World Eaters' transformation from the disciplined, albeit hot-blooded warriors of the War Hounds into the fractured legions of berserkers they are now mostly known as exemplifies the perils of their unchecked aggression. Now, the World Eaters' recruitment and training regiment is rather distinct, as under their primarch Angron, who was widely regarded as one of, if not the most brutal in the history of the Adeptus Astartes, attrition rates were catastrophic, both during the induction of new recruits and within the battlefield ranks of the Legion itself. By all accounts, no other Space Marine Legion endured or inflicted such levels of fatality upon its aspirants during recruitment, and this relentless methodology did serve as a crucible for forging warriors of unparalleled and unending savagery, though it often came at the cost of the aspirants' humanity. From the outset, gladiatorial contests and live fire exercise drills formed the core of the Legion's training regiment. These were no mere simulations, as they were functionally battles to the death, where failure meant annihilation. Blades were sharpened and rounds were live, meaning the stakes could not be any higher. Such methods ensured that only the strongest and most aggressive, along with the most resilient recruits, survived to claim the honor of fully becoming part of the Legion's ranks. Angron believed that only through such merciless trials could warriors be honed to the levels demanded by the 12th Legion's ethos. To meet the unceasing demands of war, Angron streamlined the recruitment process, as recruitments were drawn from the harshest feral feudal worlds that they could get across the segmenta of the Imperium, worlds where survival itself required a natural aptitude for violence. These harsh environments served as natural breeding grounds for the type of warriors Angron sought, individuals for whom death was not feared but embraced as a part of everyday life. Training for them was not limited to individual combat, as entire companies and battalions clashed in massive war games, competing in violent matches that emphasized unit cohesion and battlefield tactics, despite on a macro scale not appearing to be so. Angron personally would observe these engagements, judging not only the martial prowess of the individuals involved, but the effectiveness of their coordination and collective cohesiveness. Despite these efforts, the Legion's ultimate force remained unplacable. The brutal reality of war allowed their champions to be forged and their officers to earn stations through blood and fire. Now, back to the early days of the Legion. The origins of the 12th Legion on Terra are often shrouded in no small amount of mystery, in large part due to mostly partial records being the primary sources. Unlike many of the other legions, the 12th Legion tied to a specific geographical recruiting ground. Instead, fragmentary evidence suggests that an experimental screening process was employed for the Legion during its formation, all the way back during the Emperor's own design. This process reportedly selected candidates with highly aggressive and competitive traits, resulting in a force that even in its infancy was noted for both savagery and a ferocious temperament. The fledgling Legion's first recorded deployment was during the Skalathrax liberation, in the final stages of the Unification Wars, a conflict that would showcase their aggressive tenacity. However, following these early victories, the 12th 12th Legion was largely withdrawn from active operations. The reason for this sudden shift remains mostly speculative. One plausible and often touted theory is that the War Hounds were kept in reserve as a contingency force, a blunt instrument to be unleashed in the event of a catastrophic failure in the Emperor's campaigns. A darker hypothesis suggests that they were deliberately held in check, a weapon to be turned on potentially disloyal factions within the Emperor's own rank, should the need ever arise. Regardless of the truth, this enforced restraint only sharpened their hunger for war, as they continued to grow in numbers and ferocity, while training ceaselessly at the side of the Emperor. Despite their limited deployments during the early stages of the Unification Wars, the 12th Legion's relentlessness and savagery earned them the personal attention of the Emperor. Their ferocity in battle, combined with their dogged determination, inspired the Master of Mankind to bestow the title upon them of the War Hounds. It was a name that resonated deeply within the Legion's culture, as they adopted the image of red hounds as their insignia, a symbol of loyalty and their relentlessness. This period of relative inactivity marked the calm before the storm. Though their numbers were modest compared to some of their fellow legions, the War Hounds had cultivated a reputation of unending aggression, even amongst the Emperor's other creations. In the centuries to come, this small but formidable force would be transformed under his influence and that of their gene-sire Angron into the blood-soaked warriors of the World Eaters, a legion destined to carve their names into the stars, with infamy, steel, and slaughter being their calling card. Make war upon the Imperium of man. What is it you think the legions have been doing for the last 10,000 years? War does not end with a single victory or a single planet. It is an eternal creature that outlives men and their tiny triumphs. Excerpt from Azin, the Silence Bringer, warrior of the World Eaters. Amongst the 20 Space Marine legions crafted during the first founding, none instilled the same dread and primal fear upon their opponents as the World Eaters. While the Night Lords might have sown compliance through terror, the White Scars might have struck like a storm from nowhere, and the Space Wolf left a trail of ruin in their wake. But the deployment of the World Eaters to a campaign was a harbinger of absolute annihilation. Their methods were unyielding and horrifyingly personal. Unlike the devastation brought through virus bombs or orbital firestorms, the World Eaters painted their conquests in blood. One chain axe strike and one bolt round at a time. The Emperor of Mankind, seeking to reunify humanity under the banner of the Imperium following the horrors of the Age of Strife, envisioned an end to internecine wars that had fractured humanity's civilization. This grand ambition was known as the Great Crusade, as he sought to unite every lost world and colony of humanity, forging a galaxy-wide empire capable of withstanding the threats of chaos, alien species, and humanity's own self-destructive nature. To accomplish this, the Emperor crafted the Legions Astartes with genetically enhanced superhuman warriors who would serve as the vanguard of his armies. These Space Marine legions embodied his vision, wielding unmatched martial prowess and an unshakable commitment to the imperial truth. While they were not merely soldiers, instead they would be the instruments of the Emperor's will. And so, from this ilk, the World Eaters would stand out significantly due to their tactics, their practices, and their ethos, much like the Revenant Legion would. Second-hand accounts show that much of their early history was lost, and that even some of their later history was fragmented at best. What fragments do remain show that the World Eaters never particularly looked for city-states to draw strength or resources from, further still separating them from their fellow legions. With that overview completed, now we will be going into further detail, in particular starting with the early years of the War Hounds, the Sarfrak Liberation, where the Legion's first recorded engagement would occur. The Liberation marked their debut on the battlefields of the Unification Wars, as they were deployed as the Emperor's spearhead, and they unleashed annihilation assaults with a ferocity that even stunned seasoned warriors and the Custodes. Their relatively small numbers were compensated by the sheer audacity and combat doctrine that prioritized overwhelming close quarters force and devastation. While the Liberation demonstrated the fledgling Legion's power, their role in the later stages of the Unification Wars was significantly more restrained. After these early victories, the Emperor would sparingly use them. Years later, during the pacification of Cephalic hives, during an unknown year in the 30th millennium, the Emperor would bestow upon them the title of War Hounds, due to the campaign being fought amidst sprawling micro-hive cities on Terra. These urban hellscapes were rife with entrenched gang warfare and narcotic-fueled insurrections, which presented the ideal theater for the War Hounds' aggressive tactics, showing that their movements throughout the micro-hives strongly resembled that of hunting hounds. Their tenacity and savagery systematically dismantled resistance within the Saphic hives, and it quickly led to imperial compliance spreading throughout the area. Later, during the 30th millennium, the War Hounds would be called again during the Cerberus insurrection, where the War Hounds would earn their reputation once again, since the Cerberus insurrection was a brutal conflict that tested their mettle against some of the most formidable adversaries of the era. Cerberus was a sprawling asteroid prison colony that had erupted into a violent anarchy. The insurrections included Trar, which were a cadre of Thunder Warriors, the precursors to the Space Marines, genetically engineered super soldiers who were physically stronger than any Astartes, and were some of the Emperor's earliest works, thought to be long extinct. The Terran 22nd Dracos Regiment of the Imperial Army initially attempted to quell the rebellion, but found themselves utterly overwhelmed and their equipment along with their weapons confiscated. The Emperor, unwilling to risk a prolonged period of chaos, dispatched the War Hounds with a simple, chilling mandate: reclaim Cerberus and make an example out of those who defied him. In a campaign that lasted a mere 5 solar hours, the 12th Legion achieved total dominance. When asked by the leader of the second wave of Imperial forces how many prisoners they had taken, Praetor Commander Caleb Hax tersely replied that no such orders had been given, so none would be taken. The aftermath revealed the full extent of the War Hound's savagery. Reports from cleanup operations described the tunnels and choke points having been turned into blood-soaked charnel houses, and the remnants of the Thunder Warriors were found slain amidst piles of Astartes dead, as they had made their last stand. Insurgents were slaughtered in droves, and many cut down while firing in blind terrors. The second wave's task was now essentially grimly hunting the few survivors hiding in the asteroid's labyrinthian depths. Cerberus Primary was utterly and completely annihilated, and its rebellion snuffed out in both blood and fire. Later, in the mid-800s of the 30th millennium, the Nova Shendek campaign would occur. This marked one of the most dour campaigns in the Imperium's history, in particular that involving the War Hounds. The world of Nova Shendek was an alien hellscape inhabited by colossal intelligent Xenos creatures known simply as worms. These nightmarish beings were armed with bioelectrical filaments along with sharp metallic spines, which they embedded into their bodies in order to direct and discharge powerful energy surges. They were as intelligent as they were deadly, and the methods of their warfare reflected a savage nature. The filaments they used to slay Astartes and humans altogether were as thick as a man's body and longer than a human's height, as they rolled just below the surface of the planet, only to burst forth from the earth as earthworms would emerge from mud. The worms themselves were grotesque, their bodies twisted and massive, with 3 mouths lined with crystalline teeth. These mouths emitted a guttural sonic shriek, along with psychic whispers that reverberated through the mud and the marshlands of the world. During the early stages of the Great Crusade, the War Hounds would come upon the worms' territorial holdings, 3 star systems enslaved by these creatures, and methodically they would purge them. The Xenos were driven back into their homeworld of Nova Shendek, where the Imperium would face its most unprecedented discovery: humans. These humans were lost to the knowledge of mankind for millennia, and had been enslaved by the worms and hunted for food, along with being forced to crawl the surface of the world under the watchful eye of these abominable creatures. The War Hounds, joined by their Astartes allies, the Iron Warriors, and a sizable force of Imperial Army soldiers, were tasked with liberating these long-forgotten humans and freeing them from the oppressive yoke of their masters, all the while exterminating the worms that had enslaved them. The terrain itself proved nearly as deadly as the worms. The planet's surface was perpetually unstable, as lunar tides stirred vast oceans of mud, rendering the ground treacherous at all times. Imperial sentries were forced to use high-powered lasguns in order to detect the very movement of the worms beneath the mud. Explosives were seeded along newly constructed earthworks, detonating as they sank into the earthen trenches of the world. The Iron Warriors, then under the leadership of Perturabo, constructed vital titanic earthworks, trenches, and dikes in order to contain the shifting seas of mud. Imperial forces would then have to drain the marshlands, slowly regaining the land from the clutches of the worms. When the worms finally emerged in full force to drive back the Imperial invaders, they would be forced to encounter the wrath of some rather perturbed War Hounds who had been made to wait for far too long. The battle that came was a horrendous affair, with a cost unacceptable to many Imperials. The War Hounds succeeded and annihilating the worms, completely guaranteeing their extinction. The humans, once prey to these Xenos, were liberated and became fervent and ardent supporters of the Imperium, their loyalty cemented in this crucible of war. The next event of galactic importance is one whose date is actually known, a rarity in the campaigns of the early War Hounds. This would be the Xenocide of Osaran Pasbids, which occurred in the year 899 M30, when the War Hounds Legion, under the command of Praetor Erad Krug, found themselves embroiled in a deadly conflict at the outer reaches of the Great Crusade, near the Eurydice Terminal. There, they were engaged in a brutal campaign against savage orc raiders of the Glortan Empire, a tribe of greenskins who had wandered out of the untracked abyss beyond the known galaxy. However, the Warhounds' battle against these raiders would soon be interrupted by an entirely unforeseen threat, the Ursaran Cybrids. The Cybrids were an ancient, terrifying Xeno species with the ability to manipulate space itself. These entities could teleport at will, warping reality and the fabric of existence in order to readily appear aboard Warhounds' vessels. These powers were matched only by their savagery, and they brought a deadly new dimension into this ongoing conflict. Despite the overwhelming odds and being attacked on two sides by two distinctly powerful Xenos races, the Warhounds fought with their characteristic dogged tenacity. Their ships were decimated, and hundreds of orc vessels were destroyed in the savage exchanges. Yet the Cybrids' attacks were not enough to break the resolve or the fury of the Warhounds. Primarch Rabut Guilliman, upon hearing of this escalating threat, immediately dispatched reinforcements from the Ultramarines in order to aid the Warhounds. Two legions joined forces in order to hold the line against the Cybrids, with the Ultramarines' might bolstering the Warhounds' position. Together, the legions were able to mount a rather effective counteroffensive, systematically dismantling the Cybrids and their slave armies. As the Cybrids fell, their forces disintegrated, and the remaining orc raiders of the Glortan Empire were swiftly driven back outside of the known galaxy. Though the cost of this battle was rather steep, the Warhounds and the Ultramarines ultimately achieved victory. The bloody price had been high, but it was a price the Ultramarines were all too willing to pay, as it helped to avenge the grievous defeat that they had suffered nearly 6 decades earlier against the same Xenos Empire. Both the Nove Shendek campaign and the Xenocide of the Oresan Cybrids demonstrated the sheer brutality and the dogged determination of the Warhounds Legion. In the former, the Warhounds fought against overwhelming odds, not only to defeat the savage alien race, but to liberate and reunite a lost segment of humanity with its greater population. In the latter, they held the line against a mysterious and deadly Xenos threat, all the while dealing with the orcs, paying a bloody toll in order to ensure the survival of the Imperium. These campaigns were two of the many in the brutal history of the Warhounds, a history that would ultimately lead them down a dark and twisted path, culminating in their fall to the service of Khorne. Yet in these early days, the Legion's dedication to the Emperor and their unending pursuit of victory remained steadfast, and was seen as, while unpleasant, largely honorable, in particular their indomitable human spirit. After seeing the outcomes of many of these battles, the 12th Legion's role as the Emperor's enforcers of terror became solidified. Their methods were brutal as they were effective. From the battlefields of Skalathrax to the dark tunnels of Cerberus, the Warhounds carved a bloody path that in essence led many forces to surrender at the mere mention of the 12th Legion. Their ferocity born on Terra would one day be augmented by that of the Nucerian gladiators. During this period of general readiness and lower deployment rates, the Legion remained in constant training and expanded its ranks. Whenever they were unleashed, it was a terrifying force of savagery. Every deployment was a symphony of destruction, as the Astartes tore through their enemies' ranks with no regard for risk or casualty. To them, it was a crucible of bloodshed that the Emperor himself had deemed them worthy of. As the Great Crusade continued to go on, the War Hounds became the Emperor's most reliable instruments of conquest. By circa 830, with the discovery of the first Primarchs, the 12th Legion was temporarily divided into independent subcommands in order to better support the growing war effort and the legions who had found their Primarchs. These large forces, numbering in approximately 8,000 Astartes, became known as the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, or the Bloody 13th, as they were tasked with the fiercest battles. The Bloody 13th would often fight alongside the Space Wolves, the Iron Warriors, and the Dark Angels in some of the Crusade's most grueling campaigns, and they became known as the Legion to Call when strategic stalemates demanded decisive action. Their assaults were rather fierce by comparison to the other legions' rather orderly forms of combat, shattering enemy lines with furious strikes. Victory, however, often came at a high cost to the War Hounds, which ironically allowed the three aforementioned legions to abstain from greater losses. However, to them, every battle was a victorious slaughter or a mutual annihilation, and they were happy with that role. In either case, the enemy would be left utterly broken and incapable of resistance. Despite their effectiveness, the War Hounds were far from universally admired. Their allies often regarded them with no small amount of caution, finding their unpredictability and violent temperament to be as dangerous to them as it was to their foes. Whispers would circulate that the War Hounds had executed Imperial Army auxiliary regiments they deemed as failures, and their harsh internal discipline was both a necessity and the reflection of their ferocious nature, which led to no small amount of derision from the other legions, in particular those who had already found their Primarchs. Bloodshed amongst the War Hounds themselves was not uncommon, as officers had to enforce a strict code in order to maintain order, but even this could not fully contain the tempestuous instincts of the Legion, as it became clear to all those who observed the 12th that the War Hounds were a double-edged sword, one that could cut the Imperium's enemies with unparalleled efficiency, but might one day turn its edge inwards. Storn made builders, Magnus thinkers, Guilliman raised bureaucrats, while Lorgar made priests, and the Khan vagrants. Of all of the legions, we are the only ones who are exactly what the Emperor wanted. All that the legions of Astartes were ever meant to be, conquerors. We aren't meant for the world that is coming, a new world that will rise from the ashes. We are only meant to burn this one down. Excerpt from Ibram Greer, Legion Master of the War Hounds. These words, attributed to the Legion Master, encapsulate the War Hounds' philosophy. They saw themselves as the purest expression of the Emperor's vision, designed for conquest, not for the peace that would follow. It was a belief that defined the Legion's actions and hinted at the darkness that would one day engulf them. As the Great Crusade progressed, the 12th Legion found themselves increasingly assigned to campaigns where annihilation was needed instead of liberation. The Imperial War Council, aware of the Legion's propensity for violence, came to regard the War Hounds as the ideal tool for such undertakings. Their unrestrained aggression and willingness to embrace destruction set upon them set them apart from the other legions tasked with more measured objectives. The War Hounds were once again unified under the banner of the Bloody 13th in order to be joined by a disparate collection of Imperial forces with similarly grim reputations. These included units deemed unsuitable for delicate operations requiring minimal collateral damage or precision strikes. Instead, the War Hounds and their allies were assigned to missions where total devastation was the goal. Prior to being reunited with their Primarch, the Legion had chosen Bodit as their mustering ground, where they, along with their allies, would essentially train, stage combat, and recruit from. This was an unforgiving volcanic world they had previously conquered, and the planet's harsh environment mirrored the ferocity of its occupants. Alongside the War Hounds, a particular series of forces decided to use the same world as a mustering ground and a base of operations. This would include feral world headhunters, brutal warriors drawn from savage planets who were recruited into the Imperial Army and were known for their ruthless and underhanded methods, which were often seen unbefitting of the Imperial Army, so they were segregated. Abhumans were also part of the group allowed to muster on Bodit, who found a kinship with the War Hounds. Abhumans are genetic deviants tolerated by the Imperium for their strength and resilience, who added a savage edge to the forces gathered for the Great Crusade, but who were ultimately seen as less than, or only tolerable until the end of the Crusade. The Legio Audax, a Titan legion who had been shrouded in suspicion following the infamous Lorraine Alpha massacres, their machines being seen as symbols of devastation rather than the god engines of the Mechanicum. All these groups, along with the Numian gun clans, who were nomadic techno-barbarians that had fiercely resisted imperial compliance for years before their reluctant induction into the Imperium, prior to being picked up by the War Hounds and seamlessly allowed to continue their practices as long as it aided the war effort. This grim alliance became synonymous with the destruction of any civilization they were set about, as they were wielded by the Imperium against their enemies when total eradication was deemed as the only viable solution. The story of Angron, the Primarch of the 12th Legion, is as brutal as it is bloody. Born in the Emperor's gene laboratories like all his brothers, beneath the Himalayan mountains, Angron was one of 20 Primarchs meant to lead the Emperor's vast legions. Yet during the scattering, which was done by, for the millionth time, the universe's worst mother, Angron's gestation pod was launched through the warp, and his fate was diverted into tragedy. He was cast out through the literal hell that is a warp onto the planet known as Nuceria, a world whose location remains rather uncertain after its annihilation, but it is believed to have been somewhere within the Ultima Segmentum. The particular circumstances of his arrival, and even the true name of the planet, have been on multiple occasions deliberately expunged from imperial records whenever they're found. Reportedly, this was under the command of the Emperor himself. What remains of the world is a grim picture of Angron's early life. According to the fragmented records preserved in such sources as Copernicus's Speculum Historiale, Nuceria was a technologically advanced yet deeply stratified world. Its ruling elite enjoyed lives of relaxed opulence, isolated behind walls which encircled their grand palaces, while the masses languished in stark poverty within sprawling slums. To placate the suffering of the population, the oligarchs in charge of the planet hosted gladiatorial death matches in massive arenas. These spectacles pitted cybernetically enhanced warriors against one another, feeding the bloodlust of the oppressed masses while redirecting their emotions towards a more pliable target. It was in this brutal environment that Angron would be discovered. What little can be gleaned from Angron's time in Nuceria suggests a life marked by rebellion and bloodshed, as he is said to have risen against his oppressors on multiple occasions to varying degrees, and with further varying degrees of success. And all these incidents would shape his future and that of the 12th Legion, as the scars of his brutal upbringing would leave an eternal mark on the War Hounds, transforming them from a legion of the Emperor's finest to the beasts that would become known as the World Eaters. With that overview done, we can get into specifics. Angron's arrival on Nuceria, which marked a life filled with blood and suffering, started with his discovery on the desolate Deshigila Mountains, where the young Primarch was found surrounded by the mangled corpses of alien beings known as the Eldar. Though the identity of the creatures is said to have been lost through time, most Imperial scholars speculate correctly that these were craftworld Eldari, driven to confront Angron and slay him as a child in order to forego the havoc that he would one day unleash upon the galaxy once ascending to a demon prince of Khorne. This early conflict left Angron wounded but alive, which allowed the much weaker Nucerian society to capture him and bring him into the imposing Palace Praxia, sect of the Rescium throne. Then the child would be sold to House Thrakur, one of the ruling clans of the city-state of Desha. Still a terrified child, Angron was introduced to his new life, which was to be as cruel as it was unforgettable, as he would be dumped into a pit grate, slowly flooding with acid. Angron, along with many of the other slaves, found themselves struggling to climb up to the top of a ziggurat as they heard the thunderous cheers and jeers of the crowd. The young Primarch was then forced to fight for his survival as the acid rose, consuming layer after layer of the ziggurat and all those who faltered on their way to the summit. As he climbed, Angron shed tears for the very last time as he claimed a rather grim victory. Recognizing the raw potential within him, Angron would be purchased by Desha's largest arena. There he was granted the name Angron Thracia, meaning Child of the Mountain, a name that would echo across the blood-stained sands of Nuceria. Angron's life in the arena was relentless and unending combat as he rapidly ascended through the ranks, growing to an imposing size with a skill that was unmatched. He would earn the moniker Lord of the Red Sands for his prowess and savagery which stained the sands of the arena red. Over the course of just a few months, Angron dispatched hundreds upon hundreds of opponents. Though he attempted to spare those who fought with honor, the people of Nuceria would not be so kind. His victories brought him fame and adulation from the bloodthirsty crowds, who began to call him the Unbeaten. Yet beneath this veneer of glory, Angron was consumed by an unending, infallible bitterness, as he despised his captivity and constantly sought opportunities to escape. Despite his efforts, every attempt to flee would end in failure, earning him the ire of his masters. During his time in the arenas, Angron formed a profound bond with an older gladiator known as Onomeus, who became a mentor and a father figure towards the young warrior. Together they carved a path of devastation, culminating in a celebrated victory against a berserk Ogryn augmented with cybernetics of a horrific nature known as the Butcher's Nails. Their triumph, however, would mark the beginning of a new torment. Infuriated with Angron's defiance, the ruling High Riders ordered him to fight Onomeus to the death, and when Angron refused and openly mocked his captors, they sought to punish him in a manner both cruel and transformative, one which they and the galaxy would come to regret for millennia to come. The Butcher's Nails themselves were relics of the Dark Age of technology, one which was barely understood by the surgeons who would graft them onto Angron's brain. These crude neural implants enhanced aggression and strength by delivering bursts of electrochemical pleasure as a reward for violence, and a stinging burning of acid when that violence wasn't being doled out, all the while dulling all other sensations and emotions. The nails, in essence, would strip warriors of all reason and self-control by manipulating the chemical receptors of the individual's brains, leaving them as engines of pure rage and slaughter. Angron, despite his superior Primarch physiology, was not spared this fate, as the implants were driven deep into his skull with a cold precision, intertwining his identity forevermore with the rage they sought to foster. Upon awakening, Angron was thrust into a combat frenzy, forced to fight Onomeus unknowingly. As he was overcome by the nail's effects, Angron would not be able to understand that he was tearing apart his mentor and father figure in a blind, beastly rage. When the berserker fury subsided, Angron was the one to realize what he had done, leading him to being overcome with unrelenting despair. According to surviving accounts, he unleashed a primal howl of anguish that would echo throughout the halls of the arena for several days. This act of raw grief marked a turning point for Angron, one that would define his and his legion's legacy as beings of relentless fury and unending tragedy. From the depths of the arenas of Nuceria, Angron's path to becoming the Primarch of the 12th Legion was now one drenched in blood and sorrow, shaping both his destiny and the brutal culture of the warriors who would follow him into the jaws of Cerberus itself. However, there is one thing that must be noted. The death of Onomeus left Angron with a burning resolve that he would one day escape the chains of slavery and extract his vengeance upon the High Riders who ruled Nuceria. Over the years, his fame grew to legendary proportions, spreading across the planet as he turned gladiators under his command into an unrivaled force of combat, as no arena combatants could match their skill, which was more a testament to Angron's brutal training methods and his own leadership than to the abilities of any individual gladiator. And this was in part due to Angron understanding and having learned through bitter experiences that no escape could be achieved alone, as he had repeatedly failed, so he understood he needed allies. In essence, his position as a trainer allowed him to not only gain respect amongst the gladiators, but also gain their loyalty, and when one of the largest death games in Nuceria history would be announced, conquest, Angron devised a rather ambitious plan. This grand spectacle would involve every gladiator under Angron's command, allowing him to rally all his forces in one swift move. When the games began, the roaring of the crowds drowned out all else, and Angron's gladiators turned on their armed guards. The ferocious battle ensued as the gladiators, wielding whatever weapons they could seize, fought their way to freedom. Against the firearms and superior equipment of the guards, the gladiators suffered devastating losses, but nearly 2,000 of them managed to escape into the city streets. Pillaging what supplies and arms they could, the gladiators fled to the northern mountains, where Angron had first been discovered. In the harsh wilderness, their band of rebels became known as the Eaters of Cities, a name that would soon strike fear into the hearts of Nuceria's rulers. Over the following years, the High Riders dispatched numerous armed forces in order to crush the insurgents. However, each attempt would fail. Under Angron's leadership, the Eaters of Cities used their intimate knowledge of the terrain and their cybernetically enhanced ferocity to annihilate every army that was sent against them. Yet, despite these victories, attrition still took its toll. From the original 2,000 that had escaped, only 1,000 fighters remained, when Angron and his band were surrounded atop Fedren Moor, a mountain on the desolate Deshelka Ridge, as 7 armies converged upon them. In essence, the entire military might of the world. Even a Primarch could not hope to stand against such overwhelming numbers. Angron and his followers would then prepare to make their final stand, determined to fight to the last man. Unbeknownst to Angron, the Emperor of Mankind had been observing him for months from orbit, drawn to the world by the psychic emanations of his lost son. The Emperor had watched with pride as Angron led his comrades in a defiant stand against tyranny. Now, however, he faced a grim reality. If he did not intervene, Angron would surely perish. The Emperor descended upon the planet with a cadre of Legio Custodes, meeting Angron face to face, as he revealed the true nature of his being and offered Angron a place at his side. The Emperor presented the 12th Legion, the War Hounds, warriors forged from Angron's own genetic material, and invited him to join the Great Crusade, but Angron refused. His loyalty remained with his comrades, the Eaters of Cities, and he declared that he would rather die alongside them than abandon them. The Emperor, stunned by his son's defiance, returned to his flagship troubled. Unwilling to lose a Primarch to the whims of a backwater world, the Emperor made a fateful decision. Bringing his flagship into low orbit, he teleported Angron away from the battlefield against his will, leaving the Eaters of Cities leaderless. The next day, the Nucerian armies overwhelmed the gladiators. Without Angron, their morale was shattered, and they were slaughtered to the last. From orbit, Angron watched in a helpless fury as his comrades were massacred. Overcome with grief and rage, he lashed out, killing one of the custodians guarding him. Only the Emperor's psychic might restrained the Primarch, forcing him into submission. When Angron demanded to know why the Emperor had not saved his comrades, the Emperor dismissed his question as short-sighted. His focus, he explained, was on the grand vision of uniting the galaxy under his leadership for humanity's survival. A handful of former slaves on a forgotten world held no place in his vision. The Emperor expressed a hope that Angron would one day understand his actions, but Angron's response was filled with venom, as he declared that he had been destined to die with his comrades on Nuceria, and now only a ghost of who he once was remained. The Emperor, unmoved, replied that a ghost would suffice for the role that he had planned. The events at Fedden Moor left a scar upon Angron's soul that would never heal. The betrayal he felt towards the Emperor for abandoning his comrades would fester into a deep, unrelenting hatred. It was a moment that would shape not only Angron's fate, but also that of his sons within the 12th Legion. Angron's arrival into his new role as commander of the 12th was marked not by triumph or celebration, but by violence. His first reaction to the War Hounds, his Gene sons, was one of pure and unbridled rage. For a time, any legionary who dared approach him would meet a grisly demise, as he would beat them to a pulp. Their loyalty and reverence only answered with death. Amidst this bloody violence, the Legion Master Ibram Greer vanished from historical records. Greer had led the 12th Legion for nearly 3 decades, with distinction, as he was not only respected within the Legion but without. But his disappearance was left unexplained, buried beneath the secrecy of the Legion's transformation. His absence, however, was no mystery for those within the 12th. It was widely accepted that Greer fell victim to Angron's wrath, one of at least 7 high-ranking officials murdered by the Primarch during the initial days within his legion. It would only be when Khorne, captain of the 8th Assault Company, who confronted the furious Primarch, voluntarily entering Angron's quarters, that anything would change, as the captain displayed a courage beyond measure, as he was nearly beaten to death for his audacity. Yet Khorne refused to yield, and thereby impressed Angron in a way that no other Astartes had managed. Khorne's unyielding spirit and his unwillingness to break, even in the face of a vastly superior foe, struck a chord deep within Angron, one that, if history teaches us anything, was rather unfortunate. Through persistence and shared stories of the Legion's traditions and the gladiatorial rituals of Angron's past, Khorne forged a rather fragile and tentative bond with the Red Angel. Slowly, the Primarch came to see the War Hounds not as alien interlopers, but as warriors worthy of his respect. With his newfound recognition of the Legion's worth, Angron swiftly assumed command of the 12th Legion. One of his first acts as their Primarch was to rename the Legion. The War Hounds would then be reborn as the World Eaters, a name chosen to honor the gladiatorial force that he had once led in rebellion on Nuceria. Known as the Eaters of Cities, those warriors embodied the savage wrath that Angron sought to instill in his new army. The name itself, its origin, was inspired by a declaration from Drehegar, a Terran-born captain of the 9th Company, who upon meeting his Primarch for the first time, boldly promised that under Angron's leadership, the Legion would become nothing less than Eaters of Worlds. And the coincidence of that expression being similar to the name of his own previous warband led Angron to seizing upon that pledge and transforming it into a banner which under his legion would fight and conquer. Under Angron's command, the World Eaters became a force unlike any other within the Great Crusade. Their victories were numerous, but their methods would draw heavy criticism. Angron's thirst for battle, coupled with the increasingly brutal tactics of his legion, marked them as the most bloodthirsty of the Emperor's armies. For Angron and his legion, war was not merely a duty, but rather it was an all-consuming passion. Apothecary Galan Sulork perhaps summarized their ethos the best when he remarked, "To truly trust a thing is to understand its nature. One can trust a fire to burn. In this regard, our legion is the most trustworthy of all. Across a galaxy, a World Eater is always doing one of two things, making war or preparing to do so." These words, in essence, encapsulate the ethos that the World Eaters acted upon while serving under Angron. Warriors whose purpose was singular, whose existence was defined by the unending tide of violence that was necessitated from them. The transformation of the 12th Legion into the World Eaters was now complete, and what would follow would be a path of unending, relentless conquest and devastation, as they would carve a bloody legacy across the stars that would echo long after the flames of the Great Crusade had dimmed. Upon his proper return to the Great Crusade, Angron wasted no time in asserting control over his newly renamed and reborn legion. The World Eaters, now under the banner of their furious Primarch, assembled at the mustering grounds on Bodat, the War Hounds garrison world. Angron's arrival sent shockwaves throughout the Legion, and his reforms were swift and absolute. Unlike many of his brothers, Angron was granted an unprecedented autonomy, bypassing the customary process of shadowing other Primarchs or spending time directly with the Emperor. Instead, he was given full authority to reshape and lead his legion as he saw fit. Some believe that this was an attempt by the Emperor to make some amount of peace with his aggrieved son. And with his characteristic fervor, Angron set to remake the 12th Legion in his own image. The rigid discipline and training that he had previously seen define the War Hounds would be swiftly replaced by a new philosophy, one of warfare and conflict being the sole judges and arbitrators of any measure of worth. Angron believed that the path to mastery was not found through thought and theory or even standard training, but through live combat, and thus his new regimen would be far more brutal than anything the Legion had previously experienced. Under Angron's direction, training evolved into a violent crucible, designed to forge warriors capable of feats beyond an ordinary Astartes. The warriors of the World Eaters no longer practiced in sterile conditions, but were thrust into brutal environments where blood flowed freely. Gladiatorial combat, live ammunition, and even brutal training pits became commonalities within Angron's proving grounds. Legions. The combat was relentless, and failure had a singular consequence: swift yet painful death. Angron's warriors were tested in a crucible of battle, and the scars they bore became ultimate testaments to their strength, resilience, and their ability to produce and dole out violence. Only those who survived this brutal training were deemed worthy to fight beside their Primarch. The first campaign of galactic import that the World Eaters Legion would take proper in its new form would be called the Golgothan Slaughter and the Siege of Sarum, which occurred early in the 900s of the 30th millennium. The Siege of Sarum was a pivotal moment in the history of the World Eaters, occurring in the early years of the last century of the 30th millennium. This event marked the first major campaign where the World Eaters would be under the direct command of their Primarch, following the ascension of Angron to lead the 12th Legion. The target of their wrath was the Golgotha sector, a desolate yet dangerous region near the galactic core and close to the Maelstrom, also known as the Great Warp Rift. This was in essence a wasteland where the Adeptus Mechanicus station of Sarum had been besieged by the Brotherhood of Ruin, a ruthless abhuman empire seeking to seize the sacred technological secrets of the Mechanicum. Sarum had long been isolated from the wider Imperium, cut off during the Age of Strife and subjected to years upon years of harassment and deprivation. The Mechanicum's Reject cult, a sect of Adeptus Mechanicus, which had endured the prolonged siege all by their lonesome, with only intermittent communications from distant forge worlds such as Mars and Anvus, requested aid that had never come. Desperate and on the brink of extinction, it seems the arrival of the World Eaters' fleet would be their salvation. However, their rescuers would come with their own brand of ruthless retribution. Angron arrived with his unrivaled bloodlust, leading the assault personally, with an unyielding, unending force of World Eaters. In doing so, he drove his fleet perilously close to destruction within the turbulent currents of the warp, as he directed his warships to form a unified strike force aimed directly at the core of Sarum's most well-defended point. Though they were dramatically outnumbered by the enemy's armada, the World Eaters proved their savagery and tactical prowess in a single devastating strike. In this assault, the World Eaters shattered the Brotherhood's defenses, plowing straight through their lines with brutal precision. Once the enemy fleet was breached, the World Eaters unleashed swarms upon swarms of gunships and drop pods in order to assault the planet's surface, pouring down upon the besieging forces like a thunderstorm. As Angron and his legion cut through the enemy's fleets with terrifying efficiency, they turned their enemy's own fire against them, plunging themselves into the heart of battle, forcing the enemy to have to aim at themselves to even take a single pot shot at the World Eaters, as they landed amidst the most heavily defended areas within the enemy's own vessels, disgorging the legionaries, who would then go into a frenzy of bloodshed and gore unseen. The assault itself was rather overwhelming, as the Brotherhood's abhuman cyborg forces were bolstered by their orc mercenary allies, yet found themselves utterly and completely outmatched and outclassed, unable to mount an effective defense against this beastly cadre, and despite suffering horrific casualties, the World Eaters would press on, the bloodlust in their assault only intensifying as the battle raged on for hours. The Brotherhood's warlords, realizing their position was faltering, called for reinforcements from across the planet's surface. It was at that moment that a false dawn flared in the skies, casting a blood-red glow. Seconds later, the planet trembled as cyclonic torpedo barrages struck the surface of the world, creating chaos and confusion amongst the remaining forces of the Brotherhood. Angron's second wave had arrived, in the form of hundreds upon hundreds of gunships and assault rams, descending like a vengeful storm right behind the cyclonic torpedoes. Behind them, the titans of Legio Audax emerged from massive black cylinders which had fallen from the sky. Towering giants now strode the battlefield, weapons blazing. The sight of the Omnissiah's wrath descended upon the enemies and broke the Brotherhood's resolve, which led to their forces to collapse almost instantaneously. The Reject Mechanicum, long holed up in their fortifications, emerged from the shadows to deliver the coup de grace, using barbed weapons to drag the remaining enemies into their grasp and tear them apart like ravenous animals. The Siege of Sarum had been broken, and in the wake of the battle, the Regic Mechanicum swore fealty to Angron and the World Eaters, pledging their support for the Legion in exchange for mutual protection. This marked the beginning of a new new alliance, one that would see that world leaders gain a reliable source of resupply and armament far from the core of the Imperium. Over the next 11 years, the world leaders would carve a path of destruction despite the cost in this campaign across the entirety of the Golgotha sector, annihilating 48 worlds and outposts to their last man. Their rampage left in its wake the extinction of 7 individual Xenos species, including the Lacrimol, who had enslaved the world's people for generations, the world's human population for generations, to the point that the humans had started to deviate in ways that would be unsightly for the Imperium. However, that would be quickly reprimanded. Despite the cost, the campaign cemented the world leader's reputation for unrelenting violence and destruction. The next event of galactic import that would happen involving the world leaders again was in the latter stages of the 900s of the 30th millennium, and it would be the liberation of Alpha Shalish. Amidst their campaigns, the world leaders' 203rd Expeditionary Fleet encountered the Lacrimol-controlled world. This planet was infested by a predatory Lacrimol Xenos, and the world itself had long been under alien rule, with the enslaved human population herded into camps to serve as livestock for their cruel invaders. When the world leaders arrived, they brought with them the Emperor's vengeance, and they were not inclined to show even a shred of mercy. Led by the fury of Angron's chosen warriors, his very elite world leaders struck with an unbridled wrath. The Lacrimol cities, mounded and fortress-like, were no match for the Imperium's unfiltered might. With precision and ferocity which only the world leaders could provide, the Xenos were purged from the world in short order. Thousands upon thousands of Lacrimol perished in the cleansing, and the reign of terror was brought to a swift and violent end, leaving the human population of Alpha Shalish, long oppressed and forgotten, to be freed from their shackles, and for the Emperor's imperial truth to be brought to the world. In the wake of this liberation, efforts to repopulate the world were swift and decisive. The ancient agri-machines and STC devices, relics from the Dark Age of technology, were discovered on the planet and put back into full operation, facilitating a rapid rebuilding effort, and within 4 generations, hive cities rose above the ruins, and Alpha Shalish became a vital port of the Segmentum Solar. What once was a world ruled by alien oppression would become, forevermore, an integral port of the human Imperium, and a testament to the world leaders' dedication to their mission and the God Emperor's grand design. At this point, one of Angron's most controversial reforms would come to be his decision to implant his gene cells with the same butcher's nails that had been embedded in his own brain. Those cortical implants, originally designed to enhance combat abilities, were semi-defective relics of the ancient human Dark Age of technology, and they increased aggression and pain tolerance to levels that were heretofore unimaginable. Angron had first-hand knowledge of their power, having used them to endure unimaginable pain and horrors during his gladiatorial life, and he saw the potential in elevating some of the world leaders' battle prowess through such implantation. The butcher's nails came with a heavy price, however. They stripped almost any sense of peace or joy, only leaving a hunger for battle. Much like Angron, those whose existence had been consumed by violence, his warriors were forced now to live for a singular purpose, fighting. They would become slaves to the implants, driven only by the rage and the need to kill. No longer would they experience solace or contentment except in the heat of battle. For his world leaders, this was a grim ascension. One that would accomplish one of the goals that they had always had, to become closer to their father. Now, Angron's obsession with the butcher's nails did not stop within his personal use and the few attempts to remove them. He ordered the study of these implants by his tech marines and apothecaries in order to replicate a better version of them for his legionaries. However, this task proved to be significantly more difficult than expected, but it was aided by having gained the allegiance of the previously aforementioned Cult Mechanicus branch. The technology was indeed ancient, its origins lost to the sands of time, and the process of removing the implants for further study was too dangerous, as Angron himself was the only one who could safely house them, and removing them from him would almost guarantee his death. Despite these challenges, Angron persisted in his demands. The first attempt to replicate the butcher's nails ended in disastrous failure. Under the supervision of apothecary Galan Sulok, the implantation of copies of the butcher's nails led to a staggering 100% mortality rate amongst the volunteers. The crude copies of the nails in these early days did not do anything to dissuade Angron. His vision for the Legion at that point had become clear, and the sacrifices of those in these early attempts would only serve to further fuel his determination, as he demanded that all his warriors would undergo this procedure once it was perfected, regardless of the consequences. After seeing what the nails would do to them, a small cadre of world eaters attempted to rebel in order to stop the full-scale implantation of the butcher's nails, no longer bound by the limitations of conventional warfare or the constraints of human emotions. Because despite what they may say and how they may act, at their core even Astartes are humans. They were true instruments of violence, unencumbered by their former humanity. Their loyalty to their Primarch was now absolute, their rage unquenchable, and they became a mirrored reflection of Angron, consumed by battle and driven by bloodlust, all the while being incapable of experiencing true peace. Angron's journey had now come full circle, once a gladiator, now a warlord, reshaping his legion into his own mirror image, ruthless, unforgiving, and driven by their insatiable need and thirst for conflict. They were eaters of worlds now, a force without equal, destined to leave a trail of destruction across the stars. In the words of an unknown author from the pre-unification religious text, the only thing that burns in hell is a part of you that won't let go of life, your memories, your attachments. They burn them all away, but they're not punishing you. They are freeing your soul. For Angron and his world eaters, war was not just the path to victory. It was the crucible that would free them from their humanity. However, it is also important to understand that in the early days of Angron's reign over the world eaters, the Primarch maintained a cold distance from his son. The reason was rather simple. None of them were strong enough to survive the implantation of the butcher's nails, the cortical implant which Angron had. Their failure was not met with sympathy or concern. Instead, Angron simply saw it as weakness and a failure of his legion. Disillusioned by this, he abandoned his command, hijacking a frigate and disappearing. For 2 long years, the world eaters scoured the galaxy searching for their missing father. Finally, Centurion Khorne, the Primarch's loyal equerry, discovered Angron on a backwater feral world. The Primarch was now in a state of profound despair, having turned savage, seeking a final adversary to end his suffering. This discovery left Khorne both stunned and shaken. Confronting Angron in this pitiful state, Khorne reminded him of his Nucerian comrade and how they would have never accepted him living like this, reduced to a desperate seeking of death. These words struck a chord with Angron, and he would reluctantly agree to return to the Legion, swearing that he would attempt to lead them in a way that would rid them of their weakness inherited from his blood. This pivotal moment marked the turning point for the 12th Legion. From that day forward, the World Eaters were not only a force of war, they were a living embodiment of the beliefs Angron had built in Nuceria. As the years passed and the World Eaters' relentlessness and ruthlessness spread throughout the stars, whole star systems surrendered without a fight at the moment Angron's fleet entered their orbit, fearful of what the Primarch and his warriors would unleash upon them. The reputation of the World Eaters had grown so potent that even hardened Imperial commanders trembled at the thought of facing them. The dark tales of unspeakable atrocities that followed their every campaign frightened them. Stories of wanton destruction that sent chills through even the highest echelons of the Imperial War Council. One such story would forever haunt the memories of those who witnessed it. This was the cleansing of Agritha, where Angron and his legion joined Reboot Guillemins, Ultramarines, and their Primarch in an assault on the Basalt Citadel. The defenders of this non-compliant world made their stand within their nigh impenetrable fortress, only to find themselves surrounded by the ferocity of the World Eaters' assault. Guillemins would later recall the horrific sight of the World Eaters' corpses forming ramps that allowed their attacking forces to breach the citadel. The bloodshed within was even worse, and the horror left behind a sickened Guillemin who had been shaken to his core. It was during this campaign that Angron would first earn the moniker of the Red Angel. While some saw it as a fitting tribute to his destructive power, Angron loathed the title. The Imperium already had an angel, the Angel Sanguinius, the beloved Primarch of the Blood Angels, and Angron wanted no part in mimicking the mutant warrior. Angron was his own man, and above all, he valued his identity. The title, given in both glory and infamy, would come to haunt him one day, and it would become one of his most fitting and despised epitaphs. While the World Eaters would amass victory after victory across the galaxy, it came at a grave cost. Angron's brutal methods of leadership, though effective in battle, exacted a tremendous toll on his warriors. In the most infamous of his orders, Angron demanded that his sons conquer a world within 31 solar hours, the exact time it took for a single Nucerian day. This demand was tied to a memory, a victory of his on his homeworld, a victory that cost him dearly. The World Eaters, however, failed failed time and time again to meet this impossible deadline. Angron's solution for this failure was as ruthless as it was unforgiving: decimation. For each failure, 1 out of every 10 warriors within the unit would be executed by his brothers. The other 9 were required to carry out the execution, forcing them to kill one of their own for their own failures. This savage punishment, born out of Angron's own experience of violence and retribution within the gladiatorial pits, pushed his warriors to the very edge. It was a method of enforcing obedience, but it was also one that lay bare the terrifying toll of their Primarch's leadership. As the second compliance of Gehenna unfolded, this brutal system of punishment reached its breaking point. As a veteran officer, one who had seen countless campaigns and shared in the bloodshed of the World Eaters, could bear it no more. The decimation order was far too much, even for those who had been conditioned to the horrors of war. This moment was a critical flashpoint, one that would resonate throughout the entirety of the Legion, and shape their future in ways Angron could never foresee. For Angron, leadership was not about cohesion or nurturing strength through unity. It was about power and dominance, along with the destruction of weakness. His methods shaped the World Eaters into a legion of unparalleled ferocity, but at what cost? The brutality of his leadership left deep psychological scars within his warriors, scars that would define and eventually break the Legion as a whole. Angron's legacy was not one of honor or glory, it was one of unending war. A war that stripped his sons of their humanity, leaving only relentless vessels who had an undying need to conquer and destroy. The next event of galactic import that would occur to the World Eaters would be the scouring of Gehenna in the later stages of the 30th millennium. Gehenna, once an isolated human world, had endured the horrors of old night, leaving it scarred and deeply fractured. Its technological advancements were overshadowed by the rampant genetic diseases that ravaged the population. By the time of the Great Crusade, only a few hundred of the original Gehennans survivors remained, kept alive within life pods. The planet itself was only known by its numerical designation at the time, 9315, and it was rediscovered by the Imperium. At first, the Gehennans peacefully accepted Imperial rule. However, after several Terran years of occupation, all communications within the planet ceased. The World Eaters, led by their bloodthirsty Primarch Angron, were dispatched to investigate the lost contact. Upon arriving, the situation quickly escalated. The once compliant Gehennans had altered their own biology, creating a modified form of abominable intelligence, a fusion of organic life and mechanical constructs. Their appearance now more closely resembled humans, but their actions told a darker story. Negotiations quickly broke down, and Angron, driven by his infamous tradition of ruthless destruction, ordered a full-scale invasion. He would demand that the planet be subjugated within 31 solar hours, the time frame that he had come to impose on almost all of his military campaigns. For Angron, failure to meet this deadline meant more than a mere loss of time. It would mean that his legion would be decimated once again. This cruel practice drove his warriors to fight even harder. However, the realities of this invasion were more dire than the World Eaters had anticipated. Inadequate orbital support and the lack of heavy armor or artillery left them vulnerable. The command was entrusted to Centurion Mago of the 18th Company, a veteran of Terra, desperate to avoid further casualties amongst his brothers. Upon reaching the surface of Gehenna, the World Eaters encountered no conventional resistance. Instead, they were swarmed by billions of simulacrums, artificial constructs designed to mimic human behavior. These unarmed, seemingly simple creations proved to be rather formidable in their mass numbers. No matter how many simulacrums the World Eaters destroyed, more would appear in their place, and the sheer mass of these creations overwhelmed the legionaries. And for a time, it seemed that the World Eaters might be overrun. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the World Eaters eventually would be reinforced with the needed armor and artillery support, allowing them to breach the city walls. However, even breaking through the city's defenses, the World Eaters would still be unable to fully subjugate Gehenna within the time allotted. The results were that they failed once more to meet the imposed deadline. Angron, who had been awaiting news of his legion's success, would not tolerate their failure. Aboard the Conqueror, Angron demanded the next round of decimation, and when Mago refused to carry out these orders, Angron's fury knew no bounds. The Primarch, already known for his volatile rage, began to slaughter his own warriors, cutting down dozens upon dozens in his maddened state. It was only when the librarians of the 12th Legion under Leticio Primus Valorus intervened and used their psychic powers to force Angron into unconsciousness that the bloodshed ceased. But even in unconsciousness, Angron's wrath still lingered, leaving a crisis in his wake. The Legion, now leaderless and without direction, had multiple questions arise for the future of the World Eaters. During this chaotic period, Apothecary Golan Sulurk had a rather major technological breakthrough when he announced that he found a way to implant the Butcher's nails within Astartes without the burnout that would eventually kill their father, that existed within their father's own implants, which were rapidly killing him, meaning that the World Eaters would be able to have a more sustainable version of the Butcher's nails implanted into them than the previous models, which quickly burned out their users. And he announced that he would be able to accomplish Angron's dream of a legion filled with berserkers. But Mago, horrified by the prospect of the legion becoming consumed by the same uncontrollable rage that filled Angron, could not sit idly by. He feared the Butcher's nails would turn the World Eaters into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Desperate to stop this process, Mago rallied his fellow Terran veterans of the original War Hounds aboard the Hound's Tooth. Their plan was rather simple: to destroy the equipment used to produce the Butcher's nails and to slaughter Sherlach in order for it never to be mass-produced. Yet in a cruel twist of fate, their attempted sabotage would soon fail, as Khorne, one of the most loyal and brutal World Eaters, would become the first to receive this new variant of the implant. With the success of the first implant, Sherlach proceeded to enhance a further 1,000 World Eaters with this more advanced version of the Butcher's nails. This marked the beginning of a terrifying new chapter for the Legion. Angron, now having awoken from his psychic-induced slumber, would lead these newly enhanced warriors. Fueled by rage-induced implants, the World Eaters immediately launched themselves into a counterattack of the Gehennans. However, unlike before, due to their new enhancements, the World Eaters cut through the planet's defenses with terrifying speed. Even with the overwhelming numbers, the simulacrums were no match for the fury that now gripped at least 1,000 brothers of the Legion. But it was not just blind rage that led them to victory. Sherlach's expertise with Gehennan technology revealed the location of their command center, which controlled all the simulacrum. By tracing these signals, the World Eaters tracked them back to their life pods, where the true Gehennans, the ones still living in somewhat physical bodies, lay. Ironically, only just over 1,000 true Gehennans were left. These few survivors were merely controlling thousands upon thousands of simulacrum. Their numbers had dwindled to such a degree that the final battle was more of a massacre of the last true remnants of a once great civilization than a military victory. The World Eaters, the few enhanced with the Butcher's nails, slaughtered the Gehennans and the simulacrums without mercy, and the only remnants of the Gehennans would be the haunting tales of a civilization and the costs that they would pay for tampering with what the Imperium deemed as abominable. In the wake of the Gehenna massacre, the World Eaters, now overwhelmed by their uncontrollable rage, faced a rather grim reality. The survivors of the Gehenna massacre, primarily the planet's simulacrum, had been slaughtered without mercy. In their final moments, the Gehennans, those few true human survivors of the planet, pleaded for mercy, hoping for some reprieve from the storm of bloodshed that would engulf them. But their pleas were met with disdain. Khorne, one of Angron's most brutal lieutenants, responded coldly, declaring that the galaxy was the Imperium's to claim. Their world was, by all accounts, condemned, and the World Eaters moved forward with their grim task, as the simulacrum, the artificial life forms who were engineered to serve and were almost mechanical copies of humans at that point, were utterly and totally eradicated, and the few Gehennans remaining, who had long relied on their creations for survival, were left in the wake of this horrific cleansing to slowly die. Meanwhile, a faction within the World Eaters, led by Centurion Mago and a group of disenchanted warriors, began to sense their legion had crossed an irreversible line. The horrors inflicted upon Gehenna were but the last in a series of increasingly bloodthirsty acts. Fearing the irreversible path that Angron and Khorne were leading them down, Mago and his supporters began to plot. Besides their previously failed attempt to sabotage the creation of the Butcher's nails, they would attempt to subdue both Khorne and Angron, then bring them to the Emperor and have their actions judged by him. The hope was that by confronting their Primarch and his followers, they might halt the rampant bloodshed and find some redemption for the World Eaters. After the massacre of Gehenna, Mago and his faction confronted the World Eaters on the planet's surface. The rebels, who themselves were armed with nothing more than convictions and their hopes of saving their comrades, begged their Primarch Angron and Khorne to cease their relentless slaughter of what little humanity was left. However, their pleas would fall on deaf ears. The once loyal warriors of the 18th Company now found themselves caught in a brutal battle against their own kin, and the atmosphere was thick with the noise of war. Each side determined to shape the Legion's future. Mago, facing his old friend Khorne on the battlefield, fought with a deep sense of sorrow and purpose. In their confrontation, Mago was ultimately struck down, but before he fell, he uttered a final declaration. The 12th Legion will be damned by their actions, and the dark path Angron has forced us to walk. These words would resonate far beyond the battlefield, proving to be prophetic. With Mago's death, the rebel faction faltered, and the remaining survivors faced with the inevitable wrath of Angron, as they halted their battle and submitted to their Primarch's will. Unfortunately for them and the greater humanity, the unity of the World Eaters was quickly restored, but at an awful cost. Angron's command was now absolute, and the Legion completely broken by his will. Then they descended upon Gehenna once more. This time they would leave no trace of anything alive on the planet. The Gehenna massacre would be concluded within a single night, and the World Eaters scoured the planet of all life manually. Not one building, one person, one animal spared. Imperial records shockingly note that the psychic screams of the dying were heard by Imperial astropaths across half the sector, a chilling testament to the scale of unremitted horror and bloodshed that the World Eaters would unleash that day. The cries of the last Gehennans echoed throughout the minds of Imperial psychers and signaled the end of the planet's history. In the aftermath of this carnage, the Terran Council called for censure of the World Eaters, demanding that they ceased the implantation and usage of the Butcher's Nails. Soon after, the Primarch, Leman Russ, and his Space Wolves were dispatched to Gehenna and tasked with confronting Angron in order to put an end to the implantation that had led to this path of destruction and madness. In the records of Imperial history, there is a dark chapter known as the Night of the Wolf, a moment of violent confrontation between two of the Emperor's greatest sons, Angron and Leman Russ, each commanding their respective legions. It was an incident that to many is shrouded by mystery but marked by bloodshed, and would later be further obscured in official records. It occurred in the aftermath of the Gehenna Massacre, a horrific event that saw the planetary population of Gehenna exterminated to its last during the Imperial Compliance Campaign, even after they had surrendered. It was in a time when the World Eaters were in essence battered but broken, at the very edge of collapse. The catalyst for this violent encounter was the arrival of Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, who had been dispatched by the Emperor himself to rein the increasingly savage and uncontrollable actions of the World Eaters in. The Space Wolves, fierce and proud warriors, arrived on the war-torn world of Gehenna, specifically to the battlefield of Maliaka, where the two legions would meet. The World Eaters, having massacred the inhabitants and having a miniature rebellion of their own, were in a state of disarray, ragged and broken, yet still loyal to their brutal cause. They formed haggard and staggered lines before the might of the Space Wolves. Weary from the campaign but still fueled by bloodlust which characterized their legion, they stood firm. Before them stood two Primarchs, both fierce embodiments of war. Angron, fresh from the hordes of Gehenna, stood covered in the blood of his fallen enemies, his body a map of fresh wounds and battle scars. He wielded his iconic weapon, Widowmaker, a brutal axe that had claimed countless lives over the years. In contrast, Leman Russ, ever the figure of ferocity and power, stood in his resplendent battle armor, its dark color reminiscent of the raging storms of his homeworld of Fenris. Russ's weapon, Kraken Maw, was a vast chain blade, its teeth forged from the fangs of the sea devils that terrorized the seas of Fenris. The tension between the two Primarchs was palpable. Angron, still scarred by his past and consumed by the Butcher's Nails, whose vicious impulses drove him further and further, refused to recognize Russ's authority. He warned the Space Wolves leader to leave the World Eaters alone, threatening dire consequences should the situation escalate. But Russ, ever loyal to his father, informed Angron that the Emperor had decreed the end of the Butcher's Nails implantation procedure in its totality. According to Russ, he sought to end the massacres perpetrated by the World Eaters, and the World Eaters themselves were to submit to the Space Wolves, who would escort them back to Terra. where these horrific implants would be removed. What transpired next remains somewhat unclear, as both legions have claimed to have been the first to fire the opening salvos. Imperial archives are intentionally vague on the details of this, potentially in part to Angron eventually becoming a traitor, referring to the event as the Gehenna Scouring, omitting the violent confrontation between the World Eaters and the Space Wolves. Both legions would later record the events as a source of pride, yet also their texts would underscore it as a point of shame. Though they both claimed victory, neither could be certain of the outcome. The battle was both bloody and inconclusive, with neither side achieving their desired triumph. In the end, the World Eaters did not return to Terra, and Angron would remain defiant, refusing to cease the implantation of his warriors. The Night of the Wolves remains a rather somber moment in the history of both the World Eaters and the Space Wolves, as it was not a victory for either legion, but a reminder of the growing divide between the legions and the increasingly disparate course of the Great Crusade. The consequences of this battle would continue to echo on for years to come, and set the stage for the Horus Heresy, where the rift between brothers would deepen still into an irreversible schism. Despite the bloodshed, Angron would refuse to comply with the Emperor's orders, continuing the implantation, and none of the Butcher's nails would be removed. Under his command, the World Eater's descent into violence deepened further still, and Angron ordered his tech marines to continue to implant his warriors with the Butcher's nails as soon as they were fully minted into Astartes. Nearly every member of the World Eaters would be subjected to this procedure, sans librarians, due to the Butcher's nails interfering with their psychic abilities, causing a feedback loop that would destroy both the implanted and the implanters. As the World Eater's savagery intensified, so did their rituals. The Legion's warriors embraced an increasing focus on blood rites, blood drinking, and gladiatorial combat. The Butcher's nails had transformed them into creatures of fury and violence, their thirst for slaughter becoming central to their identity. It was not unusual for World Eaters to compete in battle to see who could take the most skulls, each death fueling their insatiable thirst for carnage. The Imperium, and by extension the Emperor, chose to turn a blind eye to the growing excesses of the World Eaters. Their military successes on the battlefield and their unparalleled brutality made them an invaluable tool in the Great Crusade, and the World Eaters were indeed effective in their campaigns. And for a time, the Emperor and his advisors were willing to overlook the darker aspects of the Legion's practices. This, however, would prove to be a grave miscalculation. As the World Eaters continued their savage march across the galaxy, they fell deeper into the sway of the blood god Khorne, unknowingly so, but regardless. Their thirst for blood and skulls was no longer just a part of their culture, but it became their religion, and Angron their unwitting high priest, slowly dragging himself and them into the same type of slavery he so fought to be freed from. The more the World Eaters fought and spilled blood, the stronger the pull of Khorne became. It was in this atmosphere of unrestrained violence that the World Eaters would soon find themselves bound to another fate. With the ascension of Horus to the rank of War Master and his betrayal of the Imperium, the World Eaters would be bound to play their part in one of the most catastrophic events the galaxy had ever seen, the Horus Heresy. In the words of Khorne, the 8th captain of the World Eaters, from his own unpublished treatise on the 18 Legions,
The moment Angron was given mastery over us, we stopped being what the Emperor wanted and became what our father wanted instead. How could he have not foreseen the madness to come when it was he who made it happen? Or did he even care, so long as we spilled the blood he needed spilled to expand his realm? If you desire to cast fault on the path that the 12th Legion embarked upon, then the blame could be placed nowhere other than the throne of Terra at his feet.
The destruction of the Artarian technocracy was another one of the major moments of the Great Crusade where the World Eaters were heavily involved. During the pivotal year of 004 M31, the Sons of Horus, fresh from the miraculous recovery of the Primarch on the feral world of Davin, encountered a highly advanced human civilization known as the Aratian technocracy. The technocracy was on the planet of Urus, and they had emerged from mankind's early foray to the stars, which occurred considered during the Dark Age of technology as a major power within the sector. Their culture and technology had evolved in a manner strikingly similar to that of the Imperium, in particular resembling the Mechanicus of Mars more than anything else. This made their society both fascinating and dangerous in the eyes of the Imperium and most Imperial commanders, in particular since they held rare, valuable, and rather powerful standard template constructs, some which have been lost to humanity since the Age of Strife. Horus, now the War Master, along with his retinue of Sons of Horus, engaged in diplomatic discussions with Fabricator Consul, the leader of the technocracy, in an effort to bring their world into compliance with the Emperor's grand design. However, the meeting held aboard the Vengeful Spirit would take a rather violent turn. During their exchange, Horus discovered that the technocracy had access to some rather coveted SCC designs, which would serve as vital tools in the War Master's upcoming campaign. Yet instead of negotiating for their alliance, Horus's response to this information was rather swift and brutal. He drew his bolt pistol and executed the Fabricator Consul on the spot. Without warning or hesitation, the technocracy's elite, who were known as the Brotherhood, which in no small amount of coincidence also wore power armor and wielded weaponry and technology very similar to the Space Marines, were likewise annihilated in a brutal act of violence and supremacy. While the official explanation given by Horus for his sudden violent actions stated that the Fabricator Consul had planned an assassination attempt, the truth was far more complex. By this time, Horus had already begun his descent into madness, his soul corrupted at its root by the ruinous powers. His actions against the technocracy were not merely about self-defense, but rather a symptom of his growing disillusionment and the spread of corruption within the Sons of Horus Legion. Over the course of the next 6 months, the conflict would escalate into a bloody war of attrition, where Horus was forced to call upon the world leaders, led by their Primarch Angron, to assist with the War Master's campaign. The final assault on the Iron Citadel, which was the Brotherhood's last stronghold, would come at a bloody climax, as Angron's blood-soaked warriors breached the fortress walls. The Brotherhood, in a final act of defiance, detonated explosive charges, burying the attackers under tons upon tons of rubble. Yet Angron, consumed by unremittent rage, tore his way free and massacred the remaining Brotherhood defenders with his monstrous chain axe Gorefather. Amongst the dead was Ephraim Guardia, the senior preceptor and castellan of the Iron Citadel, whose life was claimed in the opening moments of Angron's unleashed fury. The destruction of the Brotherhood and the subsequent seizure of their advanced technologies by the Sons of Horus represented a decisive end to the technocracy's existence. However, the ramifications of this victory would echo far beyond the world. Horus, ever ambitious, used the technocracy's STC data to court the allegiance of Kelbor Hall, the Fabricator General of Mars, along with a faction of the Adeptus Mechanicus. With the lure of these unknown and potentially forbidden technologies, Horus manipulated them into betraying the Emperor, an act that would set the stage for the Schism of Mars, and so the Dark Mechanicum would rise from the ashes of betrayal, forever altering the course of humanity and plunging the Mechanicus into civil war, unfortunately causing the loss of uncountable amounts of technological advancements. With a large sum of its technological heritage destroyed, Horus, in essence, laid the very foundation of the current Adeptus Mechanicum. Following that, in the same year of 004 M31, Horus, ever the strategist, sought to quash an uprising on the technologically advanced world of Agrita, which had fallen into the hands of Imperial separatists. To bring the rebellious world back into line, he called upon 3 of the Emperor's legions, the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters, and the Ultramarines. The initial conquest was rather swift, but the key to the world's fall lay in the capture of a massive fortress where the separatist leaders had taken refuge. Horus, eager to press forward, tasked Angron with the assault on the citadel, instructing him to focus on the leaders alone and to show no mercy. Angron, ever the unchained embodiment of rage, led his legion into the heart of the fortress with a brutal and singular purpose: annihilation. What followed was a savage massacre. The defenders, though well armed and heavily entrenched, were no match for the fury of the nail-enhanced World Eaters, who surged forth over the bodies of their own fallen comrades. The cost was immense, with a dozen World Eaters falling mere meters from the fortress walls. As the last remnants of the fortress fell to the World Eaters, their fury was running at full bore. The rampage that followed left the interior of the citadel as a garish sight, the defenders torn apart, their dismembered bodies scattered across the hallways, creating a scene that would haunt even the most hardened Astartes. By the time the Ultramarines arrived, the battle was already over, but the carnage that they left behind spoke volumes. The World Eater's brutality in the aftermath of the battle was undeniable. The Ultramarines, disgusted by the savagery they witnessed, reported the atrocities to the Emperor, but the damage was done. Horus, now fully embracing the influence of chaos, saw the World Eater's uncontrollable rage as the perfect fit for the ruinous powers. Thus, the cleansing of Agrita was not just the end of the rebellion, but it marked one of the nexus points of corruption for Horus and his legion, along with the World Eaters, who themselves were already walking the path of the damned. By the dawning of the 31st millennium, the World Eaters had descended into even more savage fits of bloodlust. Their once noble cause had been eclipsed by the barbaric whims of their damaged Primarch. His tyranny, fueled by the brutal implantation of the Butcher's nails, spiraled out of control, and his brethren, his fellow Primarchs, began to voice their concerns directly to the Emperor. The situation was dire, but the Emperor, with the weight of the galaxy upon his shoulders, had already left the Great Crusade and returned to Terra. In his absence, he had entrusted the task of confronting Angron to one of the men he trusted the most, above all others, Horus Lupercal, the War Master. However, what the Emperor did not know was that Horus, whom he had raised to the highest ranks amongst his sons, the first amongst equals, had already been corrupted by the ruinous powers of chaos, following his campaign to reconquer the plague moon of Davin. Horus had succumbed to the whispers of the dark gods, and the seeds of betrayal had already taken root deep within his soul. In Angron, Horus saw an ally who shared his deep bitterness towards the Emperor, and it did not take long for the War Master to feed his resentment, recounting to Angron the Emperor's abandonment of him on Nuceria, a world that had once seen the brutal crushing of Angron's hopes. With these words and the honeyed tones of one of the most, if not the single most charismatic of the Primarchs, Horus stoked Angron's fury, twisting the Emperor's perceived betrayal into justification for a darker, more insidious cause. In Horus, Angron had seen not only a fellow warrior, but a leader strong enough to replace the Emperor, a man who would allow them to revel in their shared hatred. Horus's words were like a balm to Angron's wounded pride, and in the end, the World Eaters would stand beside the War Master when Horus ignited the heresy. As the galaxy would be plunged into chaos, the World Eaters eagerly joined Horus's rebellion, casting aside the Emperor's light for the promise of blood and war. The World Eaters became one of the original 4 Traitor Legions alongside the Death Guard, the Word Bearers, and the Sons of Horus. And so the die had been cast, and the chains began to encircle Angron and his sons. For while the Emperor may have freed Angron of his masters on Nuceria, he had been fitted with a collar, and as Horus had promised him freedom from the Emperors, Angron had not noticed that he would be given over to a new master, a new owner, one who would wield the chains tighter than any other. Up next was the Isstvan III atrocity. It was a harrowing year of 005 M31 on the ashen surface of Isstvan III that the galaxy bore witness to the opening salvos of the Horus Heresy. Known grimly as the Isstvan III atrocity, this event would mark the moment when War Master Horus openly defied the Emperor, casting aside any pretense of loyalty and plunging the Imperium into the fires of betrayal and civil war. Yet even amidst the chaos of rebellion, it became apparent that one of Horus's most powerful allies, the ever-volatile Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, was still an uncontrollable force, driven by his own bloodlust more than any allegiance to a master, even Horus himself. The atrocity began with a murder stroke of deception. Horus had sent the loyalist enemies of the 4 soon-to-be Traitor Legions, the Sons of Horus, the Emperor's Children, the Death Guard, and the World Eaters, to the surface of Isstvan III, under the guise of eradicating a rebellion. The Astartes were oblivious to the betrayal awaiting them. As their assault raged against the Slaaneshi-aligned rebels, who were entrenched in Coral City, Horus unleashed his treacherous scheme. His fleet, stationed high up in orbit, rained death upon the world in the form of a virus bomb. The deployment of the horrifying Life-Eater virus eradicated all biological life on the planet, reducing millions of innocents into nothing but viscous sludge. Their combined psychic death screams were said to have eclipsed even the sacred Astronomicon, creating a cacophony of despair that reverberated across the imperium. At that point, Horus believed that the Loyalists had been eradicated, but he had underestimated the resolve of the loyal Sons of Terra. Thanks to the warnings of Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children, nearly 2/3 of the Loyalist Astartes survived by seeking shelter in sealed bunkers and other fortified positions. When the virus bomb failed to achieve the complete annihilation of all loyalists, Horus resulted into starting the second act of devastation, an orbital firestorm meant to scour any remaining resistance. Even this, however, failed to crush the loyalists entirely. This was where Angron, the Red Angel, took matters into his own hands, completely defying the War Master's strategy and direct orders. He led a massive force of 50 companies of world eaters in a drop pod assault, making planetfall and personally ensuring the destruction of his loyal sons and their brethren. The plaza to the west of the Precentor's palace became a site of horrific fratricide as Angron and his bloody warriors tore through the loyalist ranks with unrelenting savagery. These were not merely battles, but massacres. Driven by a primal fury that burned in Angron and his traitorous sons, he slew all who came forth, despite showing some modicum of respect towards the loyal sons who attempted to strike back at him, seeing in them what he failed to see in the rest of his sons. Men willing to break their own chains regardless of their master. Men who deserved the death he never achieved. Horus, enraged by his brother's insubordination, had little choice but to adapt to the chaos. Reluctantly, he ordered the full commitment of the traitor forces to a grand assault, seeking to turn Angron's impetuous violence into a twisted advantage. What followed was a grueling 2-month campaign, as the Loyalists, vastly outnumbered, outgunned, and outsupplied, mounted a valiant defense. They fought desperately, stalling the traitors' advance with every ounce of strength they held. Yet the traitors had the advantage of resupply and constant reinforcements, while the Loyalists' resources dwindled greatly. Eventually, Horus unleashed yet another orbital bombardment, targeting the remaining few Loyalist strongholds. This final act of annihilation broke the back of the Loyalist resistance, and the War Master's forces claimed victory, though at the cost of revealing their true nature and their betrayal to the galaxy at large. The Isstvan III atrocity would be remembered not only as a first battle of the Horus Heresy, but also as a moment the Imperium's dream began to fracture irrevocably. The brutal fratricide on Isstvan III was not simply a tragedy, it was a warning to the horrors to come, for in unleashing Angron and the World Eaters upon the battlefield, Horus had shown that even the bonds of brotherhood could be torn asunder in the name of rebellion, while Astartes could understand that a Primarch may fight another Primarch and may rebel. At this point, their biological programming, in particular that of the Loyalists, had made other Astartes becoming traitors something that's almost biologically inconceivable to them. In the aftermath of the Isstvan III slaughter, Angron's hatred for the Emperor only grew. He would continue to wage a war alongside Horus, participating in the Shadow Crusade and other campaigns in order to sow chaos across the galaxy. His motivations were driven not only by the promises of chaos, but also his own deeply personal vendetta against the Emperor, who should have left him to die on Nuceria, at least in his own mind. For Angron, the heresy was not just a rebellion, it was a final reckoning, a chance for him to reclaim the honor and dignity he had felt had been denied to him for so long. As once confided to his brother, "Let history mark my words well, for I care nothing about who sits proud on the throne of Terra when the last day dawns. Horus is a fine commander, but that's the limit of my admiration for that arrogant, preening bastard. I joined his rebellion because I can tolerate him easier than I can endure the abomination that names himself master of mankind. You want the truth of my life and death? I am Angron, the eater of worlds. I am already dead. I died over 100 years ago. sorrow in the mountains north of the city that enslaved me. I died after Deshika. This declaration would serve as a grim testament to Lorgar of Angron's bitterness and the irreversible corruption that had taken root deep within him. For the World Eaters, the rebellion was a final blood-soaked path to the redemption their father once so desired, one that would sever the bond to the Emperor and cast not only Angron, but his entire bloodline into the hungry embrace and servitude of the blood god Khorne. Their fate was sealed by Angron's broken defiance, and so they would trade one master for another, perpetually being held as slave of a god, whom they would know no true love from. The next event of galactic import would be the Dropsite Massacre, and it would occur in 006 M31. The Dropsite Massacre on Isfand V stands as the turning point of complete and utter unparalleled treachery, which shattered the unity of the Emperor's legions and plunged the galaxy further into the depths of civil war than it had ever been. It was on the barren, lifeless world that the betrayal would reach a crescendo. This betrayal, orchestrated by the War Master Horus, was executed with a chilling precision of an artisan, creating a masterpiece. The massacre was set in motion following the events of Isfand III, where Horus had already revealed his treacherous intentions. Learning of this, the Imperial Fist's Primarch Rogel Dorn, acting on the Emperor's orders and intelligence brought to him by the survivors from the Eisenstein, rallied the forces of 7 loyalist Space Marine legions under the supreme command of Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands. The Loyalists aimed to strike a decisive blow against Horus and his growing rebellion. The plan of attack was deceptively straightforward, a 2-wave assault. The first wave would consist of the Iron Hands, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders, who were tasked with securing the drop site and paving the initial assault in order for the upcoming wave to lend them support. Unbeknownst to the Loyalists, the legions of the second wave were 100% made up of traitors, which were the Alpha Legion, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords, and the Word Bearers, who had secretly pledged their loyalty to Horus and his dark crusade along with the ruinous powers. When the first wave made planetfall, they quickly secured the landing zone, albeit with heavy casualties. The traitors then feigned a retreat, something unimaginable for World Eaters. This was a calculated move that would lure the incensed Ferrus Manus into overextending his forces. Despite the warnings of Korax and of Vulcan, Primarchs of the Raven Guard and the Salamanders respectively, Ferrus Manus led his elite Morlock Terminator veterans in a bold but unsupported assault against the seemingly fleeing traitor forces. This impulsive decision brought Manus into the direct path of his brother, Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children. As Ferrus Manus clashed with Fulgrim, the second wave arrived, seemingly to reinforce the embattled Loyalists. However, as the Salamanders and Raven Guard fell back to regroup with the second wave, the true extent of Horus's betrayal was revealed, as the 4 legions of the second wave turned their weapons upon their unsuspecting allies, unleashing a devastating ambush that would shatter the Loyalist forces, who had become caught between the hammer of the second wave and the anvil of the retreating traitor forces. Surrounded, they would become annihilated with merciless efficiency. Amidst the chaos, the World Eaters, led by their unchained Primarch Angron and the Death Guard commanded by their grim Master Mortarion, launched a brutal counter-assault. The World Eaters surged forth like a tidal wave of bloodlust, slashing indiscriminately through the Loyalist forces, and often disregarding their own casualties. The Imperator-class Titan Dies Irae, an icon of Horus's might, also loomed up upon the battlefield, raining destruction upon the beleaguered Loyalist forces, sealing the doom of almost 3 entire legions. At the height of the massacre, the War Master himself entered the fray, leading his elite Justerian Terminators. Horus spearheaded a crushing assault upon the last vestiges of resistance. Trapped between the advancing traitor forces and the overwhelming power of the God Machines, the Loyalists suffered catastrophic losses. Tens of thousands of Astartes were slaughtered. Their shattered bodies were left littering the battlefield. Only a handful of Loyalist warriors would manage to escape, their survival little more than a testament to the betrayal they had endured. These survivors carried with them the dire news of the treachery of 4 more legions, further evidence of the War Master's expanding rebellion. For the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard, The massacre was what transfigured them into the Shattered Legions, who would forever remain at a shadow of their former strength. Too weakened to play a significant role in the remainder of the Horus Heresy, the Shadow Crusade and the purging of Nuceria would occur between 007 and 009 M31. The Shadow Crusade itself was a campaign of devastation orchestrated by the Word Bearers and the World Eaters that plunged the realm of Ultramar into chaos. Following the destruction wrought at Calth, the Word Bearers Primarch Lorgar sought to expand the domain of the Ruin Storm, a warp anomaly conjured through unholy rituals. This was done in order to divide the Imperium and prevent the Lawless forces from reaching or reinforcing Terra. This campaign was not only a strategic gambit for Horus and his rebellion, but also it was a prelude to the spiritual damnation of one of the Imperium's most tragic figures, Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters. As the Shadow Crusade carved a path of destruction through the eastern fringe, Lorgar became increasingly concerned about Angron's deteriorating mental and physical state, as while the Primarch physiology truly allowed the Butcher's nails to be brought out to their utmost. The cortical implants forced upon Angron during his enslavement on Nuceria were driving him deeper and deeper into madness, and they were doing uncountable amounts of damage to his biology, exacerbating not only his already unstable temperament, but damaging his brain, his nervous system, and even his heart. As they were designed to heighten aggression and suppress reason, they were flooding his body with adrenaline and other stimulants at all times, slowly killing the Red Angel. Neither the servants of the Traitor Legion nor the Dark Mechanicum, not even the Emperor, could find a way to remove the devices or halt the damage. This was the one breakthrough that was actually noted with the second version of the Butcher's Nails, the one implanted within the Legionaries, as said version would not kill the individual implanted with the Butcher's Nails. Lorgar, ever the manipulator, proposed a return to Nuceria. His stated aim was to uncover knowledge about the implant, but his true purpose lay in a different design, one that would bind Angron fully in servitude of the ruinous powers. Upon reaching Nuceria, Angron discovered that the planet's ruling elite, the same slave masters who had tormented him, had rewritten history. They claimed that he had fled the final stand of his gladiator rebellion, abandoning his comrades to death by combat. This lie ignited a murderous fury within Angron. Enraged, he commanded the World Eaters to extract a vengeance. Every man, woman, and child in the city of Deshika, once his captor's stronghold, was to be slaughtered. However, the purge would not stop there. Angron decreed the annihilation of the entire planet. The final stages of the massacre were interrupted by the arrival of Reboot Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, who had pursued Lorgar, Angron, and the World Eaters across Ultramar following the events at the betrayal of Calth. Guilliman confronted Lorgar in a climactic duel, gravely wounding his treacherous brother, and as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, Angron intervened, his wrath turning the tide of battle. As the two Primarchs clashed in a furious exchange, Guilliman's glancing strikes shattered one of the skulls adorning Angron's breastplate. Said skull was a relic of a fallen comrade from his gladiator past. The destruction of the skull unleashed a torrent of suppressed rage within Angron, as his howl bellowed out across the battlefield. The Butcher's Nails implants ramped up to their maximum, almost guaranteeing the end of Angron. However, Lorgar would seize this moment of emotional upheaval, chanting in a tongue that he had never spoken before, one which had never been even known to mortal kind. As he began a dark ritual, the skies above Nuceria split open, raining blood as the ruin storm engulfed the planet. In a crimson deluge, Angron would begin to transform, as Lorgar's incantations drew upon the power of the warp, locking Angron's muscles and igniting all his synapses in a fiery agony. His body convulsed, reshaping itself through the raw, unadulterated power of chaos. And Angron, the tormented slave, was reborn as Angron, the demon prince, though prince in name only, as he was a slave to the whims of one of the four craven gods. The World Eaters, remaining librarians, sensing the unnatural energies of the ritual, mounted a desperate countermeasure as they combined their psychic powers to form a gestalt consciousness known as the Communion. This psychic entity confronted Lorgar within the warp, attempting to wrestle control of Angron's soul in order to finally free their enslaved father. But Lorgar, as formidable in the immaterial realm as he was in the physical, overcame their efforts, and the Communion's failure sealed the librarian's fates. Angron was now fully ascended, transfigured, turned his demonic fury upon the Legion's psychers. Each librarian would meet a unique and horrific end, their deaths marking the eradication of the Librarius within the 12th Legion. The last vestiges of the War Hounds had been slain. The name the Legion bore before the Primarch's reunification with them would be extinguished at the hands of the father they attempted to save. All that remained was the World Eaters, fully consumed by the relentless bloodlust and the eightfold path of eternal slaughter they had been bound and enslaved to. The purge of Nuceria was not a mere act of vengeance or conquest. It was the culmination of Angron's tragic life, one defined by torment and fury, into becoming a twisted vessel, an eternal, undying slave for chaos. For the Imperium, it was a mere prelude of the horrors yet to come. It must also be noted that at the onset of the Horus Heresy, the Wordbearers, led by Lorgar, found themselves driven mostly by resentment that had festered since their humiliation during the Great Crusade. The Wordbearers, the Emperor's most faithful servants, had been forced to kneel in disgrace before the Emperor and reboot Guilliman on the world of Khorne. This symbolic act was designed to show their failure in enforcing the imperial truth, which marked a turning point for Lorgar and his legion, where he would betray all, as his complete and unwavering loyalty had been shifted from the Emperor to the ruinous powers. Seeking retribution, Lorgar had ordered most of his trusted advisors, along with First Chaplain Erebus and Dark Apostle Corferon, to initiate an assault upon the realm of Ultramar. This attack was a symbol of retaliation for what they had done. What followed was the devastating victory for the Wordbearers at the Battle of Skalathrax, which crippled the Ultramarines' Legion, reducing their capacity to respond to the growing threat posed by Horus. Meanwhile, Erebus, ever the conniving schemer and backstabber, had carried out a blasphemous ritual on Skalathrax, one that would summon the beginnings of the Ruin Storm. While the Wordbearers celebrated their successes at Skalathrax, Lorgar and his more reliable and loyal elements launched a second offensive in a joint campaign with Angron of the World Eaters. This was the Shadow Crusade, as they laid waste to many of the 500 worlds of the realm of Ultramar. In particular, with Angron and his World Eaters, Lorgar was able to destroy 26 worlds in rapid succession. Yet another incident of great import during the Shadow Crusade was the World Eaters and the Wordbearers facing off against the Ultramarines on the war-torn world of Armuta. Here, the World Eaters, consumed by bloodlust, were lured into a deadly trap by the tactical genius of the Ultramarines. As they stormed the ruined capital city, the Ultramarines collapsed entire buildings and even sewerways, burying many of the World Eaters, including Angron, under tons and tons of rubble. In the aftermath of this battle, Angron's twin chain axes were rendered useless, one of them losing the entirety of its teeth during the brutal fighting. Consumed by rage and disgust, Angron discarded his prized weapon, Gorechild, as it would no longer serve him. Yet, in an act of daring and defiance, Khorne broke the warrior traditions of the World Eaters and retrieved the weapon from the wreckage. Despite Angron's superstition that inherited weapons brought ill luck, Khorne had Gorechild repaired, and he has used the deadly weapon ever since. This moment, born out of desperation and defiance, would mark the birth of a legend, as Gorechild in essence became one with the history of Khorne, the greatest berserker of Khorne, and the mortal champion who best embodies the desires and wishes of the god of blood and skulls. It was through the entirety of the Shadow Crusade that Lorgar would slowly notice that the Butcher's Nails were, as mentioned above, essentially killing Angron, as they were not designed for the particular and unique physiology of a Primarch, or for the long-lasting survival of the user. It seems that Angron's Primarch biology was the only thing that kept him alive. The direct brain damage produced on Angron was becoming more and more pronounced with each passing day, and Lorgar realized that the degradation would soon kill him, long before the heresy came to its conclusion. Determined to save his brother from the horrific fate of death, which, if you asked Angron, was what he truly desired, Lorgar prepared a desperate plan. His whole scheme to lure Angron back to Nuceria in order to turn him into a demon Primarch, enslaving Angron through immortality, and forever binding Angron's fate to a nightmare unending. He would drag Angron into the immortal realms of the gods, even if it meant breaking his will in the process. And this would occur on Nuceria. And once upon their arrival, Angron's first act was to visit the Sheka Ridge, the site where his comrades had fallen. Those gladiators who had once fought alongside him had their remains laid bare, exposed to the elements. Bone fragments and weapons could be seen, their remnants abandoned to time and neglect. This exposure drew harsh memories of his past torment, far too horrible for any lone man to bear, let alone a Primarch. This was not simply a visit to the grave of his fallen brothers and sisters. It was also an emotional confrontation with the ghosts of the past, as he would find, in essence, a plaque that called him a coward who abandoned the slave army. But it was not merely this sight that caused Angron to truly snap, as he was here not only to visit the grave of his fallen brothers and sisters. He had come to confront the rulers of the city-state of Desha, the once proud and powerful institution which had claimed ownership over him. The city-state's rulers, still clinging to their misplaced vestiges of power, recounted a version of Angron's past that was little more than a lie. They spoke of how he had abandoned his people just prior to the Battle of Deshika's Ridge, fleeing from the chaos and leaving the rebels to die alone on the mountains. They claimed that his cowardice led Angron to abandon them, labeling him not only as a rebel, but as a coward of a rebellion that failed and floundered without his leadership. The words would sting the Primarch greater than any physical wound had ever hurt him. For Angron, the truth of his past had been twisted, and those who had once claimed him a servant now vilified him as a traitor and a fiend, a coward. Enraged by these falsehoods, Angron unleashed his wrath. As the World Eaters and their allies began to massacre, slaughter, eradicate the population of Nuceria, the Ultramarines, led by Reboot Guilliman, managed to track down the traitors to the planet following the defeat at the Battle of Cal. The Ultramarines had been in a state of almost complete and total disarray, a collection of ships cobbled together from various campaigns, and the scattered remnants of the once pristine armada made their way to hunt down these traitors. Despite the makeshift nature of their forces, the Ultramarines were no less determined. Guilliman, now at the head of his 41-ship strike fleet, led the charge to seek vengeance for the betrayal of his brothers and to bring the traitors to justice. This was no ordinary punitive expedition. The Ultramarines were not at full strength, but even so, their legion was one of, if not the single largest legion in existence, so they were able to bring to bear quite the amount of force. They formed their ships into a battle line that would engage the Word Bearers and the World Eaters in a brutal exchange of broadsides, each side testing the other's resolve. The Ultramarines employed calculated lance strikes from a distance, and they were careful to avoid any opportunity that allowed the traitors heavy retaliatory fire. Their primary target was the flagship of the Word Bearers, Fidelitas Lex, and their secondary objective was to capture the World Eater's flagship, the Conqueror, in a boarding action. But the battle extended beyond the void. Guilliman had come not only to strike at the heart of the traitors' fleet, but to strike at the very surface of Nuceria itself. The vengeance of the Ultramarines was now personal. They had come to punish Lorgar and his Word Bearers for their betrayal. But their fury was particularly directed at Khorne, whose treachery had led them all into this galactic war. To bring vengeance to fruition, the Ultramarines initiated a landing assault, deploying a series of drop pods and launchers along with gunship and other craft in order to pursue and secure a foothold upon Nuceria. However, the Ultramarines had not anticipated the ferocity of the World Eaters' defense. The Conqueror, under the command of the legendary Lotara Serene, proved a formidable adversary. Despite the World Eaters' reputation for savagery, it was their tenacity that kept the Ultramarines at bay. Serene and her crew executed a masterful defense, destroying several enemy vessels that sought to land troops upon the surface. Their efforts held the Ultramarines' advance at bay for a time, but in the end, the sheer weight of the Ultramarines' numbers broke through. The last remnants of the World Eaters' resistance were in essence swept aside, and the Ultramarines' troops finally secured a proper landing on Nuceria. Thus, the battle for Nuceria proper could unfold as a brutal personal conflict, one in which Lorgar and the Word Bearers faced the wrath of their brothers. But this was not a victory for the Ultramarines alone. The cost of this confrontation would be felt across the galaxy as the Traitor Legions would continue to fight on. Now more resolute and resolved than ever, they had no chance of backing out from their allegiance to the Dark gods. And so the fate of Nuceria was in essence sealed. As the Ultramarines secured their footholds on Nuceria, the battlefield became a cacophony of relentless and unending struggles for control. In the typical Ultramarine fashion, they would establish defensive positions, clearing space for reinforcements to land. Yet every position that Ultramarines held meant another would be overrun by the World Eaters. Their fury unrestrained, and guided by the boost of the Butcher's nails, their savagery allowed them to overcome tactics with a frenzy of unending violence, their chain axes tearing through Ultramarine strongpoints as if they were mere sandcastles. Their insatiable thirst for battle propelled them forward in unrelenting packs of savage hounds of war. The World Eaters were in essence an unstoppable force of chaos, their brutal combat style earning them a terrible reputation. However, the Ultramarines matched their ferocity with a thirst for vengeance for the atrocities committed at Calth, for the destruction of their beloved home, and the desecration of the Imperium. The Wordbearers, though not as bloodthirsty as their allies, added to the carnage, with their fanatical devotion to the dark gods, granting them powers some would find unnatural, all the while using chants and dark hymns to carry out the power of the dark gods through blasphemous icons, advancing alongside their monstrous allies. Their litanies echoed across a war-torn planet, creating a chorus of devastation. Meanwhile, in orbit above Nuceria, Fidelitas Lex, the Wordbearer's flagship, had become little more than a battered husk. The once proud ship, a symbol of the Wordbearer's power, was now shattered in ruins, its armor pitted and its shields broken. The Ultramarines had attacked relentlessly, their ships darting in and out of the Lex's defenses, exchanging fire in brutal close-range skirmishes. Every assault by the Ultramarines chipped away at the flagship's integrity, weakening the defenses, until only a fraction of its once imposing arsenal remained. Yet the Fidelitas Lex refused to die quietly. Despite suffering significant near-catastrophic damage, it continued to fight back, rolling in the light of its own burning hull, firing its remaining macro cannons with desperate intensity. The Ultramarines knew they had to bring it down piece by piece until the ship was finally reduced to nothing but smoldering slag. Guiding the battle from his flagship, courage above all, Reboot Guilliman had resolved that the Fidelitas Lex would be the first to fall, shattered by 1,000 cuts. The Conqueror, the World Eater's flagship, was to be boarded and killed from within. Its entire crew, be they Astartes, Mechanicus, or mortal, were to be slaughtered. Yet as the battle raged on, neither traitor flagship would be able to receive any relief. The Lex and the Conqueror would fight alone, isolated from the rest of the traitors, as the Ultramarines armada relentlessly pressed on their attack. The final moment of the battle in space came in the form of escape pods, as the Fidelitas Lex began to break apart. The Wordbearer soldiers abandoned their ship, streaming towards the planet's surface. In the salvation pods and the Dark Mechanicum crafted emergency escape vessels. Despite their exodus, the Fidelitas Lex continued on to fight, its macro cannons singing in one final barrage of defiance, even as the massive vessel succumbed to the overwhelming firepower of the Ultramarines. The Void battle had become something personal, not a brutal exchange of firepower to end the enemy, but one where the Ultramarines sought to carve out their pound of flesh from the Wordbearers. The Conqueror was seemingly engaged in a desperate battle, fending off boarding attempts by the Ultramarines. The World Eater's flagship was unable to defend itself against the constant, relentless assault of the Ultramarines. It was battered by repeating waves of boarding torpedoes and assault carriers launched from the Ultramarines' battle barge, Armisman. As the World Eaters fought to repel the invaders, the smaller Ultramarines vessels slipped past their defenses, delivering drop pods, gunships, and troop carriers to the surface of Nuceria. The first drop pods slammed into the planet's surface, their doors opening to unleash Ultramarines into the war-torn landscape. These were not the same pristine warriors the World Eaters had seen on Armatura. These Ultramarines, who now stormed the battlefield, were veterans, battle-hardened from the atrocities at Calth. Their power armor bore the marks and scars of horrific conflict, burned and cracked, scarred by the horrors of battle. These were warriors driven not only by duty, by a cold, unending thirst for vengeance. Their hearts burned with a rage for their fallen brothers, and the destruction that was wrought upon their legion by those whom they should have been able to trust. As the battle on the surface intensified, the Fidelitas Lex remains began its final descent. Its massive form burned as it cut through the clouds of Nuceria's atmospheres. The ship's engines, or what remained of them, strained against the immense weight, pulling down the stern as the ship plummeted towards the planet's oceans. The impact would send shockwaves across the surrounding waters, but still the ship would continue to fight, its hull burning brightly as it crashed far from the shore, leaving nothing but a smoldering set of ruins in its wake. However, the war on Nuceria was far from over. As the Ultramarines pressed on their assault, Guilliman himself finally came face to face with Lorgar, the true architect of the heresy, and the one responsible for the corruption of so many legions. The two Primarchs stood before one another, their weapons in hand. Guilliman wielded two powerful weapons, which gave him a lethal advantage, but Lorgar's Crozius gave him significantly more reach. And when the two brothers met in combat, it was not the wild exchange of furious blows that one might expect from a confrontation of demigods. Instead, they clashed once, the power fists of Guilliman against the war maul of Lorgar. The impact sent a surge of energy through the air as the forces of raw, unadulterated power clashed around them. Neither Primarch spared a glance for their gene sons as they fought to the death, the sounds of battle roaring around them. Yet the two brothers remained focused on one another. Lorgar, after the clash, flicked crackling lightning from the head of his Crozius, shaking his head in a solemn form of denial. For him, this war was not about victory, it was about his devotion to the gods, a faith that transcended battle. For Guilliman, it was personal. There would be a reckoning with his brother who had betrayed him and everything they had once stood for. As the fighting continued around them, in essence, the galaxy watched as these two titans, each shaped by their ideals, met in a struggle that would shape the future of the Imperium. The conflict of Nuceria was far from over, but the end was near, and the fate of the galaxy now stood on a razor's edge. The battlefield was now a maelstrom of violence and chaos, but even amidst the carnage, the duel between Raboot Guilliman and Lorgar Aurelian stood as a moment of singular, chilling significance. These two titanic figures, Primarchs, genetic sons of the Emperor, demigods even, clashed with an intensity that defied comprehension. Around them, the warriors of their respective legions fought and died, their struggles dwarfed by the brutal confrontation of their leaders. Guilliman, the avenging lord of the Ultramarines, fought with a righteous fury, striking at Lorgar with his power fist, the blow shattering the wordbearer's Primarch's sternum into near paste. Lorgar, staggering under the assault, responded with a desperate struggle using telekinetic power. It lacked the precision and mastery of Magnus's own, yet it was sufficient to send Guilliman reeling. With a determination born of overflowing faith, Lorgar followed this with a devastating swing of his Crozius, the weapon's crackling power field crashing into the side of Guilliman's skull. The impact was immense, like a detonation of a cannonball, leaving Guilliman with a fractured cranium and a cascade of blood streaming down his face. Both Primarchs were battered and bleeding, their superhuman forms pushing them to their limits. Under the gray sky, they stared down one another. Their hatred was as palpable as the destruction being wrought around them. It was to the point almost a physical entity upon itself. But their battle was not destined to remain theirs alone. From the chaos of the Ultramarines' lines emerged Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, a horrifying vision of carnage and frothing wrath. His armor hung in ruins, a testament to the hours he had spent in the frenzied melee of the front lines. His twin chain axes dripped with blood, gore, and viscera of countless victims who had been cut down on his path towards his brothers. Around his chest, a grisly bandolier of skulls swayed, trophies he had taken from the mass graves at the Shika's Ridge. The blood of the fallen, both the trophies and their bearer, were cast in a crimson sheen. Angron seemed to wear it as a mark of triumph. Angron's rage at that point was ephemeral, his hatred volcanic, almost a force of nature upon itself. He launched himself at Guilliman, the force of his assault so overwhelming it displaced the previous duel between Lorgar and Guilliman. Guilliman was forced on the defensive, his tactical brilliance struggling to conquer Angron's unrelenting primal fury. and at that moment, Guilliman managed a glancing blow upon Angron that shattered one of the skulls adorning his breast, its fragments scattering across the ground. This unintended desecration only incensed Angron further. The World Eaters all heard a howl of anguish, one which was no mere mortal cry. It was raw, otherworldly, and it pierced throughout the entirety of the battle, like a sword thrust upon the heart of their foe. At that moment, Lorgar, crouched almost at death's door, observed the fight. He felt the warp roil with unnatural energy. The shattered skull was a catalyst, a symbol too potent to ignore, as he began the final stage of his plan to save and enslave his brother. Chanting words that had never been uttered by mortal lips, Lorgar unleashed his dark, disgusting plan. His voice, steeped in the ancient forbidden power of the dark gods, tore through the veil between realities. The ruined storm would then manifest itself above Nuceria, and a sanguine deluge would be born of the warp. That, along with the lingering echoes of 100 desecrated worlds, reverberated across the galaxy as the sky opened up and blood rained down upon the battlefield. This was a grotesque baptism. As the storm intensified, Lorgar directed its energies directly into Angron, his incantations igniting a transformation that would redefine the Primarch forever. Angron's body seized, his muscles locked by an unnatural force, coursing through every cell, every atom of his body. As his blood boiled, his veins were now alight with unholy fire, agony unlike anything he had ever endured. This was beyond pain, beyond the torment of the butcher's nails. As it racked his entire form, his sinews stretched, and his flesh tore and reformed. His very essence was twisted under the weight of the warp's dark blessings. Angron's cries of anguish and rage echoed across the battlefield, his voice both monstrous and tragic, signaling the moment of his apotheosis. As Angron ascended into demonhood, his transformation would not go unchallenged. The World Eater's final remaining librarians, 19 psychers who had avoided the fate of the butcher's nails and had attempted to persuade their father to change his path, sensed the warp's intrusion, and in a desperate bid to halt Lorgar's ritual, they combined their psychic strength, their very essence, into a gestalt entity known as the Communion, a fusion of their minds and their very souls into a singular, potent consciousness. The Communion struck directly at Lorgar's soul, pulling his essence into the imperium, where the two psychic forces engaged in a battle of wills and belief. For a moment it appeared as though the librarians might succeed, but Lorgar's Primarch-born strength in the warp was as formidable as his faith, and unfortunately for the universe and Angron, Lorgar triumphed, shattering the resolve and the collective resilience and resistance of the Communion. The transmogrification was now complete. Angron rose as a demon prince, a being of pure rage and chaos, his presence a harbinger of doom. His first act as a newly ascended creature of the warp was to turn his fury upon the librarians who had sought to save them. These psychers who had long tormented him with their mere existence became his first victims. Angron's vengeance was swift and merciless, a symphony of blood and destruction. Even as Angron unleashed his wrath, Lorgar remained kneeling, his wounded body spent. His broken bones had not been allowed to mend despite his Primarch physiology, but his dark purpose had been fulfilled. Around him the battlefield was an artistry of devastation, the cries of the dying mingling with the endless downpour of blood. Nuceria would be forever changed, a world broken by the machinations of the Wordbearers and the fury of the World Eaters. This moment was the culmination of his betrayal and hatred, not only towards the Emperor but towards all his brothers. Angron had been ascended to the height of a demon prince, an immortal entity forever enslaved by a god who could care less. With his transformation into a demon Primarch complete, Angron unleashed his wrath, consumed by the rage of the blood god. Angron finished purging the last remaining psychers from the 12th Legion. This purge brought no end of satisfaction to Khorne, the blood god, who abhorred the presence and powers of psychers amongst his chosen warriors. With his last act, Lorgar offered the entirety of the World Eaters to Khorne, binding them to his service irrevocably, enslaving a legion. There is no lack of irony for the fact that Angron, a man who fought his entire life for freedom and rebelled every chance he got, was enslaved by his own brother in a bid to save him. The Legion's path was now clear. Endless slaughter, an eternal tide of bloodshed. Nuceria, the tortured homeworld of Angron, bore the brunt of this new reality as the World Eaters tore through the cities and eradicated every last human life on the planet. And then they moved on to any shred of life. The planet became a desolate graveyard, embodying Angron and his enslavement to the Eightfold Path. This left the world in ruin. The echoes of the world's annihilation would eventually fade into the past as the story of Angron's greater path of destruction would be carved throughout the galaxy. Rabut Guilliman, who had been grievously wounded and reeling from the horrors he had witnessed, managed to escape Nuceria. His retreat was as much a tactical necessity as it was a psychological one. He could scarcely comprehend the monstrous transformation of his brother. For the Ultramarines, the losses on Nuceria were compounded by the knowledge that their own Primarch had faced powers beyond mortal reckoning. In contrast, Lorgar Aurelian believed his actions had saved Angron, as he viewed the ascension and enslavement as an act of brotherly love, a desperate, necessary intervention to free Angron from the torment of the Butcher's nails. In Lorgar's mind, no other option could have alleviated Angron's agony, and no sacrifice was too great to achieve this goal, even enslaving his own brother eternally. And the nails would continue to bite regardless of his new form. Aboard the Conqueror, Angron's new form radiated with unchecked power. His first decree as a Demon Primarch was both a declaration of allegiance to Khorne and a reflection of his new nature. He ordered Khorne, his most trusted champion, to massacre the ship's slaves and construct a towering skull throne with their blood-soaked remains. Shortly thereafter, the Dark Mechanicum presented Angron with the legendary Black Blade, a rune sword of immense size and power forged to complement his new brutal combat abilities and size. As the Shadow Crusade would unfold, Angron and the World Eaters abandoned even the tenuous structure of the War Master's plans. Instead, they embarked on a galaxy-wide killing spree, heedless of Horus's orders to gather at Ullanor. Their path was one of unchecked devastation, destruction unparalleled, leaving worlds like Deluge as grim memorials to their wrath. Horus would grow increasingly frustrated with the Demon Primarch's defiance, which would lead to Perturabo being dispatched, and the Primarch of the Iron Warriors was to retrieve Angron at all costs. The confrontation between the two would unfold amidst the ruins of Deluge, where the Berserker World Eaters and Khornate demons greeted the Iron Warriors with frenzied violence. Yet Perturabo persisted, drawing Angron into a titanic duel. The battle between the Lord of Iron and the transfigured Primarch was one of the most brutal clashes of the Horus Heresy. Angron's raw power and newly found speed, along with his ability to fly, gave him an early advantage, his blows hammering Perturabo with unrelenting force. Despite this, Perturabo endured, his iron will and tactical brilliance allowing him to exploit Angron's singular focus. With the aid of his Iron Circle, his robotic automata, Honor Guard, and a calculated bombardment, Perturabo ultimately forced Angron into submission. Even in apparent victory, Perturabo could not resist taunting his fallen brother. He reminded Angron of the chains of his past, declaring the former gladiator had merely traded one form of slavery for another, this time to the dark powers of chaos. The words struck a nerve, but before the battle could escalate further, the Ultramarines' fleet entered orbit above Deluge. Angron's laughter rung out, his voice twisted with scorn, as he welcomed the arrival, declaring that they would all perish together. Perturabo, ever the pragmatist, seized this opportunity to manipulate his brother. He invoked the memory of Nuceria, reminding Angron of the lives he failed to save under his slave master's whip. This appealed to Angron's deeply buried humanity, long enough to spur him into action. Conjuring a warp storm, Angron enabled the escape of both the World Eaters and the Iron Warriors. As Angron's rampage would continue, his allegiance to Khorne driving him to acts of unparalleled rage, he would reemerge during the climactic moments of the Solar War, when a massive warp rift opened above Luna, allowing the traitor forces to assault the throne world directly. Angron was seen aboard the battlements of the Conqueror, a towering figure of hatred and violence, poised to bring Khorne's wrath to the very heart of the Imperium. It was around this time that many world eaters began to not only resent, but outright hate their Primarch, loathe him, despite their biological need to adore their father. This trajectory, from Primarch to Demon Prince, from reluctant leader to avatar and slave, to the god of unending slaughter, in essence encapsulates the greater tragedy of Angron. His legacy would forever be written in blood at the service of another, but now rather than being seen as a liberator, he would become a curse upon the galaxy that he had once sought to escape, ever living, never gaining the death he so desired. Pivotal moment on the galactic scale, in particular for Angron and at the time Khorne the Bloody, would be the Siege of Terra, which they joined at around 014 M31. As the Siege of Terra raged on during the climactic end stages of the Horus Heresy, Angron, the once proud Primarch of the World Eaters, had fully succumbed to the overwhelming will of Khorne, the god of blood and slaughter, as he was transformed into an unstoppable, ever-regenerating engine of destruction, unchained by the weakness of mortality. Angron's rage and bloodlust would now know no bounds. It was during this final desperate assault on humanity's last great bastion that Angron's wrath nearly consumed everything in its path, even his own forces, as he now saw his sons as little more than baying dogs barking at his heels, with the Imperial Palace standing as last stronghold and only hope for the Loyalists. Its towering walls seemed to cut into the very sky above. Behind these walls, however, was the epicenter of a nigh impenetrable barrier, one crafted by the Emperor himself. This barrier was capable of warding off even the greatest of threats chaos could throw at it, including a demon Primarch such as Angron. Yet for all its power, it was not enough to cool the burning fury that raged within the heart of the Eater of Worlds. Angron, driven by an insatiable need to spill blood in the name of Khorne, demanded an immediate assault on the Imperial Palace. His mind at this time was already fully consumed by madness, and caution no longer held any sway over him. However, the remaining Traitor Legions had other plans. They decided that they should allow the Death Guard to be the spearhead, snubbing Angron, yet leaning on a clearly more tactically sound plan, which aimed at breaching the palace's defenses. Angron, now unchained and seething, saw this as a direct insult. His fury exploded into a violent, unending rampage aboard his flagship, the Conqueror. The Demon Primarch became a whirlwind of carnage, indiscriminately slaying anyone who crossed his path. Those unfortunate enough to come within his reach, whether traitor or servant, were met with a swift and bloody end. The tech priests aboard the Conqueror, whose role it was to maintain the ship's vital plasma reactor, were not spared from his madness. As the danger of the situation grew, Angron's unrelenting rage was seen as a threat not only to his enemies, but to the very survival of the ship and its crew. Recognizing the impending disaster, the legendary shipmistress, Lotara Serene, the captain of the Conqueror, acted swiftly, as she devised a rather desperate plan to neutralize Angron. In collaboration with Gendor Skarvok, a captain of the Night Lords known as the Painted Count, along with Khorne the Bloody, Angron's most trusted equerry, Serene sought to trap the Demon Primarch and remove him from the ship before his actions could lead to its very own catastrophic failure. The plan hinged on luring Angron into a carefully crafted trap and teleporting him off the Conqueror and placing him in a location where his fury could be contained and dealt with. Despite the efforts of Serene and her allies, the Siege of Terra would progress and the World Eaters would be forced to play an even more pivotal role in the battle, as the walls of the Imperial Palace would eventually be breached by the colossal titans of the Death's Head Legion, and it was the World Eaters who charged into the fray with reckless abandon. The battlefield would then become a maelstrom of blood and madness, as Angron's sons, consumed by the radiating waves of their Primarch's very own bloodlust, fought with an unparalleled savagery. Amongst them, Khorne of the World Eaters, the most infamous warrior upon the planet's surface at the time, would earn a gruesome reputation, his name forever being marked on the history books of the heresy for his role in carving a bloody path throughout the Emperor's defenses. As the battle would rage on in the corridors of the outer walls of the Imperial Palace, everything became soaked in the blood of fallen warriors. Khorne, now driven by an insane thirst for slaughter, pushed even deeper towards the Emperor's inner sanctums, carving out chaotic rivers of death. As the Emperor faced Horus in the final confrontation above Terra, Khorne's rampage would generally continue, as it would be within the vicinity of the Eternity's Gate where Khorne would fall in a duel against the legendary Sigismund. Khorne's body was found broken atop a mountain of corpses, fighting to the end, and becoming what used to be a living symbol of Khorne's very will in the material plane. However, the story of Khorne would not end there. As the World Eaters would withdraw from Terra, following Horus's defeat, a dark impulse would guide whatever was left of the Legion upon the planet. It was a whisper from Khorne echoing in their minds, compelling them to retrieve Khorne's body from the battlefield. Amongst the millions of dead littering Terra, it was Khorne's body that was chosen to become a vessel for Khorne's earthly wrath. When the World Eaters returned to the Eye of Terror, Khorne was resurrected, not as a warrior he had once been, but as a true mortal champion of Khorne. Angron's unchecked fury, while catastrophic aboard the Conqueror, paled in comparison to that which would be unleashed upon the galaxy by his most favorite warrior. In the eyes of Khorne had proven his worth far more than his Primarch. His fall on Terra was not an end, but rather a rebirth and a baptism of blood. Thus, Khorne was reborn as the Blood God's greatest champion and a living embodiment of Khorne's wrath, all the while becoming the World Eaters' new focus, an undisputed commander who would lead them, regardless of their differences, into an era of endless slaughter without pause and without pity. Now with that overview done, we can focus on the details. Now the confrontation on the Conqueror was more complex than as above. Khorne, though loyal to his Gene's Tower, recognized the need to act when he noticed the damage and destruction Khorne was causing the ship. Confronting Angron himself, Khorne attempted to appeal to the Demon Primarch's twisted reasoning, but the exchange quickly escalated into violence. During this confrontation, Angron revealed a chilling truth. The Dark Gods whispered to him of Khorne's destiny as the chosen of Khorne, a warrior preordained to bring unparalleled bloodshed in the Blood God's name, regardless of if it was a fate he so desired. Jealous and enraged, Angron sought to usurp the mantle for himself, triggering a brutal duel. Despite his ferocity, Khorne's gene-wrought might was no match for Angron's immense power. However, the equerry's cunning proved his salvation, as Angron prepared to deliver the killing blow. Khorne activated his teleport homer, binding the Demon Primarch in its field and casting Angron deep into the bowels of the Night Lord's flagship. When Angron awoke, he found himself imprisoned within the nightmarish construct of Conrad Kurz's desired creation, a shifting labyrinth of impossible geometry designed by Perturabo, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors. This trap was commissioned and partly inspired by the Night Haunter, and mirrored the Cava Ferrum, Perturabo's own personal sanctum. The maze itself was an intricate prison with walls that defied any form of logic, warping the very perception of those trapped within. Any attempt to map or navigate its corridors ended in maddening futility. The labyrinth was designed and crafted with Perturabo's unparalleled skill and nigh unlimited resources, and it was as much a psychological weapon as it was a physical one. Its endless turns and featureless walls rendered escape nearly impossible, supposedly breaking the minds of its captives, as they essentially wandered around in circles, unable to discern a path forward or a path back. Traps scattered throughout the maze further tormented Angron, subjecting him to the ceaseless trials set up by his brother as he sought a way out. This was not the first time the labyrinth had been used to torment a Primarch. No, the first time occurred just shortly after the Dropsite Massacre on Isstvan V, where the Night Haunter had captured Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders, and used the maze as not only a tool of psychological warfare, but as a weapon to wear down Vulcan, who had been known for his resilience. And it was thanks to this resilience that he was able to endure months upon months of ceaseless torment within the maze's twisting confines before his eventual escape. For Angron, however, the labyrinth became an endless cycle of rage and futility. His attempts to escape were met with failure at every turn, as his undying wrath was powerless against the cold logic of Perturabo's great creation. Trapped within this nigh unending prison, Angron's struggle exemplified the dark fate of the Primarchs, who had forsaken all for the hollow promises of chaos. At this point, the story of Angron is more one of humiliation and suffering, a testament of how truly devastating the consequences of allowing the corrupting power of the ruinous powers to run unchecked. Stripped of purpose and confined within the labyrinth of the Nightfall, the Demon Primarch's plight served more as a reminder to the Night Lords of the very flawed and fallible humanity of their sires. As the siege would rage on, Angron's absence left its mark, both as a reprieve for his enemies, as it was a bitter irony for the traitors who sought unsuccessfully to harness his fury. As the Siege of Terra neared its penultimate crescendo, the Traitor Legions' dark rituals managed to weaken the Emperor's psychic barriers, which had long protected the last bastion within the throne world. Inside, with the barrier compromised, demonic forces spilled upon the surface of Terra, heralding the arrival of the Demon Primarch Angron upon the battlefield proper. As rather than being dropped or escorted from any form of craft, he was just shot from orbit within the Night Lord's flagship Nightfall. Like a blazing comet, Angron descended through Terra's atmosphere, his fiery form being ignited, burning away and regenerating across the skies, landing with an earth-shattering impact, so devastating that it claimed the lives of both loyalist and traitor alike. Clad in his new monstrous form, wielding the cursed Black Blade, Angron tore through the loyalist forces like a whirlwind of slaughter, his power reaching heights that would not even be paralleled by his power during the 40th millennium. Angron's arrival and confrontation, in particular, would be heralded by the long-dragged-out siege for the Lion's Gate spaceport, which became one of the most pivotal battlegrounds in the entirety of the Siege of Terra, where Angron's ferocity was unmatched as he destroyed a Capital Imperialis super heavy tank and a massive Leviathan transport. It seemed even his unchained rage and unparalleled might were insufficient in order to breach the palace's own psychic defenses. However, the Traitor Legions, the mortal followers of Angron, would eventually overwhelm the Loyalists and cause the fall of Lion's Gate. With the Emperor's psychic barrier now reduced to protecting only the Sanctum Imperialis, Angron led his pack of baying dogs, the World Eaters, onto one of the greatest bastions of humanity, the Eternity Wall, cutting a path of carnage through the Loyalist defenders. Surviving records from this grim battle depict the crimson from Angron's now beastly form at the forefront, his black blade carving through armor and flesh, along with bone, with an unprecedented ease. Khorne, Angron's rather wrathful equerry, fought alongside him, while the traitor forces poured into the breach directly. Despite contradictory claims by the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters' accounts credit Angron's rune sword with the ultimate destruction of the Great Gate of the Imperial Palace. The Siege of Terra, a cataclysm of unprecedented proportions, witnessed the coming of Angron, the mad Primarch of the World Eaters, whose arrival upon the battlefield was nothing short of apocalyptic, as he was fueled not only by his own power, but that of the entirety of the slaughter which had occurred during the heresy. As the World Eaters launched an assault on the Imperial spaceport, the sky itself would seem to tear open, as once again Angron descended, his sheer presence rippling through the air. Unconcerned with strategy or subtlety, the Primarch dove headlong on hellborn wings into the fray, abandoning any semblance of coordination or order. The weight of his impact was felt across the battlefield, as the very earth beneath him had been torn asunder, destroying vehicles the size of hab blocks with a single wave of his arm, casting aside entire super heavy vehicles just by spreading his wings. Vehicles crashed to the ground as their mighty tracks ground helplessly in attempts to ram the Primarch. His wings would then unfurl, and he would unleash a bellowing, rage-filled cry towards the heavens. Khorne, witnessing the chaos firsthand, could only grin wickedly as he envisioned the carnage Angron wrought within the machine's exposed innards. The slaughter was total, and the wreckage consumed in a cataclysmic plasma explosion, reducing one of the most heavily armored war machines the Imperium or any race had ever known to nothing but fiery ruin. From the inferno, Angron emerged, his shrouded form cast in fire and carnage. His now bloody miasma, a swirling aura of raw destruction, warded off incoming fire as if it were no more than a gentle breeze in a summer's day. His cursed blade in hand, Angron swatted away a Leviathan's shell with a single sweep, sending the vehicle's destructive force harmlessly into the air. No weapon, no matter how powerful, truly stood a chance against him. Angron at this point was a force of nature, and his presence a harbinger of doom. As the siege would continue, the World Eaters and Khorne would press deeper into the heart of the Imperial Palace. Eventually, the Lord of the Red Sands would reach the Eternity Gate, and he would meet his brother who had just, in a handful of blows, defeated the great bloodthirster Kabanda. The angel and the demon met in the air, beneath a sky the color of blood, drawing breaths that taste of murder. The first impact of blade against blade is a metallic thunder crack, while their sons waged war below, fighting and dying in the shadows of their father's wings. The Lord of the Red Sand swings and the black blade shrieks, its steel fattened on souls, but the angel's gone. Twisting away, soaring higher, Angron beats his wings, giving chase. Enraged at his own cumbersome strength, it's like fighting a shadow. Each time he closes on Sanguinius, the angel rolls aside or furls his wings and drops away. Each missed swing of his sword, each failed grasp with his talons, resonates inside Angron's skull. With a splash of acid, the nails bite to give him strength. This is so, but they also bite to punish him. Now more than ever, the nails bite with the sound of Horus's urgent command, begging for the angel's death. Angron, what little is left of Angron now, that his soul has been transmogrified into the flesh matter of an ethereal god, has never heard Horus beg before. The weakness in the War Master's voice makes him shudder with revulsion. Sanguinius dives low, swooping towards the ground, and Angron follows. Volkite beams stab up at them both. Lancing the sky, they fly through the detonations that blackened the angel's armor and darkened his wings. The explosions do nothing but tighten the demon's hold on Incarnation. Every death taking place upon this planet, every life ending beneath them, strengthens Angron and seals his wounds. Closer he comes, closer. He can smell the sweat on his brother's skin. He can hear the drumbeat of his brother's blood. He can smell the sweetness of the angel's wounds. Sanguinius senses it and veers away with a grace Angron could never hope to match. A spread of feathered wings arrests his dive, and a slash of silver rips across the demon's face, but there is no pain. The pain itself, what he experienced, is a pain the ways others might experience grief or trauma or even frustration. To him, it is a helplessness, a wound within. It is something that cannot be tolerated, something that can only be overcome with the running of enemy blood. He's blind, his face broken by the silver sword, and without the organic receptors to process his injury, it's the weakness that hurts. His eyes regenerate as he thrashes blindly with his blade. Then he can see again, dull and dim for another few moments. Then clarity defeats the ash and dust swirling in the air. He doesn't see as a human sees. Angron sees the fires of souls, and his brother flares brightest of all. When they meet again, it's in the killing embrace. The Lord of the Red Sands tears the angel from the sky, clutching his golden brother in his great claws, bearing Sanguinius down. They fall and fall and fall and crash through the glassic dome of the Martian temple atop the warmonger titan Malax. They strike the floor with a roll that would break any mortal's bones, their tumbling bodies obliterating the mosaic rendering of the Opus Machina, sacred icon of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the Martian Mechanicum alike. This is a sacrilege neither brother notices. Tech priests and menials flee during the demigod's duels. Neither of them notices that either. Angron gets a clawed hand around Sanguinius' head and beats the angel's skull against the floor, once, twice, and cracks web out along the tiles in the form of stone-splitting veins. A fourth time, a fifth. There is weakness then. Perhaps it should be pain as well, but most definitely weakness. Angron's grip slackens and his arm dissolves. Literally, it dissolves from the shoulder down, and the Lord of the Red Sands is thrown as the angel rises. In Sanguinius' hands is a pistol, and the dregs of Angron's sentience recognize this as the melta weapon Infernus, a one-use thing of incineration. The angel casts it aside and takes wing, diving right at the demon. Leading with his sword, Angron rises his own blade, feeling the flow of the incoming blows like a promise whispered in warning, and he catches each of the angel's thrusts before they can impact against him. Metal grinds, sparks spray, arcing out from the meeting of blades, hypnotic in their beauty. For a moment, just a moment, he is on the plains of the Shirax, camping rough beneath the pale moon, watching the fireflies play above the banked campfires of his freed slave army. How peaceful that night had been, even with the nails knuckling into the back of his brain. How peaceful that one night was before the Emperor tore him away from his real brothers and sisters, the siblings of his heart and not manufactured blood, leaving them to fight alone, leaving them to die, leaving them to face this unwanted life end. Sanguinius impales him. A lance of ice runs through where his heart should be. The two brothers are face to face, one a visage of bloodied human perfection, the other a construct of absolute inhumanity, rage made manifest. As close as they are, despite the changes to Angron's vision, he can see the tiredness etched into the angel's features, the cuts and scratches that the battle for Terra has written onto Sanguinius's flesh, indelibly marking him. This war had rendered the perfect imperfect. Die, Sanguinius tells him, with a gentleness of giving a great gift. I free you from this torment. Angron's lips peeled back in the memory of a smile. He tries to speak. Speaking is difficult, not because he is dying, but because he is no longer a creature for whom speaking is natural or necessary. Speech is an echo from a lost life. The Lord of the Red Sands expresses himself in savage roars and the death of his foes. Sanguinius sees this, sees the way Angron's face twists, trying to remember how to form words, sees that the demon is not dying. The Lord of the Red Sands moves, but the angel is faster. Sanguinius tears the blade free and leaps upward into the sky. Bleeding, laughing, the demon follows. They swoop between the temple towers that rise from the back of Malax Meridius. They break away into the open skies. Sanguinius is slower in the open, but he is built for this. He is graceful and experienced, and born for aerial warfare. Angron has the unreal strength of demonic muscle, but he is a gargoyle chasing a hawk. Sanguinius weaves and soars, and dives out of his clutches and kill him. Horus inside the demon's mind. The words bloated by the pantheon, ripe with the borrowed power of the gods. Behind those words is a promise of pain, true pain, nails pain. The Lord of the Red Sands beats his wings, his sword, leaving a trailing wake of screaming souls, the dead of Terra, singing their song. They race low to the ground, hardly an arm's reach above the heads of their warring sons, fast enough that their armies are an indistinct blur. Angron swings the black blade. As he gouges the earth, he sends blood angels and world eaters tumbling across the ground, their bodies destroyed, their souls spilling into the warp and its million waiting maws. Without warning, Sanguinius climbs, soars. This is your chance, what you were born and reborn for. The Lord of the Red Sands ignores Horus's pulling. He senses Sanguinius tiring, senses it in the flicker of soulfire. His brother's spirits ripple with the desperate sweetness of exhaustion. The war, the battlement, the bane of the ninth bloodline. Yes, the angel's strength is running dry. The demon gathers speed, flying into the polluted wind, while anti-air fire stitches the air around him. Sanguinius weaves aside from blinding slashes of las cannon beams, rolls away from the juddering passage of legion stormbirds. Angron, far less maneuverable, crashes into it, goes through it, tastes the flavor of the doomed souls as the aircraft comes apart around him. It is nothing to him, an expenditure of a breath's worth of effort. Behind him, the stormbird falls from the sky, its hull aflame and cleaved in two. The largest piece of its structure will tumble against the side of the Sanctum Imperialis, detonating against the thickest void shields ever created. Wreckage will rain upon warriors of both sides. Angron knows none of this, will never know it. Don't fail me, Angron. The babbling of a frightened creature, speaking as though it were in control. The Lord of the Red Sands would pay it no heed. They dive through a death cloud of a falling titan, into black smoke and white fire of plasma. The billowing smoke cannot hide the light of the angel's soul, as Angron is close enough that he parts his jaw to reveal uneven rows of mismatched teeth that jut upon from bleeding gums as they cycle in this burning, choking sphere that only burns and chokes one of them. The demon gives a demonic roar, the sound exultant and instinctive. It is unfiltered emotion, and it reeks more of triumph than rage. Angron's mouth is still open when the spear hurled from the angel's hand strikes. It shatters most of the demon's teeth, severs his tongue at the root. and punctures through the back of his head, with the cervical segments of his spine reduced to ectoplasmic chunks. Angron falls, boneless and stunned from the sky. The angel twists in the smoke and follows his brother down. Angron hits the Royal Ascension with a cratering force at the heart of 2 warring legions. His impact kills almost 100 warriors on both sides. But this is another concern outside the shreds of his sentience. The surviving World Eaters cheer around him through the dust. They bay at him like loyal hounds, but he knows nothing outside his own fury. He claws at the spear. He roars around its impaling length. In these hopeless seconds, he's beast stupid in sound and action. Thrashing in the dirt, the lance comes free with a slick ichor pretending to be blood. Goblets of demonic flesh sizzling on its silver surface. Already the demon is reforming, reknitting, maintained by whatever metaphysical processes fuel his existence. The Lord of the Red Sands throws the weapon away in time to meet its wielder. The angel descends with a silence that stinks of false righteousness, as though he were a creature too enlightened to feel rage. The brothers collide in the crater they made. Around them, the battle for the Eternity Gate rages. The World Eaters are coming. The World Eaters and the Life Takers and the Bloodletters. Sanguinius senses them draw near. He hears their howling. Angron sees this awareness dawn in his brother's eyes. Sanguinius hacks and hacks and hacks as the snarls of chain axes and demon blades grow louder. It isn't enough. The angel launches away with a crack of his wings, carrying him upwards. The Lord of the Red Sands knows he can't catch Sanguinius in the sky. He scrambles for the fallen spear, draws it back, and this time there is no chase. This time Angron is ready. He throws the spear, still slathered in ichor from when he tore it out of his own throat. The second he casts it, it rips through the air with a concussive drumbeat, breaking the sound barrier. The angel rolls aside with the grace of the Skyborn, dodging the strike of bladed intent. No, Angron sees, not dodging. Faster than the eyes can follow, the angel caught his spear as it passed, rolled with the momentum, and now casts it back to the ground with a cry of effort. Angron will catch it, this twig of a thing, and he catches nothing but air, and the force of a meteor hits him in the chest, throwing him down, pinning him to the warp-stained ground. For several unreal seconds, the Lord of the Red Sands is impaled in place, speared through the chest. There is no pain, only humiliation. He frees himself in time to see Sanguinius ascending, leaving him behind. His wounds close, but slower, slower than before. The nails bite harder, despising his weakness. Angron turns his back on his brother, seeking the lesser blood angels in Legion Red. He wades through them, ending them, sending their bodies flying back, with heaving swings of his soul-thirsty sword. If he cannot catch the angel, he will lure him back. He learned from the Bane. It takes no time at all. Angron has scarcely began to shed blood before he hears the descending beat of angelic wings. The Lord of the Red Sands wipes the writhing blood of the dying blood angels from where they splattered upon his blade, and he turns to meet his brother once more. Bolt shells impact against him. Chain swords carve into the unmeat of his legs. He ignores this, the pitiful defiance of his nephews, with their bolters and chainswords. He kills them and devours them, and offers up their skulls to the skull throne. Yes, but now first the angel must die. The brothers go at one another, sword to sword. They are blurred to the mortals around them. So swift are the clashes of their blades that their swords sing a single extended note, a lasting ring without crescendo or diminuendo. It is beautiful, that undulating chime, a masterpiece of broken physics. But only one of them is immortal. Sanguinius, failed by mortal muscle, weakened by the war, begins to slow. His thrusts become deflections, his hacks swift parries. He gives ground, at first by centimeters, then with greater steps. Through eyes tense with effort, he sees that he's being driven back towards the violated Eternity Gate. The Lord of the Red Sands sees it dawn on the angel's face. How the longer they fight, the weaker only one of them becomes. In the searing thresh that passes for Angron's mind, he knows it will come. Any moment now, when desperation will force his brother's hands. Blades clash, they clash, they clash, they clash, and then Angron lets the silver sword run through him, taking it inside him, his demonic corpus as a sacrifice. He uses the blow, beating off the pain and craving the damage because it lets him get closer. Ooze bubbles through the cage of his teeth. The ectoplasm that animates him running from his body in a flow of lifeblood. But no matter, it's worth it. A taloned hand snaps around the angel's throat, and the other thrusts forward with his blade. Sanguinius jerks as a sword slides with miserable slowness into his gut. His perfect features darken with pain, and the Lord of the Red Sand feeds on the sight, feeds on the angel baring his teeth, feeds on Sanguinius's rich running blood. The sensation is narcotic, intoxicatingly pure. Even the god of war, in whose shadow Angron stands, bathes with pleasure at the shedding of this being's blood. Angron's grip tightens around the angel's throat. He thrusts his blade deeper, growling at the fresh flow of blood that bursts from his brother's mouth. Sanguinius's mouth works, but at first no words come forth. All he manages is to breathe out his brother's name, brother. It is a struggle for Angron to speak, but a lifetime of bitterness is dragged with agony in his brother's beautiful eyes. He sinks the blade deeper into the angel's body, hilting it in his brother's guts, and draws Sanguinius in until they are face to face. He is close enough to smell the blood on his brother's breath. He is close enough for it to splatter against his face. Angron. No sound in life has ever been sweeter than his flawless, beloved exemplar brother hissing his name in strangulation. Angron's jaws are poorly shaped for human speech, but the Lord of the Red Sand forces the words from his maw. Hark, the dying angel sings. Sanguinius reaches for him with weak, clawless hands. It's pathetic, the performance of a weakling. The Lord of the Red Sand doesn't need to breathe. He cares not if his brother's hands find their way around his throat. But the sweetness is fading. The adrenaline rush fades away. Is this truly how the angel dies? Is this all the fight Sanguinius has left in his celebrated form? Angron, the War Master, the coward, in orbit. The Lord of the Red Sand hears the voice break through the ecstatic haze, and senses Horus has been seeking to reach his blood-soaked mind for some time. There is derision in the War Master's presence, but above all fear. Release him! Release him! He is... Sanguinius's reaching hands close on a fistful of cranial cables that crown Angron's head. The angel grips the technological dreadlocks that form the external regulators for the butcher's nails. And the beast that Angron has become realizes, too late, much too late. The angel played the same gambit, risking a blade, welcoming it to get close. Kill him before the world ceases to exist, replaced by pain, real pain, a thing he thought he was incapable of experiencing, now stunning in its unfamiliar savagery. The Lord of the Red Sand gives a roar, loud enough that the sanctum's void shields shimmer with a mirage ripple. He tears his blade from his brother's body, grappling, hurling, but the angel remains. White wings batter at the demon's face and defeat the raking of claws. He abandons his own blade to scratch and scrape at the angel. He tears away shards of golden armor. Wings bleed, feathers rain. Never once does Sanguinius make a sound. Angron cries out, a cry flavored in something other than rage. For the first time since his exaltation, agony lightning bolts through his head. Fire and ice, ice and fire, a sensation he no longer has the mind to understand, but that will destroy him whether he understands it or not. He launches upwards, beating ungainly wings, striving for the sky, turning, tumbling, seeking to dislodge the strained angel. On the battlefield below, the legions duel in the rain of Primarch blood. The Lord of the Red Sands. Angron, I remember now. I am Angron. He feels his skull cracking, stretching, then a crack that paints the back of his eyes with acid. It's the cracking of a slowly breaking window, the crack of a skull undone by tank treads. He hears his brother now, Sanguinius's ragged hisses of breath, coming in time to the scrape of his gauntlets against the pain engine's mechanical tendrils. Their eyes meet, and there is no mercy in the angel's pale gaze. Sanguinius is lost in the passion he has always resisted. The Lord of the Red Sand sees it in the pinpricks of his brother's pupils, the ivory grind of his brother's fangs. The angel has lust himself to blood need, and veins show starkly blue upon his cheeks. This is wrath. This is the angel unleashed. It is an anger so absolute, Angron feels a bite of another forgotten emotion, jealousy. What he sees in the angel's eyes is no bitter fury at the mistreatment or rage goaded by the will of a god that only rewards slaughter. It feeds the god of war, as all bloodshed does, but it is not born of him. It is the angel's own fury, in worship of nothing but justice. How beautiful that is, how naive, how pure. This is a demon's last cohesive thought, fueled by animal panic as much as sentient rage. Angron's frantic clawing does nothing to throw Sanguinius clear. The brothers fall together, the demon's strength lost to convulsive thrashing. The angels' ripped and blood-stained wings, unable to keep them both aloft. The dreadlock cables, fastened deep within the meat of the monster's mind. They are not attached to the brain. No, they are part of it, tendriling their way through the pain engine that had replaced and so poorly simulated entire sections of the 12th Primarch's cerebellum, thalamus, and hypothalamus. The butcher's nails are woven throughout the brainstem, hammered in to bind them to the spinal column and the central nervous system. It is a process almost admirable in its barbaric effectiveness, one reproduced with a malignant perfection in his exalted form of a mortal to an immortal. From behind the veil, Angron hears laughter, a god laughing at him, because it cares not from whence the blood flows. The death of the Lord of the Red Sands is as pleasing to this divinity as the death of any other champion. Warp fire flares from the cracks in the beast's deforming skull. Cracks become crunches, each one a conflagration that sweeps from the filaments behind Angron's eyes to the spikes of his spine. There is a feeling of violation, a deep and sick wrongness, as something is taken from him, pulled from the root of his mind. He screams, and then he does something he has never done in neither his mortal nor his immortal lives. His roar of pain rage is colored by a sound so shameful that he will spend the rest of eternity refusing to believe it happened. The sound is a word, and the word is a plea. He begs. No. The beast grunts to his brother. This is a moment that will never enter the legends of either legion. The Primarchs are high above the battlefield, and the few sons that are able to watch their fathers are too far away to know what passes between them. Only Sanguinius hears Angron's last words, and it is an intimacy he will take to his grave. The ground rises with disorienting speeds. It is now or never. As they free fall together, the angel gives a final wrenching pull on the serpents of the barbarian metal. The demon's head bursts, its detonation a release of internal pressure, like pus from a squeezed cyst. The lion's share of Angron's brain comes free, in a spray of fire and acid blood. The demon's wings beat once more, just a shiver, a thing of reflex. His claws slacken. All struggle ceases. After this and the sealing of the Eternity Gate, the World Eaters would go on to extract a gruesome toll on Terra, harvesting blood and skulls in the service of Khorne. Yet the ultimate victory would elude them. Loyalist reinforcements in the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves were en route, forcing Horus to gamble everything. In a desperate bid to lure the Emperor into a final confrontation, Horus lowered the void shields protecting his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, issuing an open challenge to the Master of Mankind. The Emperor accepted, ascending to the Vengeful Spirit for a final reckoning. In a clash of epic proportions, both physical and psychic, the Emperor slew Horus, obliterating his soul from existence at the cost of his own humanity. Mortally wounded, the Emperor would be entombed upon the Golden Throne, sacrificing his mortal form in order to ensure humanity's survival. With Horus's death, the traitor forces would then splinter, their cohesion shattered. Angron's sons were the last of the traitor champions to retreat, as they would cast a final longing gaze upon the Imperial Palace, an edifice that had defied even the god of war and blood's unmatched fury. The remaining champions of the 12th gathered the remaining shards of the World Eaters. Then they fled and plunged into the Eye of Terror, seeking refuge amidst the eternal chaos of the warp. In the shadow of the Horus Heresy, the World Eaters, once a mighty and feared legion, were shattered in a cataclysmic battle on the frozen demon world of Skalathrax. This pivotal confrontation, later known as the Battle of Skalathrax, would ultimately sunder the World Eaters into fragmented warbands, forever altering the Legion's structure and path. The battle itself unfolded within the dark, storm-racked expanse of the Eye of Terror. The clash between two legions, the World Eaters and the Emperor's children, was fierce and unrelenting, as both wanted to claim the world as their own. The World Eaters, renowned for their bloodlust, surged forward, cutting through the blackened rock and ice of Skalathrax with a nigh unending violence. Their berserk assaults left nothing in their wake but death and ruin, as they attacked the Slaaneshi forces with a ferocity born of their devotion to to Khorne, the chaos god of both war and bloodshed. Yet, as day bled into night time and time again, the fierce cold of Skalathrax forced even the relentless warriors of Khorne to seek shelter. The icy nights on the demon world were lethal enough to claim even the gene-enhanced might of the Astartes, and both the Emperor's children and the World Eaters were forced to seek refuge while establishing a tenuous truth. It was in this moment of forced respite that Khorne the Bloody, the famed and favored champion of Khorne, would make a decision that would forever become legend. Known for his brutal wrath and his fiery hatred, Khorne had no tolerance for any delay, least of all in a battle that he believed should never have stopped. Enraged at what he had perceived to be cowardice, he took up a flamer and set his own legionaries ablaze. With his father's infamous chain axe, Gorechild, in his hands, Khorne struck down any and all who dare resist his rampage. What followed was a violent eruption of internal strife, which would actually drive the World Eaters to destroy all the Slaaneshi worshippers. Many of the berserkers, so accustomed and drowned in bloodshed, would find it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Khorne, in his madness, set fire to shelters that had been their only refuge from the deadly cold. As these flames spread across the structures of black stone, the World Eaters turned not only upon one another, but upon everything in sight. Their already fractured unity dissolved into a chaotic frenzy. The once proud Legion of Khorne was torn apart by the very fury they had once wielded as a singular force. By the time the inferno subsided, the World Eaters were no longer a cohesive legion, and Khorne would gain his new moniker. He would become Khorne the Betrayer. The survivors, stripped of their unity, found themselves divided into small, scattered warbands. The Legion's leadership was in essence obliterated during the chaotic onslaught, leaving no one to command by rank or tradition. In the aftermath of this, while the World Eaters did indeed win, they were no longer operating as a unified fighting force, instead existing as brutal and bloodthirsty groups, each driven by a violent fervor of Khorne's worship, but fractured with no cohesion. The chaos of that night marked the final destruction of the World Eaters as a unified legion. From that moment, leadership within the World Eaters would be determined by strength and power, as an unrelenting testament to Khorne's philosophy of martial might. As a result, the warbands of the World Eaters became a reflection of their god's bloodlust, constantly fighting not only their enemies, but one another for supremacy. Khorne had now become the embodiment of Khorne's wrath, a champion not forced to follow, but one who chose, a god who he deemed worthy of worship, not a father who had betrayed them, or an emperor who saw them as little more than weapons to be put down once the fighting was done. His actions on Skalathrax would indeed cement his reputation as the betrayer, something which many of the uninformed would actually believe came from his actions during the heresy, and in so doing led to the dawn of a new era for the World Eaters, one where bloodshed and disunity would define them. Once a mighty legion, now a fractured host of heretic Astartes. Centuries after the sundering of the World Eaters' Legion, in the mid-38th millennium, the galaxy trembled beneath the weight of Angron's unholy wrath once more. Leading an army of 50,000 Chaos Space Marines, along with hordes of other Chaos-aligned forces, the Red Angel spearheaded a campaign of annihilation that scorched over 70 Imperial sectors. For over 2 standard centuries, Angron's forces carved a wide swath of destruction through Imperial space, leaving billions dead in their wake. This period would be remembered in Imperial archives as the Dominion of Fire, and it saw some of the bloodiest conflicts of the millennium. Entire systems would fall under Angron's dominion, becoming charnel houses dedicated to the blood god. The Imperium itself, reeling from such sustained and brutal assaults, marshaled its forces for a brave counteroffensive of an unprecedented scale. A coordination of 4 Space Marine chapters, 2 mighty Titan legions, and over 30 regiments of Astra Militarum launched a massive Imperial crusade to reclaim the territories lost to Angron's blood-drenched campaign. The war spanned some decades, with countless battles fought to wrestle control from the grips of chaos. And though victory came, it came at a staggering cost, as Imperial forces ultimately would recover 90% of the territory lost to Angron's rampage, and the Dominion of Fire, while ultimately a failed conquest, left permanent scars upon the Imperium that would endure to this day. The brutal efficiency and scale of the campaign demonstrated the chilling effectiveness of chaos under a demon Primarch's leadership, and solidified Angron as one of the Imperium's most deadly foes. Even now, the echoes of Skalathrax and the Dominion of Fire resonate across the Imperium, as the World Eaters once again became fragmented, yet unrelenting after this campaign. But they do remain a scourge upon the galaxy, their warbands essentially seeking blood and skulls for Khorne in every battle they engage in. One of the next major events involving the World Eaters would be the Feast of 100 Duels, which stands as one of the reminders of the brutal traditions that the World Eaters and their eternal devotion to Khorne has created. This centennial gathering, known as the Feast of Blades, had long been a sacred ritual for the descendants of the Imperial Fists, a time where they gathered their greatest bladesmen and clashed in ritual duels, honoring their legacy and martial prowess. Yet, in a cruel and unforeseen twist of fate, this celebration of skill and honor would become the target of an unprovoked incursion from the World Eaters. The World Eaters, driven by their ceaseless need for blood and the demand for skulls, shattered the defenses of the Chosen World, sweeping through with a terrifying speed as the Imperial Fist's finest swordsmen and those of their gene descendants fought valiantly to defend their sacred traditions. Unfortunately, they would find themselves locked in a deadly contest against the most relentless forces, some of the most relentless forces of the World Eaters, leading to a brutal brouhaha where the combat was a brutal clash of steel and savagery, as the Imperial Fist's power swords met the monstrous chain axes and flails of the World Eaters. Despite their nigh unparalleled skill, the Imperial Fists were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity and savagery of their opponents. As the final blows were struck, the halls of the feast were drenched in the hot blood of their champions, as the sons of Dorne were sacrificed as a grim offering to the god of war. Thus, the Feast of 100 Duels became a battleground, which would honor one of the four craven gods. Despite this, the Imperial Fists would gain reinforcements and repel the World Eaters, and since Khorne cares not from whence the blood is spilled, the skies themselves rattled with his approval, as being a harbinger to further bloodshed which would come. Another event of great galactic importance occurred on the quarantined world of Gladius, where the Drukhari witch cult of the Seventh Woe sought out a challenge unlike any they had faced before: the violent, brutal warriors of the World Eaters. This would become yet another deadly contest which would feed the god of war, and the contest which would follow in the great fang-lined fighting pits became one of the most vicious and swift duels ever witnessed on Gladius. The Demon Prince masters who oversaw the trials watched in awe as the combat unfolded, as dozens of witches and World Eaters fell upon one another in a whirlwind of blade and fury. The speed and intensity of the combat delighted Khorne, whose favor was made apparent when a rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. In a grotesque display of his power, Khorne's blood brought the slain back to life, allowing the carnage to continue unabated. The ferocity of the duels would forge a bond of mutual respect and trust, tenuous though it may be between the two factions, one born of an unrelenting thirst for violence, as it seemed Khorne had claimed these Drukhari as his own. This brutal contest would ultimately set the stage for what would become known as the Great Blood Wager of Anathema Quartus, a deadly alliance born of bloodshed between the World Eaters and the Drukhari of the witch cult of the Seven Woes. Eventually, on the peaceful world of Exotia, there would appear a figure known as the Red Messiah, who heralded the fall of the planet into madness. Under his influence, the population fell into the worship of Khorne, as their minds were consumed by bloodlust and the slaughter that would soon follow. The Red Messiah, revealed to be a devout follower of the blood god, commanded his astropathic choir to call in raiders from the Maelstrom. In a terrifying display of Khorne's wrath, midnight attacks from bands of bloodletters began to tear apart the planet, their rampage heralding the beginning of the Red Tide. Shortly thereafter, the Red Corsairs, bolstered by no fewer than 300 original Khorne berserkers, descended upon the world with a devastating force, pushing the planet's people into an abyss of madness and destruction. and eliminating the last scant few loyalist elements within the world. The Red Messiah's true nature had been revealed, and the world would now become a blood-soaked tribute to Khorne. Up next would be the Skull Hunt of Astartes, which occurred sometime within the 41st millennium, and it saw the World Eaters, led by Vodha, Blood Price, descend upon the Astartes system. The constant, ever-escalating violence between the Orcs and the Tyranids in the region had already caught the attention of Khorne, and the World Eaters sought to add their own contributions to said bloodshed. So Bloodpierce, eager to offer the skulls of his enemies to the Skull Throne, believed that the chaos of the Astartes War would prove the perfect opportunity to do so. Within the span of a single Terran years, the World Eaters slaughtered countless creatures within the region, offering up more than 8,000 skulls to the Skull Throne individually, the smallest of which was the size of a boulder. Vodha himself ascended to demonhood after a monumentous battle where he slew a Hierophant Biotitan by himself with the great axe of a fallen Orc warlord. For Khorne, this slaughter was a glorious offering. The bloodletting was an affirmation of his dominion over this battlefield. But the World Eaters, their lust for skulls unquenchable, were not content to stop there, as they would continue their hunt, their thirst for violence and sacrifice leading them ever onward, further and further into the depths of the Eye of Terror, and campaigns across the galaxy. The fall of Ebon Vale occurred at an unknown date within the 41st millennium, and it saw Deathwatch Fortress Ebon Vale assailed by scores of World Eaters under the leadership of Chaos Lord Invocatus, supported by Demon Engine allies from the Brazen Beasts. Invocatus led this vicious raid on the Deathwatch's arsenals, seeking powerful Adeptus Astartes war gear and ancient battle artifacts. The Deathwatch, known for their ability to withstand even the most dangerous foes of the Imperium, fought fiercely to protect the secrets of Ebon Vale. Despite their tenacity, the World Eaters' onslaught was brutal, and their departure left nothing behind but devastation. Empty weapon vaults, along with countless black-armored corpses of the Deathwatch warriors who had perished in the defense of their sacred mission. The assault had not only decimated the Deathwatch forces within the sector, but led to the dangerous spread of a potential Horus infestation that would leave entire civilized worlds reduced to nothing more than barren, lifeless husks. The next major campaign was The Blood Runs Hot, was the fall of Valhalla, and it occurred within the 41st millennium, yet again at an unknown date. And it saw how warriors of the world face an incursion of World Eaters. Now the Tau, used to having tactical superiority and their martial discipline to fall back on, initially maintained their distance, using their superior firepower to keep the World Eaters at bay. Yet as the battles raged on, some unforeseen circumstances occurred. The infectious rage of Khorne began to take root in the hearts of the Tau's own cadres. The disciplined fire warriors, so accustomed to fighting with cold calculation from a distance, found themselves overcome by the very rage of their enemies. War cries long forgotten since the unification of the Tau's homeworld echoed across the battlefield as the Tau began to engage Chaos Spawn in close quarters combat. The result was catastrophic. Millions upon millions of Tau soldiers perished before the ethereal cast could intervene, using their calming influence to restore order. But even then, the damage was done. The Tau had lost too many forces and were forced to retreat, their ranks decimated, and the once unshakable discipline of the Tau shattered by the insatiable bloodlust of the World Eaters. In 474 M41, the first war for Armageddon would occur, and it was not just a simple war for a planet, but rather a clash of fate and destiny, along with an insatiable thirst for blood being unleashed, which would reverberate throughout the entirety of the Imperium and the galaxy at large. Its origin lies in the terrifying, unexpected arrival of forces within the very edges of the Imperial Armageddon system within the Segmentum Solar, in particular that of a massive, ancient space hulk, known as the Devourer of Stars. This space-borne behemoth was a relic of a time long forgotten, and it was a harbinger of a bloody conflict that would leave the strategically vital hive world of Armageddon permanently scarred. For centuries, the forces of chaos had long been fractured as a collection of warring factions, each vying for dominance. In the wake of the Horus Heresy, Angron, demon primarch of the World Eaters, had long sought to unite the scattered remnants of his legion, but the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of his sons, along with the long-held hate for him made them a rather unmanageable force, more prone to infighting and attempting to slaughter him and each other than turning their blades against the Imperium proper. Yet the Devourer of Stars presented Angron with an opportunity, a chance for a unified assault upon the Imperium, albeit one without direction or purpose, driven by the chaotic tides of the warp. The Hulk's sudden appearance in the Armageddon system, far removed from the Eye of Terror, signaled the very onset of this conflict. How or why the Devourer of Stars was drawn to this world remains unknown. Was it guided by the capricious whims of the Chaos Gods, or was it simply deposited there after the unpredictable currents of the warp had spat it out into real space? Whatever the case, the arrival of this massive ship set in motion a series of events that would culminate in one of the most brutal wars the Imperium had ever faced. When Angron and his world eaters descended upon Armageddon, they encountered rather fierce Imperial resistance. The defenders, led by the legendary Great Wolf Logan Grimnar of the Space Wolves, initially stood firm against the tide of the Khorne madness. The World Eaters would then make a quick and bloody advance across the continent of Armageddon Prime, crushing Imperial forces with a devastating speed that would leave even the White Scars impressed. However, the defenders of Armageddon did not surrender easily, falling back to the dense equatorial jungles separating Armageddon Prime from the continent of Armageddon Secundus. There they established a defensive line, awaiting for the inevitable return of Angron's forces. Angron, confident in his victory and lulled by the success of his initial campaign, grew complacent as he spent several weeks erecting vast temples and monoliths dedicated to Khorne, his bloodthirsty patron. At first glance, it appeared as nothing more than a triumphant display of the World Eater's glory and dominance. However, this was not a mere victory celebration, as Angron's true intentions were more underhanded and desperate. The warp storm that had enabled his summoning and his continued existence upon the material plane was dissipating, and the demonic forces that he had led were tied to the ever-changing tides of the warp, leading them to be at risk of being pulled back into the Imperium. Angron's actions were not just a show, as he was desperately attempting to anchor himself and his demonic forces within the material realm, lest they all be lost to the warp. This strategic error proved costly. By the time Angron was finally ready to renew his assault through Armageddon's jungles, the Imperial defenders had solidified their positions and they were ready for him. Despite his initial advantage, the World Eater's reckless charge into the Imperial line would be met with an unexpectedly fierce and rather well-tuned resistance. At the heart of this defense, once again stood Logan Grimnar and his Space Wolves, holding the line against the demonic tide. But Angron, ever the bludgeon of Khorne, led his own personal retinue of Khornate demon princes, along with the terrifying bloodletters, against the very strongest point of the Imperial defense, aiming to crush Grimnar and end the war once and for all with a singular decisive blow. It was at this critical moment that the Imperium's trump card was played. A full company of Grey Knights would appear, the Imperium's most elite and psychically empowered Astartes, greater even than the Custodes who hide away within the Imperial Palace, as they would teleport into the midst of Angron's honor guard. The ensuing battle was nothing short of climactic, as the skies above the jungle world were rent asunder by the clash of unearthly forces, as the burning white light of the Grey Knights met the dark and bloody fury of the Khornate demons. The Grey Knights fought with every last ounce of their strength, and at great cost too, but eventually they succeeded in annihilating Angron's personal retinue. But it was not without sacrifice, as the Grey Knights themselves were nearly consumed by the energies unleashed when they faced Angron, who despite his defeat was still a being who was able to spread terrifying power and malevolence. In a desperate final act, the Grey Knights summoned the full might of their psychic power and unleashed a psychic blast that obliterated Angron's entire corporeal form. The explosion of energy banished the demon Primarch's essence back into the Imperium, where it would remain for 100 years before returning. Though Angron was destroyed, the cost was immense, as a significant amount of the Grey Knights' company, including the revered Grand Master, perished during the assault, leaving their sacrifice as a bitter reminder of the cost of victory against a demon Primarch. With the death of Angron, the World Eaters were thrown into chaos. The demons of Khorne, once summoned to the mortal realm, would be swiftly banished along with their master, and the remaining World Eaters, with their unity shattered and their leadership broken, would fall back into the Eye of Terror, defeated and disorganized. This was merely the first war for Armageddon, one where the Imperium was victorious, but at great cost, losing resources that would likely never be fully made up. Now, to go into further detail, before the Space Hulk's arrival at Armageddon, the world itself had already begun to spiral into chaos, as a strange phenomena and warp-fueled disruptions sparked rather notable unrest across the hive world. This, along with massive warp storms, severed the planet from Imperial communications along with supply lines, and widespread food shortages provided fertile grounds for a chaos cultist rebellion. Armed uprisings would erupt across several hive cities within the world, particularly in the northern subcontinent of Armageddon Prime, where the Planetary Defense Forces and the Armageddon Steel Legion managed to suppress incursions. In the south, the rebellions in the scattered western hives and in the north proved significantly more tenacious. Imperial commanders, seeing no evidence of external manipulation, dismissed the revolts as mere civil unrest. The warp storm's eventual dissipation reinforced this assumption, and no additional reinforcements were sent, despite the world outright begging for aid. The Imperium's fragile calm was shattered when the Devourer of Stars emerged from the warp, disgorging an unholy amount of chaos onto the surface of Armageddon, a veritable army of demons and world eaters. And at the head of this massive invasion stood Angron, the demon primarch of the world eaters, accompanied by millions of chaos cultists, demons, and chaos space marines from his own legion. Amongst these invaders were the children of sanguinary unholies, a fanatical cult devoted to Khorne, and the Curer Parotia, 12 demonic champions whose blood-soaked deeds earned Khorne's favor. As this nightmarish host swept across the planet, the forces of chaos unleashed their insidious influence. Nearly all of Armageddon's planetary defense forces turned traitor, swearing allegiance to the ruinous powers merely due to their influence, turning their weapons on their former comrades and those who still remained loyal. Within weeks, the defenders of Armageddon Prime were overwhelmed. The loyalists routed from the northern subcontinent and forced to retreat within the equatorial jungles, joining forces with the defenders of Armageddon Secundus' own defenders. Together, they prepared for a desperate stand along the rivers Styx and Charon, the planet's last natural barriers. As the loyalist forces barricaded and braced for annihilation, an unexpected turn of events would occur, and chaos's advance would stall. The warp storm that had brought the Devourer of Stars to Armageddon began to dissipate. This critical shift severed the flow of warp energies that sustained Angron and his demonic forces to the Materium. Without this lifeline, Angron and his demonic host could no longer maintain their presence within real space, causing their invasion to falter and stall, while Angron and his demon princes erected monuments that would allow for their continued existence within real space. By the time Angron and his army had emerged from the jungles to resume their assault after creating their monuments, they found an emboldened and renewed enemy force waiting for them. The defenders regrouped along both the river Styx and Charon, their backs to the last natural lines of defense the planet had. And they were also bolstered by the Space Wolves. The Astartes of the Great Wolf, Loken Grimnar, responded to the Hive World's distress signal. With their characteristic ferocity, unknown to the forces of chaos, Grimnar had also called upon the Imperium's most secret of weapons, the Grey Knights, the elite chapter of psychic warriors and demon hunters, under the aegis of the Ordo Malleus. The Grey Knights were amongst the Imperium's most closely guarded secrets, and even most of their allies in the Astartes had no knowledge of their existence. Yet Logan Grimnar had encountered these warriors before, and as a chapter master, he had been spared the mind wipe that was most common amongst witnesses of the Grey Knights. Chaos soon met the reinforced Imperium in a series of massive battles along the rivers. In the east, the Imperial defenders held their line against Chaos and its unending horde of demons. However, in the west, Angron himself led a ferocious assault, breaking through the defenders and driving them towards Hive Infernus and Hive Hell's Reach. It was here that Logan Grimnar unleashed the Grey Knights, teleporting them directly into the heart of Chaos and the host of Angron's forces, in order to confront the Demon Primarch and his demon princes. The Grey Knights, led by brother Captain Tarmiel Arulon, fought with an unmatched valor and nobility against Angron and his Khornate champions. Amongst them was Squad Castan, which suffered devastating losses at Angron's hands. The Primarch's ferocity seemed nigh unstoppable, even against the unparalleled power of the Demon Hunters, who had been crafted from the very own Emperor's gene seed. As the battle reached its zenith, the Grey Knights that remained standing were Hyperion, a psyker and a master of pyromancy, and no others. In a desperate act of psychic power, Hyperion shattered Angron's demonic weapon, Blackblade, a cornate relic of immense power which had once tasted Sanguinius's very blood. Though the strain caused him to collapse, his actions weakened the demon Primarch and allowed Aurelian, one of the other surviving Grey Knights, to confront the bladeless monster. In a cataclysmic duel, Aurelian sacrificed his life to banish Angron back into the warp. The cost was staggering. Of the 109 Grey Knights deployed, only 13 survived the battle. Hyperion, barely alive, was recovered by the Space Wolves from the blood-soaked battlefield. His heroic deeds earned him the honorific Bladebreaker, though his survival came at a great personal cost, as augmetics would have to be used to replace much of his face and skull, as he required 4 solar months of recovery before returning to duty. The banishment of Angron broke the spirit of the remaining Chaos forces, who without their leader essentially crumbled in upon themselves as the demons vanished back into the warp and the World Eaters retreated back to the Devourer of Stars and fled into the warp with a massive Space Hulk. The Space Wolves attempted to launch a counteroffensive along the entirety of the front, routing what little disorganized forces of Chaos, primarily Chaos cultists, and some remaining Khorne berserkers remained on the planet. The Imperium emerged victorious, but at a rather dire price, as close to 100 Grey Knights had been sacrificed in order to win the war for Armageddon. Though the battle was won, it was actually a harbinger of the trials the world of Armageddon would face in the future, as the scars that the planet now bore would not easily fade, and the shadow of Chaos loomed as an ever-present threat, ready to strike at a moment's notice. After the war for Armageddon, the next event of galactic scale that the World Eaters would be part of would be the Battle for Agul in 666 M41, and it was a bitter and vicious confrontation between the forces of Chaos and the Loyalist Fire Angels chapter. The site of this brutal conflict was within the Grand Argul system, home of the Cemetery World's ancient desolate planets, rich in both history and death. The warband of the World Eaters known as the Sanctified found themselves locked in a desperate and deadly struggle against the Fire Angels, a chapter of Space Marines known for their rather unflinching devotion to the Emperor's divine will. The battle unfolded in a series of savage assaults and counter-assaults, the Sanctified proving themselves to be a rather formidable opponent. Their terrifying ability to summon demons from the warp was rather peculiar within the followers of Khorne. However, it was not enough to overwhelm the disciplined Fire Angels. However, the cost of victory was rather steep, as all victory against the World Eaters is, and the Fire Angels suffered significant heavy losses during the course of the campaign, paying with both blood and sacrifice in order to push back the tides of Chaos. Most notably, the Chapter Master, in a desperate act of valor, confronted a powerful Lord of Change, a greater demon of Tzeentch, who had joined in the brouhaha, and by confronting said Lord of Change, he was martyred in battle, as the Lord of Change, with its terrifying mastery over dark sorceries, was a rather potent adversary, and with the Chapter Master's death, a grievous blow fell upon the Fire Angels. In another desperate act, the Fire Angels' chief librarian self-immolated in order to prevent his body from being possessed by the demon's growing influence. This was a tragic yet necessary action, for it was the only way to avoid the horrific fate of being lost to said warp demon. Despite these sacrifices and losses, the Fire Angels emerged scantly victorious, and the World Eaters warband was driven back into the warp, but not without having left a trail of carnage in their wake and in essence succeeding in their overall mission. Up next for the World Eaters would be the long and bloody struggle known as the Siege of Thrax, which occurred between 813 and 830 M41, and what a bloody and protracted campaign it was, which stretched over 17 long years. It, in essence, was a fight for the Imperial Army world of Thrax Prime, a strategically vital fortress planet where the Imperium stored vast quantities of weaponry, military supplies, and equipment. Situated in the Imperium's fringes, Thrax was a crucial defense point. Thus, its capture was imperative to the forces of Chaos. In their pursuit of this conquest, they would launch almost everything they had at it. At the forefront of the Chaos itself was the Sanctified once again, this time as a part of a larger and more cohesive concerted assault led by the Khorne warlord Zophor, a member of the Skulltakers warband. Zophor was charged by the Dark War Master of Chaos, Abaddon the Despoiler, to manage the siege. However, Zophor's true motives were driven by a deep and insatiable bloodlust and ambition. He sought not just the conquest of Vrax, but the unification of all existent Khorne warbands under his banner, a death toll so large that even the god of war and skulls would have to take notice. And the chaos that was unleashed on Vrax served as a means to this end. As the siege wore on, Zophor, commanding the largest Khorne warband of all the assembled warbands, sought to further his ambitions by further enlisting the Sanctified. These Chaos Space Marines were known for their mastery over the dark arts of demonology, and were the perfect force to be used in order to summon Khornate demons into real space and unleash them upon Vrax. In return, Zophor promised them the ability to summon Khorne's most terrifying and powerful demon legion, led by the legendary Angrath the Unbound, the Lord of the Bloodletters, and the very embodiment of Khorne's fury. The pact was struck. The Sanctified, with Zophor's backing, performed the ritual, as they used the lives of tens of thousands of sacrificial victims to create a massive warp portal, one through which Khorne's demonic legions would surge forth, bringing upon the world a slaughter that was in essence immeasurable. The promise of being able to summon Angrath, a greater demon of nigh unimaginable power, was an irresistible one for the Sanctified. Yet their triumph would only be short-lived, as at the height of the siege, as Angrath the Unbound was finally summoned to the battlefield, the tide would unexpectedly shift. The demonic lord, a terrifying and colossal entity, brought destruction in his wake. However, his arrival was met with the full force of the Imperium's might, which was headed up by Lord Hector Rex, a revered and renowned Inquisitor, along with a massive strike force of Grey Knights who would descend upon Vrax, intent on putting an end to this demonic onslaught. In a climactic and harrowing battle, Angrath the Unbound faced off against Inquisitor Rex and his Grey Knight. Despite the overwhelming power of the Bloodthirster, the Grey Knights, renowned for their psychic might, ultimately prevailed, and the confrontation culminated in a fierce yet deadly duel in which Inquisitor Rex wielded an artifact sword known as Eris to banish the greater demon back into the warp. The defeat marked the turning point for the Siege of Vrax, as the forces of chaos, shattered and disorganized, once again became a chaotic cacophony as their most powerful ally vanished, and they all began to retreat. The Sanctified, though diminished, were not entirely defeated, but their hopes of bringing upon Khorne's full wrath to bear on Vrax were crushed. The Imperial forces, however, paid a heavy price once more, as the siege had stretched on for years, and the toll on both sides had been rather immense, even by the Imperium standards. After this would come the assault on Loron V. The ice world of Loron V had been a secure bastion of the Imperium for millennia, its frozen landscapes serving as one of the Emperor's most far-reaching dominions. That was until the unholy convergence of forces, the warband of the World Eaters known as the Blood Legion of Khorne, and a ferocious Waaagh of orcs descended upon the icy world's surface, setting the stage for one of the larger and more bitter conflicts this sector of space had ever known. At the forefront of the World Eaters was Lord Krull, a chaos champion of Khorne whose bloodlust was matched only by his hatred for the Imperium. Initially, the conflict was rather one-sided, as the orcs, divided by their chaotic nature, lacked the discipline to effectively challenge the deadly precision and power of the World Eaters. For years, these two factions clashed across the snowy fields of Loron V, with the orcs failing to pose a true threat to the Blood Legion. However, the arrival of the infamous orc warlord Gruzguts, accompanied by reinforcements from his massive Waaagh, dramatically shifted the balance of power. Grozgut was a master strategist amongst the orcs, allowing him to unite his forces and launch a successful assault on one of the World Eater's primary and most important bases, forcing Lord Krull and his warriors into a brutal and savage close quarters engagement. As the situation on Loron V became increasingly dire for the World Eaters, General Stern of the Imperial Guard recognized an opportunity when it was handed to him. He learned that the remnants of the Imperator-class Titan Dominatus, a relic from the Horus Heresy, were still lying dormant upon the world's surface. Commanding the 412th Cadian Shock Troopers Regiment, he launched an Imperial invasion to reclaim the planet and the ancient war machine for the Imperium, believing that the resurgence of the Titan would bolster the Imperium's efforts against the growing forces of chaos and the orcs within the region. In secret, the Eldari of Craftworld Beltan, led by Farseer Taldra, also made a move. The world of Loron V, as it turned out, had long been a tomb world of the Necrons, an ancient and undying race, whose sleeping legions lay buried beneath the surface. Taldr foresaw the ongoing conflict would inevitably stir the Necrons from their eons-long slumber, and she sought to prevent the awakening of this terrifying and rather powerful threat. As the war raged on, a temporary and uneasy alliance would be formed between the World Eaters and the Orcs. United under the banner of the Forces of Disorder, they focused their combined efforts on seizing the ancient Titan. Their brief partnership, however, was marred by treachery, and when the 412th Cadian Shock Trooper Regiment arrived, the true nature of the conflict became clear. The Imperial Guard sought to wrestle control of the world, while the Eldar and the Forces of Disorder fought a battle for dominance. Farseer Taldr, in a desperate bid to prevent the Necrons from rising, succeeded in destroying the Necron Lord overseeing the Tomb World's reawakening. However, she paid a rather hefty price, losing one of her fellow Farseers permanently to the Orcs, along with many of her warriors to the Forces of Disorder. Meanwhile, General Stern, in his zeal to reclaim the Warlord, was slain by Gruzgut. His severed head would later be displayed upon the Orcs' infamous pointy stick as a grisly trophy. Lord Krull, too, would meet his end in the chaos of battle, his death sealed by the treachery of the Orcs, who turned on their short-lived allies, scattering the remnants of the World Eaters and leaving the planet in turmoil. The fate of Dominatus remains a mystery, as Imperial records provide no definitive account of its recovery. The whereabouts of the 412th Cadian Shock Trooper Regiment are similarly uncertain, though it is believed that they were either destroyed or forced into a prolonged retreat. In the aftermath, Governor Militant Lucas Alexander of the Imperium Ultima Segmentum Command was dispatched to the civilized world of Kronos, tasked with capturing Farseer Taldr for her role in the Loron V campaign, and for preventing the Imperium from gaining an incredibly powerful Titan. Thus, this mission would lay the groundwork for the eventual Dark Crusade, an event which would unfold with devastating consequences. Up next would be the 13th Black Crusade, launched by War Master Abaddon the Despoiler, and it was one of his most ambitious and destructive campaigns, undertaking with the backing of most, if not all, of Chaos. Amongst its many battles was the Daimor campaign, which occurred on 999 M41, and it stood out as a particularly bloody event. The target of the campaign was the Forge World of Amethal, a world vital for the Imperium's war machine and the home to a powerful relic of the Dark Age of technology, which held countless demons imprisoned beneath the surface of the planet. At the heart of this campaign was Khorne the Betrayer, one of Khorne's most infamous and powerful warriors, along with his relentless berserkers, and they were sent by Abaddon himself. After some rather bloody fighting between Khorne himself and Abaddon the Despoiler, where Khorne had the chance to slay the War Master, but Khorne intervened. Khorne was asked to wreak havoc upon the Forge World and secure the relic for Chaos. Alongside him were the renegade Astartes of the Crimson Slaughter, and together they launched a rather savage assault against the Cult Mechanicus, slaughtering servitors and cyborg Skitarii in their thousands. The violence was so intense that the blood of the fallen rained down from the skies, as a grisly spectacle interpreted by many as a sign of Khorne's favor. The Imperium responded with a force of Blood Angels, elite warriors famed for their ferocity in battle and their airborne assault tactics. The arrival of the Space Marines brought the forces of Chaos into a direct confrontation with an opponent worthy of their might. The World Eaters then found themselves locked in a brutal combat and struggle against the Blood Angels. But even the Sons of Sanguinius' legendary bloodlust was no match for Khorne, whose unrelenting rage tore through the Imperium's finest. Despite the tenacity of the Blood Angels, Khorne and his berserkers succeeded in cracking the demon cage. which was a significant objective for Abaddon, despite not capturing it and unleashing the uncountable amount of trapped demons, as it would eventually unleash the demonic forces contained within the planet. As their dark purpose was fulfilled, Abaddon's forces withdrew. However, Khorne and his warriors disappeared within a storm of bloody gore, vanishing into the warp just as quickly as they had come, leaving behind only the echoes of their slaughter. Now, in the era Indominus, after the sundering of Cadia, few events illustrate the mounting perils faced by the Imperium as vividly as the ongoing resurgence of both Angron and his world leaders. Following the catastrophic birth of the Great Rift, the galaxy was plunged into the Noctis Aetherna, a time when the light of the Astronomicon was extinguished, and travel throughout the warp became a rather perilous gamble. Nowhere was this chaos more pronounced than in the war-ravaged surface of Armageddon during the Third War for Armageddon, as reinforcements destined for Armageddon were swept into oblivion and scattered across the galaxy. Those left behind to face the relentless struggle for survival would be up a creek. Not only did the Orcs and the Imperial Defenders continue their bitter and unending ceaseless war, but both were forced to contend with waves upon waves of demonic incursions. Desperation bred fleeting alliances, with humans and orcs momentarily setting aside their animosity to battle the greater threat of the demonic hordes. However, these uneasy truces were short-lived as they were improbable, for the very nature of these enemies defied coexistence. During this time, the skies above Armageddon bled with unnatural fire, and the landscape was twisted into a surreal nightmare. Greater demons of Khorne and Tzeentch, eternal rivals in the great game, clashed in titanic battles, reshaping the planet into a warped reflection of their domains. Fully half of Armageddon became a nightmarish hellscape altered by these great beasts, merging the shattered remnants of a hive world with the malignant energies of the warp. When the Astronomicon once again pierced the dark skies, an Imperial relief effort led by 9 Space Marine chapters under the command of the Salamanders would occur, and they found a world teetering on the brink, half submerged within the warp's influences, the demonic forces seemingly having capitalized on this tribulation to initiate a dire ritual intended to bring Angron, the demon primarch of the World Eaters, onto the surface of Armageddon once more. The Salamanders, alongside their fellow chapters, launched a rather decisive campaign in order to disrupt this ritual. Their concerted efforts allowed the Imperium to halt the resurgence, preventing Angron from returning to the world that he had once defiled during the First War for Armageddon. Yet, even in victory, there was a grim revelation. In the era Indominus, Angron had become an even greater menace. The demon primarch now possessed a rather terrifying ability. He can no longer be banished from real space for extended periods of time. Should his physical form be cast back into the warp, he will re-emerge unscathed precisely 8 weeks, 8 days, and 8 hours later. His return heralded by 8 crimson omens, a phenomenon meant to strike fear into all who witness them. Inquisitors theorize that this newfound resilience stems from the immense warp energies flooding out into the galaxy from the Great Rift, binding Angron even closer to real space. Even the most devastating void ship class weapons can only delay his inevitable return. At an unknown date in M42, in the wake of the birth of the Great Rift, the very fabric of the galaxy shifted, casting entire sectors of the universe into darkness, and opening the door for unimaginable horrors. Amongst the most significant of these was the Battle of the Lion's Gate, a cataclysmic conflict that erupted when Khornate demons launched an assault on the Imperium's most sacred world, Terra. Led by 8 mighty bloodthirsters, the invasion brought untold chaos to the heart of mankind's empire, threatening the very sanctity of the Imperial Palace. The forces of chaos, despite their savage fury and including a plethora of world eaters, were repelled by the resolute defenders of Terra, led by none other than the newly resurrected Lord Commander Reboot Guilliman. His strategic genius and unwavering loyalty to the Imperial forces turned the tide, driving back the demons into the warp. The victory on Terra sent shockwaves across the galaxy, offering a glimmer of hope amidst an endless sea of darkness. But for the World Eaters, this victory was more than a mere triumph of their enemies. It ignited a burning desire to erase the defeat that occurred 10 millennia ago, and led them to launching their own bloody campaign of vengeance upon Terra. The battle's aftermath would then set the stage for one of the bloodiest chapters in the World Eater's history. Following the Great Rift's opening, the forces of chaos unleashed their wrath across the galaxy. Another one of the more brutal offensives that included the World Eaters was the Blood Crusade, a relentless campaign driven by Khorne's thirst for bloodshed and violence, where the World Eaters' warbands alongside other chaos forces laid wastes to entire populations, annihilating worlds both within the Imperium and beyond. Entire Necron dynasties were eradicated, and even hive fleets were destroyed in the name of Khorne. The Crusade's bloody march seemed unstoppable. However, in a sudden and unexpected turn, the Blood Crusade was abruptly ended. The meddling of Tzeentch, whose whispers reached Khorne, revealed the existence of Nurgle's scourged stars, an empire of corrupted worlds in real space. Upon learning of this new threat, Khorne immediately shifted his forces, abandoning the Blood Crusade and turning his forces towards the war in the Rift, a conflict that would become a defining moment in the unfolding chaos of the galaxy. Amidst the Blood Crusade, another brutal confrontation had been occurring. The Octarius War, where the forces of warlord Ghazghul Mag Uruk-Draka and High Fleet Leviathan came into direct conflict with the forces of chaos, particularly the World Eaters, in a struggle that would see the destruction of countless lives and the stalling of Khorne's forces. The Orcs, ever unpredictable and fiercely resilient beings, had been clashing with the Tyranids and had unintentionally been dragged into an attempt to thwart the Blood Crusade, while the Chaos forces found themselves embroiled in what amounted to a bitter stalemate. But despite the chaos of battle, the forces of Khorne would eventually resume their campaigns under their god's command. But the Octarius War marked an important shift, as it illustrated the sheer unpredictability and brutality of the galaxy's endless wars. Up next would be the invasion of the hive world of Trasheka. Once a vital part of the Imperium, found itself isolated and vulnerable. The Great Rift tore open the very fabric of reality. With the Astronomicon's light cut off, Trasheka's inhabitants were left to fend for themselves. But from the ashes of despair, a powerful psyker would emerge, as a beacon capable of re-establishing communications with the wider Imperium. However, this very beacon attracted the attention of the Alpha Legion warband, known as the Unsung, whose dark intent was to corrupt this beacon and use it to further their crusade of ruination and chaos. But the Unsung would not have the planet for themselves. The beacon also drew the attention of Khorne the Betrayer and his infamous Butcher's Horde, along with all the bloodletters and Khornate demons that were spawned from the blood mist that perpetually followed Khorne, that at this point perpetually emanated from Khorne as a bloody miasma. And when they arrived, they would pursue their own bloody agenda. The Emperor's children, under the command of Lord Excurius the Flawless, soon would also follow, bringing with them the terrifying Keeper of Secrets, Sleth Kafor, who was summoned to lay waste to the world's defenders. The infighting between the Chaos forces escalated, and then yet another unprecedented force joined the brouhaha. The Imperial Fists, who had arrived to intervene. Commanded by Captain Petrov Dysorian, the Imperial Fists would be able to help turn the tide of battle. At the battle's apex, Saint Celestine herself appeared, her divine wrath striking down the Keeper of Secrets in a mighty and swift blow. Then, in a tragic duel, she faced Khorne the Betrayer, and despite her valor, her skull would be collected for the Skull Throne. Yet her sacrifice was not in vain. Her final act initiated the destruction of the world's beacon, severing its link to the forces of chaos. And so the world was saved, but at a great cost. And the echoes of this battle will still linger in the records of Imperial history and upon the Skull Throne, where at least one of Saint Celestine's skulls now rests, as a tribute to the god of war by his most loyal of followers. Up next, between 001 and 025 M42, would be the War of the Beasts, which marked a rather monumental conflict within Imperium Nihilus, a vast region of space isolated by the Great Rift and under the dominion of Lord Commander Dante. The specific target of this campaign was the strategic hive world of Vigilus, and it found itself as the heart of a conflict as the forces of chaos, including warbands of the World Eaters, launched a massed assault in a bid to sever the Nockmund Gauntlet. a crucial route that allowed the Imperium to maintain supply lines across the Great Rift. The World Eaters, alongside other Chaos factions, sought to close this vital corridor, further isolating Imperial forces within the region. The War of the Beasts would become one of the more bloody and protracted conflicts within the region, one that would further shape Vigilus and the surrounding sectors for years to come. Later, at an unknown date in M42, the Imperial Cardinal world of Zendrea, a bastion of both faith and virtue, became the target of a devastating invasion during the era Indominus, as the World Eaters and a plethora of demons of Khorne descended upon the world, unleashing destruction upon its capital city, Vanheim. With the city on the brink of collapse, a small force of Primaris Marines from the Imperial Fist chapter was tasked with holding the Cathedral of Martyred Souls long enough for the evacuation of civilians. Despite their fierce resistance, the overwhelming tide of chaos proved to be too much. The Primaris Marines, led by Captain Wayland Cord, fought valiantly but ultimately perished. However, in his final act, at his final moments of life, Cord initiated the Firestorm Protocol, a contingency plan that called for the complete and total orbital bombardment and eradication of the invaders. As the last vestiges of the cathedral were torn apart, so too were the World Eaters, whose bodies now littered the destroyed cityscape. Though the Imperial Fists had paid a heavy price, they had also extracted a bloody toll from the World Eaters. Up next, again at an unknown date in M42, another pivotal campaign would occur. This time, it was the Battle of Ogivar, which was a violent clash between the Leagues of Votann and Chaos forces, precipitated by the opening of the Great Rift. The Greater Thurian League of the Kin found themselves under the assault of the World Eaters warband known as the Purge, a faction of heretic Astartes who specialized in fast raiding assaults. These Chaos forces sought to destabilize the Thurian Chthonian mining guild and claim valuable resources from within the sector. Despite overwhelming odds, the oath bands of the Thurian kindred mounted a determined defense, and with the leadership of Karl Uthar the Destined, they were able to mount a decisive counterattack as they struck down the World Eaters' Chaos Lord Haktar, all the while rescuing the miners. However, the conflict remains unresolved as Chaos forces continue to press upon the Kin's territories. The region itself, known as Stormward's Front, has now become a nexus point for the Votann and multiple World Eater warbands. The next rather pivotal event would be the Arcs of Omen, as Abaddon and Vashtor seek the key fragments from an Imperial moon. An Inquisitor discovers an Archaeotech Psyker beacon on the same said moon, and had partnered with the Fleetmaster of the Fifth to fortify it. This said beacon reflects the light of the Astronomicon and is a great help to Imperial shipping, in particular by aiding the Psykers through reflecting the light of the Astronomicon within the warp, not creating its own beacon, but rather magnifying what slim traces remain within Nihilus. Abaddon would then rally his forces, in particular those of Khorne, who he has been able to marshal, in large part due to the beacon itself burning Angron's mind in the warp, and so Abaddon was able to guide the demon Primarch of Khorne and use him as a weapon to directly destroy this pivotal point. Abaddon would then create a force so massive for Angron that it is in essence a legion-sized army of World Eaters, which appears wherever Angron goes. The void battles are truly massive, as hundreds upon hundreds of capital ships and 2 Arcs of Omen, along with the Conqueror, lead this force, as Angron flies through the void, taking on lance beams and being unaffected, all the while killing capital ships all by himself. Primaris Marines from many chapters, including the White Scars, Ultramarines, and Iron Hands, along with Imperial Fists, aided by entire armies of Sisters of Battle, Adeptus Mechanicus, and even Imperial Guard and Navy regiments, strike forces made up of Grey Knights, all attempt to stop Angron, throwing enough firepower behind them to wipe out entire sectors. However, Chaos, and in particular Angron at this point, are in essence unstoppable. The Inquisitors on the moon then turn towards the beacon and use it as an anti-demon weapon, preventing the majority of Khorne's demons from materializing on the world. However, at this point, Angron's rage is too much, and the power he has gained from killing so many has in essence created a shadow in this Astronomicon-like beacon. Strengthened by both slaughter and rage, he is able to summon his own personal guard of 8 bloodthirsters, as nothing the Imperium tries succeeds in keeping him down. At the end of the battle, the full power of the beacon is used, and the Inquisitor attempts the most sacred and dangerous rite of banishment, pulling power from 30 Grey Knights in order to attempt to stop Angron. And while it does slow him down, he is in essence unstoppable. At that moment, Angron attacks them directly. Feeling rather incensed, he cuts multiple Grey Knights down with his axe. And then, at that moment, as the rites of banishment are being completed, Khorne himself stands from his skull throne, and through Angron channels enough power to kill a star in a single swing, as the moon and the beacon are struck with the concentrated power of a god, leading to the moon being shattered, everything upon the planet dying, Angron being drawn back into the warp. However, for a brief instance, he sees existence as Khorne sees it, no longer filled with rage, no longer driven by the nails. For an instant, he wonders if he had finally ceased existing. However, unfortunately for him, he's too good a weapon to throw away, so Khorne just materialized him on another planet, ready for another war, with a litany of Imperial soldiers firing upon him. And due to the explosion of this moon and this psychic weapon, Khorne's murder curse spread throughout the entirety of the system. Every Imperial warrior left within the system, including all the Navy, the Sisters, the Astra Militarum, the Primaris Marines, the Titans, all instantly had their minds essentially broken and become tantamount to Khornate butchers, their minds broken in a frenzy of bloodlust. However, the question of if they were turned to the worship of Khorne still remains, as all they have left is wanton slaughter. Only the Custodian Guard, the Grey Knights, and the Sisters of Silence proved themselves to be immune. Eventually, Angron would face off with his re-emerged brother, the Lion, in a legendary duel which would shake the face of the galaxy, and said duel would go as follows. The warp-forged palace heaved with obscene life, sinewy gore, wet flesh surged from grates and valves, strewn through with sparking wires, glowing lenses, and gnashing metal fangs. Roadways cracked down their middles, then yawned like open-mile trapdoors, tilting battling warriors and vehicles down onto the furnace pits, where cogs gnashed and piston-driven crushers pulverized metals, flesh, and souls. High overhead, the arachnoid spines creaked into motion, their tips curled crown and inward like mandibles of vast insectile maws. Gunships and flying demon engines were smashed from the air, descending as masses of metal and muscle. Shadows pooled about doomed combatants, who looked up in despair before they were crushed. Through it all battled Angron and the Lion. L. Johnson was disgusted by his former brother's hideous form, contemptuous of the monster Angron had made of himself, yet he did not underestimate the supernatural might that Dark Apotheosis had granted the demon Primarch. The Lion fought with every iota of skill he possessed, channeling all the lessons he had ever learned about combating wild and warp-tainted beasts. For his part, Angron felt little beyond the furious pounding of the butcher's nails. He dimly recognized the Lion, but L. Johnson was just another foe to be slain. An eternity of unyielding rage and hate had blunted the Red Angel's capacity to revile one enemy more than any other. Angron would take his once brother's head for Khorne, just as he had taken those of so many of the Lion's gene sons already that day. The two demigods fought their way across a mechanical plateau where piston columns pounded manically and jets of white-hot flame erupted from hidden apertures. Angron sought to lop L. Johnson's head from his shoulders, but fealty was there to block the blow. Semiramis rebounded against the Emperor's shield, and the shockwave from the Emperor's power drove Angron back. The Lion seized this chance to duck around a pummeling row of pistons and gain some space. Angron dropped his head and bowled straight through the slabs of machinery. He bellowed as he wrenched aside sparking mechanisms and hacked apart steel-braided sinew, only to recoil as the Lion smashed the Emperor's shield into his face. L. Johnson retreated once again, a strategy coalescing in his mind as he clattered down the spiraling brass stairways. He gained a sense of his foe. Angron was devastatingly powerful and unrelenting as an enemy, but the Lion thought he knew how he might defeat his former brother. Then his train of thought was disrupted as the stairway gave a violent lurch. Looking up, Lionel Johnson saw Angron had taken to the air, letting his weapons dangle from the chains strapped across his wrists as he grasped the stairway's structure and wrenched the entire edifice away from the side of the mechanical plateau. With an oath, the lion leaped clear as the spiral staircase buckled under its own weight and collapsed. He dropped, his cloak ripping behind him, and landed on top of the roof of a Gothic ruin. Despite the tremendous masses of biotechnology that grew from it, Lionel Johnson felt a horrible sense of familiarity. As he glanced around the crumbling rooftop, he saw the hooded statues that dotted it. He did not know precisely what the structure had been, but he recognized the architecture as the style of Caliban before Imperial compliance. The lion had no time for bitter reflection as Angron fell down upon him, roaring like a thunderbolt that split the skies of dancing flame. The Primarch's weapons clashed and clashed again as the lion gave ground before his enemy's brutal onslaught. Lost to the rage Angron might have been, but hardwired instinct, coupled with the dark gifts of his patron god, lent him tremendous martial skill, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the lion. He forced open a gap in his opponent's guard before kicking L. Johnson's chest so hard that it cracked his armor and threw him through a statue with a punishing force. Sensing what was coming next, Lionel Johnson kept rolling even as Angron's axe slammed into the rooftop where he had been a split second before. Reaching the roof's edge, the lion threw himself out into thin air and dropped into the tilted metal platform some 30 feet below. He rolled with the impact and came up upon a guard stance, shooting quick looks at his surroundings. The sight that greeted him was a rather surreal one. This region of the Warpforge Palace appeared to have contorted atop vast unseen gambles, so that what had been a flat plain of riveted metal plates had now become a treacherous landscape of steeply angled ramps. Crackling energy pylons thrust skywards from between crooked plates. It looked as though loyalist and heretic war engines had been dueling here before the climactic awakening of the planet began. The Dark Angels and the World Eaters' battle tanks lay helpless where they had been hurled into the rooftops, or blazed where they had been smashed together, or had slid into contact with lightning-weathered pylons. More tanks and a handful of staggering Chaos Knights were still mobile. Some crews looked to be falling back, trying to maneuver their vehicles into more stable ground. Others, prizing hatred or vengeance even over their own lives, fought as best they could, even as their war engines slid inexorably towards oblivion. Angron swooped from atop the Gothic ruin and fell upon the lion again. This time, L. Johnson was prepared. Dropping to one knee, he raised the Emperor's shield and caught the full force of Angron's meteoric descent. Golden energy erupted in a tremendous shockwave, and the Red Angel was hurled back to smash down amidst precariously battling war machines. If the lion had expected a moment's respite from this gamble, he was disappointed, as Angron rose with an incensed howl and hurled World Eater predators towards the lion with an underhanded swing of his axe. Seeing the impossible projectiles coming, L. Johnson dove aside. However, he was not quick enough to avoid the next tank, a Dark Angel's impulsor that Angron sent slamming and bouncing end over end in his direction. The vehicle hit the lion and smashed him back into the wall of the Gothic ruin, hard enough to crater the stonework. Angron howled and charged, beating his wings to give himself more impetus. Bloodied and in pain, but knowing that he had mere moments to act, the lion heaved aside the crumpled wrecks of the impulsor and leapt atop it. He spared a moment's thought for his gene sons slain within the ruined vehicle, and anger smoldered within him. Angron leapt to strike the lion, and the lion dove aside, leaping away from the wreckage, hammering the Emperor's shield into the back of Angron's skull as he went. Propelled forward by the blow, the Red Angel smashed headlong into the ruins, and was buried in an avalanche of rubble as a wall came down upon him. Lionel Johnson swiftly backed away, limping slightly, dimly aware of the tank still dueling around him. Even as he kept his attention on the rubble heap, he knew Angron could not be so easily defeated, but he hoped he had at least wounded his former brother. If nothing else, the ignominy of being buried alive would have stoked Angron's new fury to new heights, something that the Lion was counting on. The rubble heap erupted. Flaming chunks of masonry rocketed through the air, several striking the tank forces around them like wrecking balls. Angron came at the Lion in a red blur, eyes blazing with hate, weapons swinging wildly. So suddenly and ferocious was the assault that even L. Johnson could not react in time. He managed to just barely bring the Emperor's shield up between himself and Angron, but the angle was poor and the titanic discharge of energy threw him backwards as violently as it threw his foe. The ground fell beneath him, and as the Lion tumbled back down into fume-weathered gulfs beneath the tilted platforms, Angron would then bellow a war cry and plunge after him. The Lion smiled mirthlessly, for here was the perfect environment for the culmination of his strategy. He faded into the smog, an instant ahead of Angron, who howled with fury to find his opponent vanished. The Red Angel was now apoplectic. Though incapable of feeling fatigue, Angron was not accustomed to the mounting frustration to fighting an opponent for so long, while they maintained a restlessly defensive stance. He had claimed no skulls and shed only the merest drops of blood for what he felt was an eternity. The intense pounding of the butcher's nails suffered his being with white-hot agony. His capacity for reason had been drowned in molten fury and pain. To find his foe vanished then was nearly unbearable. Angron could scent the Lion's potent biology and the lapping powders of his armor. He could hear the Primarch's heartbeat and footfalls, the servo whines of his battle plate. He glimpsed the furnace-like beacon of L. Johnson's soul burning in his warp sight, yet the phantasmic smog occluded even Angron's demonic senses. The Lion, for his part, had less trouble keeping track of a foe that roared and snarled oaths and implications with every heaving breath. Angron hacked at half-imagined geists and bellowed with rage. In response, the Lion surged suddenly from the flank and struck with the Emperor's shield, sending Angron recoiling into the air. With wings beating, the Demon Primarch lunged, but L. Johnson was gone again into the fumes. Angron thundered after his prey. Again, the Lion evaded, struck, and faded back from his enemy's lightning-fast counterattacks. In his mind, he fought monsters again in the mist-weathered Calibanite forest. The few times Angron landed a blow, the Emperor's shield was always there to block it and send the Demon Primarch reeling back. All the while, Angron's rage mounted until it danced across his body as a spectral flame. His muscles and eyes bulged as though he might literally burst from the swelling anger within. Then came a piston, rushing up from the depths and discharging steam as it slammed a halt to its apogee. For a moment, it blasted aside the vile smog. The Lion revealed in the act of slipping around Angron's flank for yet another goading strike. There was no thought, only the primal urge to kill, as Angron beat his wings and hurled himself at the Lion like a living avalanche. He swung his weapon in wide arcs as he came, aiming to scissor through L. Johnson's neck with a move no shield could possibly block. Yet this time, L. Johnson made no effort to defend. With a blistering speed, he dropped to one knee, braced his blade with his whole body, and let Angron slam straight into its raised point. The Demon Primarch's own impetuous drove the glowing blade through the top of his torso, and it erupted from the nape of his neck in a fountain of gore. Borne on by the force of Angron's charge, the two demigods rolled and bounced through the fumes as Angron came to rest on his back, one wing pinned under him, his corporeal form unable to reknit the calamitous wound, with fealty still transfixing it. The Red Angel thrashed and howled. One clawed hand dug into his wounded sternum in search for the blade's ichor-slicked grip. The Lion loomed over Angron, armor bloodied and dented. He gripped the Emperor's shield with both hands and gave Angron no time to react. With a roar, the Lion brought the glowing edge of the shield down upon the Demon Primarch's head, driving it through the bridge of Angron's nose. With such force, it embedded itself upon the metal surface beneath. Angron's corporeal form detonated like a tank round, whose propellant was distilled hate, blasting his animus apart with a tremendous force, releasing a rage that even the Demon Primarch's indomitable will could not drive back together. L. Johnson was thrown clear of the blast and came back up with his cloak smoldering and his cracked armor scorched. Breathing hard, as his body was racked with pain as he had sustained countless wounds while battling Angron. He limped back to the blood-soaked crater where fealty lay. As he recovered his blade, the Lion felt certain that he would see his former brother again, likely sooner than he might have hoped. For now though, Angron was banished. The Lion sighed and shook his head. He turned his armor's Vox speed to the Dark Angel's command channels and listened intently. Hefting his blade and shield, the Primarch set south towards the nearest extraction site. As he limped along, he considered his deeds this day, his choice of Jean's sons over the wider galaxy. He had so much to tell them, so much to do. It was time to rejoin his unforgiven sons and begin the work of ensuring his sacrifice had not been in vain. Behind Angron and the war bands of the World Eaters, a once fractured legion was now drawn together by the call of their Genesire. Even with him gone from the material plane, it seems that since the infamous events on Skalathrax, where Khorne the Betrayer shattered their unity, the World Eaters have operated as independent warbands. Yet the resurgence of their father, once again, drew these disparate groups to rally behind his banner. The diversity of the groups now within the World Eaters is rather stark, at points as different from each other as loyalist chapters of the Space Marines are to each other. For example, Gladiator Cadre 331 clings to their blue and white armored heritage of the Legion's Great Crusade era stylings, going so far as to include honorable warfare and the use of the Legion's old military tactics, dogma, and weaponry, while others like the Void Butchers have adapted their brutal methods to be better suited for shipboard combat. The Bloodstalkers, in essence an anomaly within the Legion, favoring precision and ranged firepower over melee combat, a trait that has garnered them no shortage of derision by their more traditional brethren, who see this practice as a weakness. Meanwhile, the 66th Armored Company fights from the safety of their armored vehicles, crushing foes beneath the unrelenting weight of their mechanized fury, in a manner that resembles the Loyalist chapter variations much more than their traitorous kin. This grim unity has transformed the World Eaters into a much more cohesive and devastating force, with the differences between all these warbands covering the gaps and weaknesses of each other. Angron's resurgence as an active participant in the great game has made this legion a far greater threat, especially now that they have evolved and changed. Throughout the millennia of conflict, the World Eaters have remained true to their creed, spilling rivers of blood and stacking skulls into towering mountains for their patron deity. From the Great Crusade to the modern Imperium, their path has been one of unrelenting slaughter, leaving behind worlds drained of blood and reduced to desolation. With Angron at their helm once more, the World Eaters promise a future where the Imperium will face not just a legion of berserkers, but an unholy storm of violence and destruction unlike anything that it has endured before. The era Indominus, already defiled by turmoil, now faces the relentless wrath of Khorne's chosen, whose lust for battle knows no bounds.